Hi, today I want to talk about habits. So, our martial arts training, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. Everything in our life affects our training, and our training affects all the other aspects of our life. There's this interconnectedness. So, with your martial arts training, you probably find that when you're training consistently, it has this ripple effect of, a positive impact on everything else. You sleep better, you want to take better care of yourself, so you eat better, you feel you can manage your stress level better, your relationships improve because you feel more confident, you can assert yourself, so your personal and family relationships and work relationships get better. So it has this positive effect on everything around you. And that relationship also goes in the other direction. So when you get a good night's sleep, you have more energy for training and you recover faster. When you eat well, same thing, better training and recovery. When your stress levels are lower, you feel more confident and focused when you perform, all those different things. And the opposite is also true, where you can have this negative effect. So let's say you compete at a tournament and you get injured. You like blow out your knee or something, and that's going to have a negative effect on the other parts of your life, right? Because there's those connections. So you're in pain, so you can't sleep well, you have to take time off work, so you're stressed about your financial situation, right? There's that interconnectedness all the time. So, and then the other direction, if you don't get a good night's sleep, your training suffers, right? If you don't eat well, you gas out in the ring, right? If your stress levels are high in your relationship, with your personal relationships, it affects your mindset and your ability to focus in the ring, right? So there's that interconnectedness all the time. So it's really important to talk about bad habits, quote unquote bad habits, the things that interfere with our life and our well-being. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to recommend a few resources here for you, and how I came to be thinking about this stuff is I've been binging this podcast. It's This Naked Mind by Annie Grace. And I love this podcast. It's about alcohol and her struggles with alcohol. I myself don't have any issues with alcohol. I've never struggled with it, but the content resonates for me because I have struggled with other things. And I really don't think there's much difference between, like, say, struggling with alcohol and struggling with, body image stuff or compulsive eating or, dieting or those kinds of things. So it resonated for me. I've had disordered eating. And a lot of the stuff, it's like, yeah, that's what I was thinking and feeling and going through. So I've been listening to this, and she had in one of her earlier episodes a guest on named Amy Johnson. And Amy Johnson is a master life coach. And she has a YouTube channel too, which I'll give you the link to that. But she wrote this book. It is called The Little Book of Big Change. So Amy Johnson, and it's The No Willpower Approach to Breaking Any Habit. I highly recommend this book. I'll put a link below to this book. So I blasted through this book a couple of weeks ago. Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold here. Trying not to cough. So I'm going to talk about this book and things that she talks about and mind-blowing stuff that I read in this book. And I'm going to bring in some other stuff that I've learned elsewhere as well and read about too in other contexts. So here's the thing. None of us are immune to this, right? We all struggle with something. We all do. And, as martial artists, we want to perform our best and we want to feel in control over all of these things in our life. And that's the amazing thing with martial arts is we do get strong and we learn how to face adversity and all that stuff, but we have this struggle too with, like, it's not just our martial arts that, our whole life isn't martial arts. We have relationships, we have work, we have all these different things. And so when you have, bad habits or negative stuff going on in our heads, it affects us. It affects us on the mats. It affects all the parts of our life. And, ultimately, like, martial arts is about that internal struggle, right? And making peace with it and making peace with who we are and finding our strength anyway, despite adversity. So this is really important stuff. And I think, we train because we want to feel in control and to control our impulses and to do what we need to do without being tossed around by all that stuff all the time. So this is really important stuff for all of us. So habits, let's talk about habits. So habits in this context are thoughts as well as behaviors. They're both. So, and we're talking about bad habits, okay? So it's not just, good habits like brushing your teeth or whatever. We're talking about the stuff that takes over our life, the habits and the thoughts that feel kind of compulsive and obsessive, and we feel powerless to stop them. So you can have behaviors. So behaviors and thoughts, we'll talk about the behaviors. You can have, maybe it's drinking, maybe it's drug use, maybe it's gambling, maybe it's porn or sexual activity, maybe it's compulsive shopping, hoarding behaviors, eating stuff, dieting, binging, starving yourself, disordered eating. I've been through that. Social media, that's another thing I struggle with, is going down the rabbit hole on social media and feeling like I can't stop. So those are all different behaviors that we might engage in that are like bad habits, okay? And then there's thoughts, and thoughts could be, phobias. That's an obvious one, like being scared of spiders or being terrified that, you're like, as a parent, you want your kids to be safe, right? But being like obsessed with this fear that your kids are going to get hurt, right? And so, and you have this anxiety all the time. It could be thoughts about being judged by other people. So like a social anxiety or, excuse me, worrying about what other people think all the time. It could be thoughts that, we're not good enough. We're not good enough. We suck. It could be body image stuff, thinking like I'm fat, I'm ugly, I'm too skinny, I don't look good. It could be, jealousy. Maybe you're obsessed with thinking that your spouse is cheating on you, and so you can have these thoughts, and then they can also lead to behaviors, right? Like, you think you're being cheated on, so then you go on this person's phone to snoop, right? So those thoughts can lead to behaviors, or they can just be the thoughts. They can just be those negative thoughts in our heads. And so now here's the important point, is that everything we do and say and everything we feel, all the actions we take and behaviors we engage in, they all start with thought. It all starts with what's going on in our head. So you have a thought that, oh, I'm hungry, and then you go to the kitchen to eat. You could also have a thought, oh, like I'm feeling really stressed. A cake will make me feel better, and then you go in the kitchen and have a whole cake, right? So it all starts with thought. It all starts with thought. Okay, and initially, these like bad habits and negative thoughts, they start off, they're actually a form of caretaking. And I know it doesn't seem that way, and it might surprise you, but we're actually trying to make ourselves feel better and to take care of ourselves. Okay, so we're trying to distract ourselves from stress or anxiety. We're trying to escape from something in our life. We want to feel good, right? So you binge eating, like you eat cake to make yourself feel better, right? Because cake is yummy, and it's like a distraction. You drink to deal with stress, to make yourself feel better than you did earlier in the day, right? So we do these things, misguided as they are, we do them, it's innocent when it starts off. So for me, I had disordered eating, and it started off, one summer I gained 10 pounds. I was 19, I think, when it started. I'd never cared about my body before that. Like, I didn't care if what I weighed. I didn't care how I looked. It didn't bother me at all. And then I gained weight because I was like stuffing down my feelings this summer about something, and gained 10 pounds. And then for the first time in my life, I thought, oh, I don't like my weight. And so I started, cutting back on what I was eating and going to the gym. And it started off innocently. It was like, okay, I gained this weight and I want to lose it. So I'm going to eat less and exercise. And it was really good. And I felt really good about myself. And then what happened was I lost the 10 pounds. And then because I was like, now had this body consciousness, this body awareness that I never had before. It's like, oh, I actually wasn't in the best shape before. I could probably lose more. I'll lose another 10 pounds. And I did. And then it kept going. Okay. And it got out of control. And I felt powerless to stop it. So it started off innocently. Well, innocent, I guess the very beginning of that was, oh, I'm not feeling good about myself, so or I'm feeling stressed, so I'm gonna eat stuff. I'm gonna eat more to feel better. Okay, so that was innocent. And then it was, oh, I've gained weight, so I'm gonna diet and exercise to lose that weight. Innocent, right? Um, and then it got out of control. Okay, so in the beginning, we're doing these things to feel better and to take care of ourselves. But eventually, they become habitual, they become habits. And what happens is we're actually creating physical changes in our brain. So whenever you learn something new, like you learn a kata in karate, you create new pathways in your brain. When you learn how to ride a bike, when you learn how to walk, you create this circuitry in your brain. It's a physical thing that happens in your brain, okay? And so like at first, you learn a new kata at the dojo. You've never learned kata before, never done karate. It feels like your brain hurts, right? It feels like you're learning a new language. You have no idea what you're doing. And that's because like you don't have the circuitry in there, or you don't have anything that's similar enough that you've done before, and so you're creating new pathways in your brain for this new thing that you're doing. Okay, so we develop these pathways, and over time, when we do the same thing over and over, like we keep practicing a kata or we keep having a drink when we're stressed, that pathway physically becomes like thicker, stronger, and faster. That it becomes easier to navigate, faster to do that, and we start doing those things on autopilot. Okay, so you start off with, like, let's say a good habit like brushing your teeth. At first it's like, oh, I've never brushed my teeth before, or let's say flossing, because not everyone flosses. So you start off, okay, I have to remind myself to floss, and at first it's difficult to remember, and then you start doing it and doing it, and every day you floss, and over time you create these pathways in your brain, and you start doing it on autopilot. You pick up the floss at bedtime and floss your teeth without even thinking about it, okay? Because you have that circuitry in your brain for this new behavior, okay? So think of it this way. You go for a walk in the woods. Let's say you're walking home from somewhere and you decide to cut through the woods. There's no path there. So you make a trail, right? You just start walking. And then every day you take the same route. And over time, that path will become a clear, obvious path. You're forging a path, you're making a path through the woods, right? And when you travel that path often enough, it becomes a really clear, obvious path, and it becomes easier to navigate. It's easier to walk on that path than anywhere else in the woods, right? And as you walk, like the grass wears away and the rocks kind of get tossed aside, and it becomes really quick. It's a really quick, fast process to go on that path, right? So the same thing happens when we're engaging in these thoughts and behaviors and these habits. Is they become a habit because there's a physical change in your brain. You're creating a path, and the more you travel that path, the easier it gets. And we do it on autopilot, okay? And over time, like if you stop traveling that path in the woods, it'll eventually grow over. But the thing is, it'll never completely disappear. That sounds a bit discouraging, where you're wanting to kick a habit. You have this pathway in your brain for drinking, or a pathway in your brain for compulsive eating, or whatever, or obsessive thinking. And the circuitry will always be there, even if you stop doing the thing. But it's actually okay, because we can work through this, and there's a way to break those habits. So with all of this, like in a very real way, old habits do die hard because we've got the pathway there all the time, right? And you might find that you don't do something, and then years later you get this urge to do the thing again. It's because the pathway is still there, right? The path has grown over, but it's still there underneath, and it's really easy to rekindle that, which sounds discouraging, but wait, there's actually hope with all this. So what happens? We develop these bad habits. We develop these habits of thinking, behaving to make us feel better. And we're doing it to bring ourselves up to this like baseline of feeling good. Okay, we want to get up there. We're feeling low. We want to get back up there. Okay, what ends up happening is those habits that we engage in, they become the negative experience. They become the thing that is the source of our suffering. Okay, and they become the painful experience themselves. So then what happens is we have this urge to engage in a habit, like an urge to drink, an urge to overeat, an urge to check your partner's phone to see if they're cheating on you. And that urge becomes the pain that we want to avoid, right? And the urge, though, because like we're creating this physical change in our brain, it becomes stronger the more we listen to it. The more you honor that urge and do what it says, the stronger those pathways become. And so it becomes easy to just do it. And it becomes a really difficult thing to not do it. And it hurts to have this voice in your head saying, do this thing, have a drink, eat that cake, get on the scale and weigh yourself, even though you know it makes you feel horrible, do it. And it's really hard to fight it, right? So what do we do? So, but the thing is, the more we listen to that urge and follow it, the bigger that path becomes. It becomes a highway through the woods, okay? Becomes a highway. So our suffering then increases and we get stuck in this cycle and we feel powerless to stop it, okay? So, but the thing is, remember, those habits, in the beginning, they were innocent. Misguided as they were there to help us. So we want to be better, right? We want to get back to this baseline of feeling good. And, but the habits, they drop us down lower than when we started. But this is a good thing. Think about this. If you start off feeling, stressed out and you want to feel better, you engage in this habit of drinking or whatever to feel better again. But now the habit of drinking and the urges that creates are a source of your stress. That's dropping you down even lower than you were to start with. So now you feel feeling worse than you were feeling. You feel worse now with that habit than you did when you started using that habit to feel better. So if you get rid of the habit, you're taking away all of that extra suffering, all of that extra pain that drops you down even lower. And so you'll automatically feel better once you can kick that habit, right? And we do know this. That's why we want to kick our habits. We do know that it is a source of suffering for us. And we want to feel good again, right? Okay. So now something she talks about in this book, Amy Johnson, is she makes this analogy, and I'm going to talk about two different analogies here. So one is, hers is that who we are, we have this baseline of wellness, and we are like the sky. So the sky is always there, right? But then there's weather. There's storms, there's clouds, there's hail and snow and rain and sun and everything. The weather is not the sky. The sky is a constant. It's always there. It's always just the way it is. The weather masks the sky, though. It seems like, the sky is stormy. The sky is, no. The sky is just the sky. The weather changes, though. So who we are at our core, we are like the sky. We are this constant, totally whole, okay entity. And the stormy weather, all that weather, that's our thoughts, right? So we are not our thoughts, just like the sky isn't the weather. It's not the same thing. But those thoughts, they're so like tumultuous that it feels like that's who we are. It's like, that's my voice in my head. That's me. It's got to be me. No. Who you are is deeper than that. Who you are is actually a whole person. You are totally okay. So thoughts in your head that are creating that stress, right? Okay, so now another way to think about this, I've done a lot of reading of Jon Kabat-Zinn. If you've heard of this guy, he's awesome. I'm going to mention his book here. So he founded the mindfulness-based stress reduction program. It's used in hospitals. And he wrote this awesome book. It's called Full Catastrophe Living. Okay, I'll put a link to it below. And it's using the wisdom of your body and mind to face stress, pain, and illness. And this is a non-religious, not Buddhist, nothing like that. It's just mindfulness meditation, the art of paying attention, right? And the way he talks about it, it's similar to the sky weather thing, but what he says, it's like when we're able to, kind of connect with who we are and that wholeness that is in us, that peacefulness that is in us, separate from all of our bad habits and thoughts and stuff, it's like we're at the bottom of the ocean. We're sinking down to the bottom of the ocean where it's very peaceful and calm. And that is who we are at our core, is right down there, sitting at the bottom of the ocean in the sand. You might feel a little bit tossed around by the water, if it's a really, there's a lot going on, fish swimming by and stuff, but you're solid, right? You're solid and centered. Your thoughts, they are what's going on in the surface of the ocean. All the waves crashing, all that stuff going on up there, that's your thoughts. And a lot of the time, we spend a lot of time in our heads, caught up in our thoughts. And it's like we're on top of the, on the surface of the ocean, tossed around by the waves. But if we can sink down, so to speak, below our thoughts, below those waves, sink down to the bottom of the ocean, it is very still and peaceful and calm down there. Okay? So I really like these two ways of looking at it. So our thoughts are not us. We are something more grounded than that. Okay? So when we have these negative thoughts come up, and these urges to drink, smoke weed, buy $1,000 worth of crap online or whatever it is, go on social media, it's a sign that we're off kilter. It's a sign that our thoughts are unsettled, right? That we're experiencing stormy weather, that we're being tossed around by the waves. It's a sign that something's going on for us. Okay? So I actually see this as a gift. So I talked about my disordered eating in the past, and I worked through that. It took me a lot of work and a lot of years of working through it, and not, judging what I was eating, not judging my body, that kind of thing. But it still comes up. And it still comes up because I have those pathways in my brain, right? It was habitual behaviors and thinking I was fat, thinking I was ugly, thinking I wasn't skinny enough. And then I would, engage in all these diets and, over exercising and charting my progress, like writing everything down and researching and learning everything about nutrition. And it was very obsessive. And it was, it was initially a way to feel better, right? To feel in control of my life, to take charge of my life and feel better about my body because I was making progress. I was working on it, right? But it became a source of pain for me. And now I have those habits still. I have it's in my head, right? The circuitry, but I don't engage in those behaviors very often. I try not to, but sometimes it does come up again. And like very recently, it's actually come up again for me. And what happens for me is I get caught up in it again, and I start pulling out the scale, weighing myself again, judging my looks, judging, that kind of thing, getting fussy about my eating. And with having a background in nutrition like I do, I really have to be careful with judging my intake. And I can't track food specifically. I have to be really careful with that. Like counting calories doesn't work for me. It just doesn't work. Like I get obsessive again. I don't want to do that. So, I do have a comfortable relationship with food now, but it does come up. And so I've been having this stuff come up again and thinking, what's going on? And getting caught up in it again, because it's an easy path to follow, right? The path is still there. But then I recently, a couple of days ago, pulled back and went, whoa, whoa, whoa. This is just the old stuff coming up. And remembering that, no, this is a gift. It doesn't feel great, right? But it's a gift because it's a sign to me that I am unsettled, that there's something going on, that I'm trying to escape. I'm trying to feel more in control. I'm not feeling good about myself, whatever it is. It's a sign to me that I need to pay attention. So I see that as a positive thing. Because if I didn't have that sign, I wouldn't know that anything was bugging me, that anything was wrong, right? Okay, so it's time to pay attention. That's what our bodies and our minds are telling us, right? And it does take practice to not engage with these negative thoughts and these bad habits. And so for me, like I have my phone. I avoided getting a cell phone until I was 40 years old because I knew I would get obsessed with it. I knew, and I also know for myself, if I spend too much time looking at a screen, I get some dissociation, right? So I have to be careful with that and mindful of that. So, but now here I am. I have my phone. I have my online venture. I'm always on my computer, right? I'm filming, I'm editing, I'm writing, I'm interacting on all my socials. And I have to be very careful not to go down the rabbit hole online. But I do. And I do it when I'm stressed. I do it when I'm bored. I do it when I need, I don't know, like that dopamine hit, like someone liked my post, woohoo, right? And it starts to feel obsessive and out of control. So I do things where I try and control it. And I have, willpower and discipline. And like, okay, I'm going to put my phone on focus mode, or I'm going to delete apps on my phone. But it always comes back because I have to go on my phone. I have to go on my computer, right? I have to go on all of my karate shrimp socials. I have to. So me trying to, white knuckle my way through it and like, I'm going to kick this habit or I'm going to like give into it or fight it or whatever, it's not working, right? So, you know, when we engage with in these thoughts and these behaviors, it makes it worse. It's like a toddler having a tantrum. Whether you are a parent or you have seen toddlers have tantrums in the story, you know what I'm talking about. A toddler has a tantrum. You take them to the store, they're tired, they're hungry, whatever. Usually, okay, my view on it, total aside, your kid was not ready to go to the store. You should not have taken them to the store. It's already too late. They have the tantrum because they're tired, hungry, and you were not paying attention, but never mind that. Anyway, so the kid wants some candy. You say no, they have a tantrum. It's embarrassing. All hell breaks loose, right? So, though, if you feed the tantrum, it won't stop. If you engage with your toddler, if you give them what they want, or if you fight them on it, it makes it worse. Okay, they just get louder. And like I have two kids and they were both, very intense toddlers and kids, and they had a lot of tantrums. And I'm sure I've had a lot of tantrums too in my life. Stubborn people have crazy, cool, huge tantrums that you cannot stop if you interact with them. So it's the same thing with our thoughts and our bad habits. If we engage with them in any way, they just get stronger. That urge gets stronger, right? So if you, like, common sort of thinking on this is, well, you need willpower. You need discipline to get over these bad habits. You just need to push through and toughen up, pull up your bootstraps, whatever, and, push through it. And it takes willpower and you're just weak. And it's like, no, that's actually bullshit. Because when you engage with it, it's like, and that's not to say that that doesn't work for some people. Some people can use willpower, discipline, and they can break a habit, and they can do that. But most of us can't. And the reason is that trying to fight the habit or trying to block the habit, and ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist and la 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 la, no, it gives it more power. It makes that voice louder in our head, right? Just as giving in to the urge to do the thing makes it more powerful too, right? So what happens is when we engage with these thoughts, like you have an urge to drink, let's say, and you give into it, the urge gets stronger over time. If you fight it and say, no, I'm not going to drink, and you struggle with it, it just gets stronger. If you try and block it out of your head and pretend it's not there and just like willfully ignore it, it gets stronger. Okay, so because what it's doing, you're telling your brain that thought, that urge to have a drink or do whatever is really, really important. Look how much importance it has if you're struggling with it. Look how much space you're giving it in your head. So it must be worth listening to. It's so important. Like if you tell yourself, oh, I'm not good enough at karate. And then you start like struggling with that thought and arguing with that thought and saying, no, I actually am. Here's evidence of that. Or you say, no, I do suck and this is why. And you agree, or you try and block it out and la, 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 la. You're telling your brain that thought in your head that you're not good enough is really important. You're giving it a lot of attention, just like you're giving that toddler attention at the store. Okay, so it doesn't shut up. So the way she talks about it in the book is she talks about the two parts of our brain that are involved in this, or minimum two. Anyway, so there's your downstairs brain, your lower brain, your reptilian brain, and that's involved in like survival type stuff, fight or flight, keeping you alive, basically. And then you have your higher order processing, your upper brain, your upstairs brain, your cortex, your prefrontal cortex, and that's involved in like reasoning and motor control and all that higher order stuff. And so what happens is your lower part of your brain, it's in charge of your survival. And when you create habits and you start doing things on autopilot without thinking, that part of your brain takes over that thing. So it'll say, okay, well, if you have a habit, say you have a habit to drink when you're stressed. That part of your brain is like, well, this is a habit that you have, so it must be important. So, okay, we'll just take over and we'll tell you when you need to have a drink, right? Well, and so you get this voice in your head that feels very insistent and frustrating and hard to ignore. And it's the lower part of your brain that's trying to keep you alive, and it treats your habits like it's a do or die situation. So that's why that voice in your head feels like do or die. Listen to the urge, or like the world is ending, right? It's so insistent because of where it's coming from in our brain. But the thing is, that part of our brain isn't actually in charge. It's our upstairs brain is in charge of taking action. So that voice is so insistent that, you know, the upstairs brain is like, okay, this must be important. I better do this thing, right? I better engage in this bad habit. And the way she talks about it in the book, it's like the lower part of your brain telling you, have a drink, get on the scale, check your partner's phone. It's the backseat driver, okay? And it's really loud and obnoxious in the back seat. And us in the front, we're actually in charge of the car. The upper brain is actually in charge. We're driving. But that voice in the back is so loud and obnoxious and annoying that we feel like, okay, yeah, it's in charge. We better listen, okay? But it's not in charge. We're driving the car. Okay? So we don't have to act on those messages. They're very insistent and strong because of the part of our brain that's yelling it at us, and because we've created this habit of listening to it. And so that pathway is really strong. That highway is, you know, going through the woods. It's easy. It's easy to listen to those urges. We feel like we have two parts of us struggling, right? The part of us that wants us to do the thing, and then the part of us that knows better. And it's because we do have two parts of our brain that are like engaging on this thing, okay? So that's why you feel like that, like you're torn. You're like, I know better, but I really want to do this thing. It's because you're having this communication between two parts of your brain, okay? So now, part of the relaxation and stress relief that comes from engaging these habits is the relief of that urge going away. So you have this voice in your head to do this thing, to engage in this habit, and it does not shut up. The toddler will not shut up. It's the toddler screaming in the store. When they finally quiet down, you're like, oh my gosh, thank goodness, right? That relief. So when you have a drink, when you get on the scale, when you give the toddler candy, it gets quiet, and then we feel relieved. So that relaxation we feel when we engage in a bad habit is from the relief of the suffering brought by the urge. Does that make sense? So it's not real relaxation. It's a temporary thing that's like, okay, the voice shut up for a minute. Now I get a bit of rest until the next time that voice starts yelling at me again. So you never really relax because you know it's going to come back, right? You know that urge is going to come back. So this is worth working on, right? Because, you know, we can experience true relaxation and contentment and peacefulness and feeling whole and good about ourselves. But it does take some working on it. But the thing is, we don't actually have to do anything. And this is the beautiful thing with this method that she talks about in this book, is we don't have to do anything. We don't need willpower. We don't need discipline. We don't need to fight those thoughts and urges. We don't need to like try and ignore them and I can't hear you, and distract yourself with other things. You don't need to replace a bad habit with another one. If we can stop engaging with those thoughts that tell us we need to do this thing, that urge actually gets quieter. It fades over time. So the toddler will calm down. The toddler will calm down, okay? The little toddler in our head screaming at us will calm down if we stop giving in and if we stop fighting it. Okay? If we stop struggling, that voice will calm down. It does take time, and it does take practice. And I'm working on this right now. Again, like the eating thing, I became aware of it. So I was like, okay, I'm just not going to get on the scale because I don't need to. And that's just the same old habit. So I was like, okay, what you can do, and here's what you do. The thought comes up to do the thing, to step on the scale because you feel shitty, to have a drink because you're stressed, to whatever. The thought comes up, and instead of acting on it or fighting it or trying to block it out of your head, distract yourself, replace it with something else, you just sit back and look at it. So this is mindfulness. We're practicing mindfulness. You look at it and realize it's a thought. is a thought in your head, and you don't have to do anything. You don't have to act on it. You don't have to struggle with it. You don't have to do anything. It's just a thought. We get a lot of thoughts that go through our head that are pretty weird that we don't even pay attention to because it's just some random thing, right? Like, oh, there's a squirrel and blah, blah, whatever thoughts in your head, and you don't pay attention to it because it's just a thought going through your head, or you get some weird impulse that you've never had before just to, I wonder if I just like practice karate on my counter right now. How would that, and then the thought goes away. I can't think of any good examples, but you get my point. We get thoughts that go through our head that go away because we don't engage with them. But when we stop that thought and grab it and hold on to it and struggle with it, it keeps coming back. So we need to practice not engaging. We need to practice just letting that thought be, not trying to control it, not trying to fight it, just letting it be without judgment, without judging ourselves, without saying I'm a horrible person because I had this thought and this urge and I had this habit that I want to get rid of. Because you were doing it to help yourself, right? We do those things to help ourselves, and it's just not the right thing. We just didn't know any better. But now we do, right? So we can pause. We can pause in those moments and just try and pay attention to what's going on in our head and see that, okay, it's a gift. It's a sign that I'm unsettled. There's stuff going on and I need to pay attention, but I don't have to do anything with that thought. I don't have to do anything with it. And with practice, those thoughts will fade. Those urges will fade if we don't engage with them. They will fade over time. You might eventually find that that urge or that thought comes up out of the blue, like I did recently, just came up out of the blue, because the circuitry is still there. And like some people, they might find like they stop drinking and then, months or years later, they have a drink again, like because they're stressed, like, oh, I feel like having a drink. And then they feel like they fucked up. They feel like, oh, I fell off the wagon. Look at me. I'm useless. I'm a weak person. And really, it was just that the circuitry was still in their brain and they were feeling stressed. And so an old habit came up and they had a drink, and so what? Doesn't mean they're broken and doesn't mean they fucked up. It just means that they had a habit that was hard to break, and it's still there in their head. And so they followed an old pattern, but it was just to make themselves feel better. It wasn't evil, it was misguided, but they weren't doing it for bad reasons, right? And so let go of that judgment and say, okay, so I did that, but then you stop and pay attention and say, look, I fell off the wagon. Okay, I followed this habit again, followed this urge, but this is actually useful information that, look, no, I am stressed again. I do want to feel better again. I do want to get back to that baseline of wellness, right? And I just didn't know any better before, but now I do. And I don't have to keep drinking or overeating or dieting. I don't have to keep doing those things because I know better now. I know that there's another way. I can start paying attention and practicing self-awareness and just sitting with those urges when they come. When we can bring awareness to it, sometimes it just hits us because we're not being aware, right? And then when we do bring awareness to it, it's like, oh, that's why I had that urge. That's why. Oh, here it is again. It's just another urge. It's just a thought in my head. It's not a big deal. Okay? And over time, they weaken, right? They will weaken again. They will fade again. So this is how we can kind of get control back in our life, right? We've been in control this whole time. We didn't think we were, but we have been. But we were trying our best. We were doing the best that we could, and we were trying to feel good. We just didn't know that there's a better way. Okay? So you are an awesome person. You have this baseline of you at the bottom of the ocean feeling, I'm not saying you should be at the bottom of the ocean, that sounds kind of sinister, but you're peaceful, you're calm, you're well at your core, and you can discover that again. You can make peace with all of this and find that part of you again, right? And I really believe this, and I think this can have such a positive impact. Learning about this stuff and practicing new ways of engaging with our thoughts so that we can feel in control again, right? And feel well. And so practicing this can help you. It can help you perform better in your life and perform better in martial arts. And so I highly recommend this book, again, this Full Catastrophe Living by Jon Kabat-Zinn, as well as the little book of Big Change by Amy Johnson. The Jon Kabat-Zinn, he has a mindfulness program in here, and it walks you through, different types of meditation you can do, sitting, lying down, and how to handle those thoughts when they come up. So I highly recommend that resource. So thank you for listening. Let's talk about comparison. Recently, Jesse Enkamp put a post on social media. I'm sure you follow Jesse Enkamp, the karate nerd. In it, he showed a photo of himself as a kid, and he said, as a kid, he actually didn't like karate. He thought it was really boring. And he wanted to express his gratitude in this post that his parents did not let him quit, even when he wanted to. And the message being, don't quit. Even if you lose motivation, don't quit. You can achieve great things if you don't quit. And I like this message. I think it's a good one. It's totally valid. And I use this a lot in my content. But there is a caveat here. Jesse Enkamp not quitting is not the same thing as you would, or I not quitting. It's not the same thing. He was basically groomed for this. And this isn't to discount his accomplishments at all, but everything in his childhood and his environment supported him becoming the martial artist he is today, right? He grew up in a karate dojo. How many of us can say that? I certainly can't. So again, I'm not putting down his accomplishments. I'm more so saying this to discourage people from comparing themselves to someone else, to compare yourself to some famous YouTuber or some martial artist who has, achieved all these great things. It's pointless and empty. It means nothing. We're not the same. We don't have the same environment and the same upbringing. And if we compare ourselves, we will ultimately end up feeling like we don't measure up. So Jesse Enkamp's environment made it very difficult for him to quit karate, right? Everything in his environment made it easy to continue and to succeed on that path. So even if he struggled with motivation, he didn't struggle with opportunity, right? He didn't struggle with the means to achieve what he has achieved. There were very likely few obstacles in the way of him becoming a successful martial artist, however you measure that, whether it's an athlete or a dojo owner or a karate YouTuber. So someone who grows up in a dojo is much more likely to be a martial artist through their life. Someone who grows up in a gym is far more likely to have fitness take a central role in their life. So you see someone on the street who's healthy and jacked, if they grew up in that environment, in a gym, it's far easier for them to get to that point and to maintain it. So if you look at people who are jacked or healthy or like successful martial artists and you think, why aren't I like that? Well, maybe it's harder for you to stick with it because you didn't grow up in a gym, or you didn't grow up in a dojo. You didn't grow up in an environment where everything around you supports that lifestyle. You look at that though, and you compare yourself and you think, well, maybe I'm just lazy. Maybe I'm just not motivated. And really, it's just that they grew up in that environment, possibly, and they eat, breathe, sleep fitness or karate or whatever it is. Okay? You're not the same. We are not the same. For someone in that environment, sticking with it is going to be far, far easier. And it's likely that they will struggle far less than the rest of us. And our environment in a very real way shapes what we can do and accomplish in our life. It does. And there's this common phrase out there in health and fitness and motivational stuff that if I can do it, you can do it too. And this is meant to be motivating and encouraging, but actually it's a fallacy and it's a form of victim blaming. Because if you don't do it, it's on you, right? You must be flawed in some way. You must be lazy or screwed up or you're undisciplined. If that person can do it, why can't you? What's wrong with you? That's what that suggests, that type of thinking. And you think about it, if a famous karate YouTuber were to go up to a homeless person on the street and say, hey, if I can do it, you can do it too. Would this be fair? I mean, it's a bit of an extreme example, but is it? You know, the homeless person has far more obstacles to overcome to become a karate YouTuber, a famous karate YouTuber, or an Olympic athlete, or a dojo owner, or, to have martial arts, like be successful in martial arts in any other capacity. It's not impossible, but it would be very, very difficult for that person. In my view, a homeless person turning their life around and making karate or martial arts like the central part of their life and being successful on that journey, that is far more impressive for that person to do that than someone who was raised in a dojo. And again, not putting down famous karate YouTubers because I hope to be one day myself, but just to say that it's not the same thing. It's not comparable. But we do compare, right? We make those comparisons all the time. But yeah, one person being able to do it doesn't mean anyone else can do it. It's not the same thing. So we need to stop thinking like this, that if that person can do it, I can do it too, and I should do it too. And the implication with all this is that, achieving greatness is commonplace and it's achievable for everybody, right? But it's not on those terms. The implication is also that, pursuing a certain career or role or path is right for everyone, or everyone can do it. That, everyone has the personality traits and the skills to achieve that. But maybe, trying to be Jesse Enkamp isn't the right path. Some people aren't good on camera. Some people are not good at teaching and never will be. Some people aren't athletic, right? Some people are better suited to working for somebody else than running their own show. Some people, it's just not their thing. It's just not right for them. And encouraging them to do that and saying, well, if he did it, you can do it too, and they're not suited for it, they're much more likely to fall flat on their face and then feel like a failure. And maybe being a martial artist isn't even the right fit for you or whoever. Maybe sparring isn't the right thing for you. Just because I love sparring and I'm a clash fighter and I love getting in there and doling out pain doesn't mean everyone else is. Doesn't mean everyone else is comfortable getting in there being aggressive. Doesn't mean they're comfortable with conflict. Doesn't mean they're, comfortable taking a hit. Not everyone is. And not everyone should spar because it might not be the right fit for them. For some martial artists, maybe quitting is actually the right choice. Quitting competitions maybe because they're done with getting hurt in the ring. Or, just doing more gentle forms of training because their joints are killing them. From now on, just kata, whatever, because their bodies can't take it anymore. There is no shame in that. There's no shame in saying, I'm not going to spar anymore because I'm tired of injuries. There's no shame in saying, I'm just going to do kata because my joints can't take the high intensity stuff. There's no shame in that. It's actually smart training. It's smart to be self-aware and say, no, these are the limitations that I'm experiencing right now. These are the limitations for my body. So comparing ourselves to someone like Jesse Enkamp, whether it's don't quit or you can do this too, it assumes that we're the same, that we have the same strengths, the same weaknesses, the same upbringing, right? The same background, the same life story, the same genetics, the same wiring in our brains, the same interests. That's what it assumes. But we don't have any of that. We don't have the same upbringing. We don't have the same wiring. We're different. And when we fall short, of achieving the things that other person that we're comparing ourselves to has achieved, we feel like we suck, right? But we're just different. And maybe that goal was unrealistic for us. Depending on your circumstances, martial arts might even be difficult just to start. Like training in martial arts is not cheap, depending on my experience in martial arts, where I've been to a dojo that was run as a business to make a profit. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. You're paying for your training, your membership fee, tournaments, belt tests, all your gear, your sparring gear, 2 sets for tournaments and all the weapons, gear bag to hold it all in. And then I've got kids in karate and I'm paying for all that too. Is expensive. And not everyone has the means to do that. And, some people, they can't afford that, or they don't have that, access to that. And they can only learn martial arts from books or YouTube. That's all they have available. And they only, they don't have the proper gear. They can only use what they have on hand or what they can make, substitute. And they need to do that because that's what's in their environment. And that doesn't make them weak or lazy. It doesn't mean that they just don't want it badly enough. But unfortunately, that's the message that's so commonly seen online. I see this in martial arts forums that, if you don't train at a dojo, it's not worthwhile. And then there's all these people who are saying, but I can't afford it. I don't have one nearby. I can't get there. I don't have a car. I don't have money. I don't have whatever the reason. They can't do it. And so they're like, well, I'm left with books or YouTube. And they're saying, can you recommend some good YouTube videos for me so I can learn karate or whatever martial art? Can you recommend books? And there's this attitude of, no, that's not good enough. You just don't want it badly enough. But that person's circumstances, maybe they really want it badly, but they just can't do it. So they do the best they can. And that's that other message that I see online all the time. If you want it badly enough, you'll make it happen. But that's not fair either. That's also victim blaming. Just like saying, if I can do it, you can do it too. And then if you fail, well, it's your fault. If you want it badly enough, you'll make it happen. But if you can't make it happen, well, it's on you. You didn't want it badly enough. It's your fault. If you fail, you just didn't want it badly enough. Sucks to be you. When in reality, maybe your environment makes it very difficult for you, right? Makes it difficult for you to succeed. Maybe you have too many obstacles in your life. Maybe you did not grow up in a dojo. Maybe you just do not have the means. And the opposite end of all of this is important to discuss too, thinking that we can't achieve something, not believing in ourselves, and thereby destroying any possibility that we can achieve it, right? So if you look at Jesse Enkamp and think, I want to be him, but I don't believe that I can do it, well, then yeah, you've eliminated the possibility that you can create that life for yourself. You've basically said, no, I'm blocking that path. You do need to believe in your capacity for greatness, however that looks, however you define that, but you also need to be realistic. And sometimes quitting is the right choice. When we throw around this blanket advice, like don't quit, don't give up. If I can do it, you can do it too. If you want it badly enough, you'll make it happen. When we find ourselves wanting to say those things, I think it's good to stop and pause and really think this through and think about what we're saying. And perhaps look at it a little differently and try to be more sensitive to people's circumstances and realities. And to respect the choices that they make and the progress that they do make, even if it doesn't fit some ideal of success, even if it doesn't fit our path and what we want and what we're capable of doing with the means we have available within our environment. Because however it looks, if it's you training in your living room with homemade weapons, if that's all you've got, if it's quitting competition because you're tired of the stress of it, or you're tired of, getting beaten up in the ring, you're tired of concussions, if it's just practicing kata because your joints can't take it, or just training occasionally, just so you don't forget what you've learned all those years, and you just do it every now and then when you feel like it. Or if it's even deciding not to start martial arts and just read books and watch videos to satisfy that passion, all of that is totally valid. It is totally valid and okay. Any of those things can be a success depending on how you measure it. Any of those things can be a successful, martial arts journey. It's how you define it. And if you ever do lose motivation or feel like quitting and compare yourself to someone like Jesse Enkamp and beat yourself up because he didn't quit, consider how much tougher your path is than his. You didn't grow up in a dojo, assuming you didn't, of course. You do have far more obstacles in your path. right? You don't have that support system in place, a mom who's a sensei or whatever to keep you on track when you want to quit. You don't have that. You don't have someone and an environment, people in your life who make sure that quitting isn't an option. You don't have that. So stop comparing yourself to people who do have that, to people who might have it easy or easier than you. We don't know, right? You can't look at anyone else and really know what they have struggled with to get to where they are today. We don't know. But here you are, obstacles in your path, ups and downs throughout your martial arts journey. And you're still here, however that looks. That, to me, is far more impressive than anything else. What kind of coaching or teaching style works best in martial arts for both the instructor as well as the student? I'm going to compare two different types of coaching in this talk and talk about which one is more effective and why. And for this, I will be using coach and teacher as synonymous terms. So the first style of teacher is one we're all familiar with. We've all had a teacher like this. I think almost every teacher, instructor, and coach I have ever had has been like this first one, except for a very, very small number that really stood out to me. So this is the old school style of teacher that we all grew up with. Most people's teachers were like this. Most people's parents were like this. Here's what it looks like. The role they take on is that of expert and person in charge. Do what I say because I said so. Do it because I said so, okay? So they put themselves above their students as experts. And there's a clear power dynamic and everyone is aware of it. And in a dojo, of course, there already is a hierarchy. We're aware of this with different ranks. But in this case, with this style of instructor, they make you aware of that power structure all the time, okay? So I think a lot of people teach like this because this is how we were taught. And I think many people do it to feel more confident. So you think of it, if you're a brand new karate instructor, you've never taught a class before, and you're feeling naturally insecure, an effective way to hide this is to present yourself as an expert. Because if you do, no one's going to doubt your knowledge or experience. Whatever the reason, it's a more dogmatic style of teaching. And it's not bad intentioned, but it's just not totally effective. Don't get me wrong though, there are some students who respond really well to this type of teacher or coach and they actually prefer it and it works for them. It really motivates them to push harder in class. And these teachers do mean well. I think, they're passionate about what they do, they're passionate about teaching and they want to share their, knowledge and experience with their students. But like I said, for many of us, it is not the most effective teaching style. So let's use a martial arts dojo as an example. So in this dojo, the martial arts instructor has a very clear power dynamic with the students, with them at the top. They make it clear all the time that they're in charge, that they're the expert and they know better than everyone on everything. And they give out orders and expect obedience. Do what I say because I said so. And some of the students in class might respond well to it. And the instructor will probably see these students as the good students. These are the star students. These are the instructor's favorite students, right? Because they do everything that they're told. So the instructor loves this. And then there's, the other students who might be indifferent to this style of teaching. They don't really care what their teacher is like. And they work hard no matter what their teacher is like. So they will also respond well or seem to, and they work just as hard as the good students. So, they seem like good students as well. But then there's students who don't like this style of teacher, who do not respond well to it, and for whom this style of teaching does not work. So these are not the star students. These are not the class favorites. The teacher does not love these students, and they know it, and everyone else knows it too. They don't train as hard in class. They don't do as well. Maybe they struggle more with certain things. And then they start feeling frustrated with, the teacher harping on them. They start skipping class. Maybe they quit entirely. Okay. And on the surface, they seem to be acting lazy or unmotivated, or they're just being difficult, or they lack discipline, right? And the instructor feels frustrated because the instructor knows these students can do better. They have so much potential, right? If only they would apply themselves, if only they would develop self-discipline, they could do so much better. So the instructor doubles down and starts pushing them harder in class. Why don't you train harder? Why don't you practice more? Why don't you come to class more often? Why don't you practice more at home? Right? Why don't you sign up for more tournaments? Why aren't you ready for your belt test yet, like little Johnny over there? Develop some discipline. That's all it takes. Push, push, push. And those students then, of course, respond even less well to this, and the instructor gets pushback and resistance from the students. And then both parties end up feeling really frustrated. So with this style of teaching, say at a dojo, you do risk a higher rate of quitting among students and a higher rate of burnout among instructors. So you might end up with a really well-meaning instructor who loves their art and wants to share and wants to teach, and they want to see their students do well, but they can't seem to reach them. They can't seem to make a difference in these students' lives, in that type of student, their life. And they end up feeling stressed and burnt out and frustrated, when these students keep quitting and quitting and quitting, and there's this revolving door. So this isn't a judgment. I do think these coaches really mean well. They love teaching. They want to share their stuff, their knowledge, their passion, right? But they don't know how to reach these students. And what happens is they tend to see the students as the problem, right? The student is the problem. If only they would listen to me. And then there's a totally different coaching style. And I think you can probably see where I'm going with this. I prefer this style of teacher. So this, you could call it student-centered teaching or coaching, or athlete-centered or client-centered, depending on what terms you use. So this style of teacher is equally passionate about what they do, but you'll see something different in their relationship with their students. So with this, the teacher is still the knowledgeable one, of course, clearly, but they're not bent on being seen as an expert all the time. They're not bent on having power over their students. And this type of teacher will be willing to blend their knowledge and experience with their students' preferences and goals. They might be more willing to ask their students questions, sometimes uncomfortable questions, and actually ask for feedback from their students, so that they can become better teachers themselves. These teachers are still willing to learn, right? They still see themselves as students that have a lot to learn, and they want to grow as teachers and coaches. And what you'll see here is because these teachers practice more empathy, you'll see a deeper level of trust and rapport between this type of teacher and their students. And so this style of teacher will respect their students' limitations. So if a student skips a lot of class, this teacher won't bark at them for missing class. Instead, they're more likely to check in with their students and see how they're doing. This coach might push their students just as hard as the other style of coach, but they understand and respect that what's going on outside the dojo in their students' lives is affecting them. It does play a role. And they're willing to work with their students where they're at right now, rather than just saying, do this because I said so, right? Even if it doesn't work for that student. So for example, if a student is scared of sparring, a coach-centered coach might say, hey, you need to just get in there and face your fear. Spar no matter what. Like, suck it up. Johnny over there is sparring. You can do it too. Just get in there and do it. Okay? Just overcome your fear. Whereas a student-centered teacher might say, hey, you seem to have a lot of anxiety around this right now. How about we come up with some other activities, maybe some sparring drills or something on your own or with a partner, just until you get more comfortable with it, and we can work towards you feeling less anxious. If a student keeps missing class, a coach-centered coach might say, you just need to come to class more, be more disciplined. Whereas a student-centered coach will say, hey, is everything okay with you? Is there anything I can do to help so you can get to class more often? There's a shift in focus with this dynamic. With the first, the teacher is clearly at the top of a hierarchy and makes sure that everyone knows about it all the time. With the second, the teacher is more of a guide on the side. They're still the knowledgeable one, but they don't put themselves on a pedestal. And this second style addresses what is missing with the first style, which is basically that if we are too concerned as coach with looking like an expert, with looking smart and having all the answers, with maintaining authority and maintaining that power dynamic, then we're not thinking enough about what our students need. And we end up missing out on all those subtle details and pieces of information from our students that could actually help us reach them better and teach them better. So we're missing out on what those students already know about their own bodies. We're missing out on what our students' real challenges are and what their preferences are, what their goals are, what their priorities are, and what really inspires them. Martial arts instructors might be the experts in their particular martial art, but the students are the experts on their whole lives. So if you or I or anyone wants to be the best coach or teacher we can be, we would do well to try and integrate our knowledge and expertise with, that of our students, right? And blend our expertise together. And if we take this approach where we honor and respect that they are the experts on their own lives, we will see our students' dignity increase. We will see their self-determination and self-efficacy increase. And we'll start to see results that are much more sustainable. This is collaboration, and it's a win-win for both instructor and student. And it does require empathy, and it requires really listening to our students and athletes. And these are skills that might be difficult for some coaches if they're not used to teaching in this way. But by focusing much more on the students than on our own expertise, we'll start to unlock some insights. Our students will start to relax and open up to us more and share more with us. Rather than a teacher who barks at you every time you're late or miss class because of something going on in your life, you're more willing to share the stress you're under with this second type of teacher. That type of teacher will learn more personal information, and the students will gain more clarity in their own goals and thinking, okay? And they'll start to engage in what's called change talk rather than sustained talk. And change talk is the kind of talk that shows that we're willing to change, we're ready to change. Sustained talk is when we're like, I don't think I can do that. I don't know if I can do it, okay? So they start to talk in a way that shows they're ready and willing to change rather than showing resistance in the way they're talking. And what will happen, and this is the awesome part, students will start to solve their own problems. And this is really important, right? Think about it from a student's point of view. A coach-centered instructor who makes you feel bad or defensive for skipping practice or class or for not signing up for a tournament. Maybe your life is really overwhelming and stressful right now and you just can't do it. And you're doing the best you can, right? And your coach is starting to feel frustrated because they really do want you to do better. They know you can do better. They want to see you succeed and perform better. So they think they just need to push you more. They just need to get on you to train harder, push harder, show up more. But what happens is your instructor isn't really listening, isn't really seeing you, and isn't meeting you where you are right now. Where you are right now is your life is stressful. You're doing the best you can. You're struggling though, and your instructor isn't seeing that. It's just like, no, come towards me. Come over here where I want you to be, right? They're not meeting you where you are. So what happens is their passion for martial arts is unintentionally pushing you further away from your goals, you as student. And it's actually talking you out of change. And we lose people's trust when we do this, when we teach like this. So let's do a little role play now. So you are the student and I'm the instructor, and you're feeling overwhelmed. You haven't been coming to class lately, and I'm going to have a conversation with you. So as I talk, just pay attention to how you feel, okay? And to your body language, what happens to your body when I say different things. So for the first style, I'll just say, hey, you haven't been to class very often, or you haven't been showing up. And you respond with something like, well, I'm feeling really overwhelmed. Life is crazy right now. Okay, so the first type, coach-centered. Well, you just need to try harder. Like, martial arts is a priority. You need to make it a priority, and you need to buckle down and work harder. You need discipline. Look at Johnny over there. Johnny has won every single tournament because he shows up to class all the time. Don't you want to be like Johnny? Do you want to be like little Johnny? He's the best there is. And if he can do it, you can do it too. Okay, so how do you feel when I talk to you like this? Do you start to shrink back and feel a little defensive? You do, right? You do, because it's an attack. I'm attacking you, okay? And do you feel like continuing this conversation with me? Probably not. You probably feel like just running away, leaving the room. It's a totally dead-end conversation. So now the second one. So I am a student-centered teacher, and I've said to you, hey, you haven't been to class. And you say, yeah, I'm really stressed out right now. Lots going on. So now here's how I respond. Oh, wow. Well, it sounds like your life is really, really overwhelming right now. Is there anything I can do to help? Okay, how do you feel when I respond like this? You start to relax a little bit, right? And so then you might say, oh, I really want to come to class more often, but I can't juggle it all right now with work and school and whatever. I just feel so overwhelmed. And then maybe I say, I can see how difficult it is for you to juggle all of that. Hey, maybe we can come up with a practice routine that you can do at home on your own time, when you have time. Does that work for you? How do you feel then? Pretty good, right? Okay, like I'm helping you here. So then you respond, yes, that would be great. I can probably do like 5 to 10 minutes before work in the mornings. Okay. And then your instructors say, okay, cool. Well, come talk to me after class and we'll come up with a little routine that you can practice at home when you have time. And that way you won't get too behind and you can stay caught up with your training. So how do you feel right now? Totally different from the first one, right? Like you feel like I'm actually listening to you. You feel heard. The difference here, when someone, well-meaning as they are, pushes you to do something, be disciplined, show up to class more. It's so simple. Just do what I say. It makes you resist. You feel that your autonomy is being challenged. You feel defensive because of the way they say it. But when that person really sees you and hears you and listens to you and realizes that you're doing the best you can right now, but you're struggling, but you don't know how to fix it, then they can work with you where you are right now. And they can come up with, help you come up with a possible solution that is sustainable and realistic for you and that doesn't make you feel attacked or defensive. And then like that conversation might continue where then you, the student, start thinking, okay, actually, I might be able to do more than 5 to 10 minutes at home. Or you figure, think, actually, maybe if I juggle a few things, I can come to class more. But it gets the student relaxed and thinking and problem solving on their own as well, when they feel that they're being listened to and not just pushed to do what the teacher wants. So this is really cool stuff because this is when change happens. And it works really well when, that coach or teacher respects that the student is the expert on their own life. And they honestly do know best about what they can juggle right now. And when they feel respected, they start to relax and they start to feel more in control. And then they want to change. The student will want to do better. But when we push them and nag them and harp on them and, just try and get them to do what we want, they actually resist change. That's human nature. No one likes being backed into a corner, no matter how well-meaning that other person is. If your instructor, who wants so badly to help you, ends up pushing you, lecturing you, preaching, you'll end up resisting and pushing back. But if your instructor chills about it and allows for non-change, for you to remain where you are without judging you for it, you will actually start to relax and become much more willing to change. So think about it like the teacher and the student are holding an elastic band, a rubber band between them. That elastic band is the level of trust between them. When the coach puts themselves way up above the student, they're pulling, there's that pull on the elastic band. It gets strained and it gets weakened. That trust is going to get strained if you put yourself way above another person and say, I'm an expert on your life. I know best for you. People really just want to feel heard and understood. The coach is actually in a much better position to help these people, which, both types of teacher do want to help, right? But they're in a better position to actually help and develop trust and rapport when they stand alongside their student or athlete. Holding that elastic band, holding it loosely between them, supporting their student. No struggle, no pushing or pulling, no resistance. When we allow for non-change, we actually end up encouraging more change. When we push really hard for change in others, though, we end up with them pushing back and resisting. And, we do need to challenge our students. And I think we as students need to be challenged. I'm not saying that we shouldn't push students or be pushed as students. We shouldn't slack off or lower our standards or expectations for other people, but we can do it in a different way. Like, we want to improve our performance. We want our students to improve their performance. That's really important. It absolutely is. And, it helps improve our health and our confidence and everything else in our life. And it improves us as people and martial artists. So we do need to be challenged as students, and we need coaches who are willing to challenge us. But that relationship can and also should prioritize trust and respect, mutual respect. And it can have both. And it will be a much stronger relationship if it has both. So because when that relationship between coach and athlete, teacher and student improves, amazing things can happen. It really is a valuable, beautiful relationship, that relationship between coach and athlete, instructor and student. It's a privilege to coach or teach someone. It truly is. The privilege isn't just for the student, it's also for the teacher. And when we build up trust and rapport, we can create a safe relationship where everyone improves, where everyone grows, and where everyone gets stronger as a martial artist. Hey, I like your outfit. Something I absolutely adore about karate is that what we look like under our uniforms never ever comes up as a talking point. We don't sit around with other martial artists and talk about how to get rid of cellulite or love handles. We don't talk about appearance at all. If you follow karate on Instagram, you don't see videos on this stuff. You don't see reels on 3 tips for building a booty for karate. In martial arts, we're focused far more on what we can do and on how well we can perform rather than on something superficial like looking good naked. And don't get me wrong, I want to look good naked, and many of us do, but fitness culture on social media can be a lot toxic. And I think it focuses far too much on appearance. So I follow a lot of fitness stuff on Instagram, and not just karate, but strength training and that kind of thing. And lately I've been getting all these reels that talk about something called hip dips. Have you heard of this? I had never heard of hip dips before. I actually had to Google it. So I see these videos, they're talking about hip dips and giving advice on how to get rid of it or how to reduce the appearance of hip dips. So I look it up, find out, okay, it's something where, I guess more so in women, but maybe men can have it too. It's where your thigh or your femur meets your pelvis, just above there. The hips can go in a little bit sometimes and then come back out. Some women have it, some don't. Women who have it, it can be more pronounced if you have more body fat. Okay, again, I knew nothing about this. Is this a concern? Is this really what people are focusing on? But it's funny because within a very short period of time after looking it up, I'm like, okay, I'm going to look in the mirror. Do I have hip dips? And then I'm like, find myself judging myself like, oh, do I or don't I? And do I measure up? And I quickly went, no, this is stupid. This is something I never was concerned about. It's something that doesn't matter. And, these posts, they're trying to solve a problem that isn't a problem. And that, most people, if they hadn't heard of it on social media, probably wouldn't even know about it. And now it's a problem? Like body fixation is a good thing, really? And then you have these other Instagrammers who are taking a different approach and they're celebrating their hip dips. Women saying, look, I've got hip dips and I fully accept this and it's okay. And it's promoting body positivity and body acceptance. And I do respect that. And I have made posts like this before, celebrating my flaws. And when I was younger, I had disordered eating and really horrible body image. And a big part of healing for me was coming out of hiding. And so I made this, scary post on social media. I was, I don't know, 41 or something. And I was like, okay, here's my abs, here's my cellulite, here's my body. And I fully accept it. I'm 41, I've got age spots and wrinkles, and yeah, I look good, but I'm not perfect. And I'm okay with that. And I no longer want to hide, right? I don't feel the need to hide my flaws anymore. And this was a really positive thing that I did. I felt really good and liberated after doing this. But even at the time, I was thinking, what would be even better than this is not focusing on appearance at all. Even body positivity type posts, it's still making appearance a thing, right? And I'd love to get to a point where it doesn't even have to come up, whether it's a positive post or a negative post. It would be great if none of us felt the need to super focus in on our appearance. Because honestly, the more we draw attention to this stuff, whether positively or negatively, the more we draw attention to it, the more we make it an issue and a thing of importance in our lives. And I'd love to get to a point where we don't even discuss this stuff at all. It's more so about what someone can do, or their intelligence, or what value they can bring to the world, rather than what their body looks like. And I think it would be so great to get to a point where fitness can be celebrated without that connection to the size of your muscles or the narrowness of your waist as like a sign that, you've won, you've achieved something. And I love that about karate, that we never, ever have these discussions. You build strength in karate, but it's about building strength for power. It's about building your power and building your speed and performing better. You're not just building strength to, look jacked. Although, that's a great thing too. But we're not. We're focusing on what we can do. We celebrate what we can do as martial artists, what we can do with these amazing bodies we have of all shapes and sizes. I love fitness. I love striving for things and, setting goals and pushing myself and building up muscle. It feels really empowering, but it's not the only thing that drives me, and like if there's been times in my life where I've slacked off with my fitness, and in those times it starts to become about my appearance again. I focus more on my body composition, probably because when you sit around a lot and you don't train, your body composition does change. You lose muscle, right? Use it or lose it is true. So that's when I start to focus more on my appearance. But then I get back into hard training again, and I realize, okay, that positive changes, so-called positive changes in your appearance, are a natural result of training hard. And that happens whether or not you make it a goal. And really what drives me with fitness is how I feel when I'm training a lot. I feel so good. The more I move, the more I want to move, and the happier I am. I'm happiest when I'm moving. I really am. And that's more so it. So when I'm moving a lot, yes, okay, my body composition improves, but that's not why I'm confident. I feel more confident because I'm doing something that brings me joy and that I feel good at and that I'm working on and improving upon. And so my focus improves and my motivation improves. I feel more empowered. And that has nothing to do with my appearance. None of that. And with karate, we get exactly that, We get this chance to improve ourselves, and a natural consequence of it is improving our body composition, improving our fitness. But we don't need to pay attention to those things. We don't need to make that a focus. when we're just trying to improve our performance in martial arts. All of that just happens as a consequence. And when we train hard in karate to improve our technique, to improve our performance, we fully inhabit our bodies, right? It's not just how we look on the outside. It's a much more full body experience. And, we focus on the position of our hands and our feet and our limbs in space and what that feels like and all the little nuances, right? And the subtle details of making a technique look good. And we focus so much on that, on the amazing things we can do with our bodies, rather than on how we look, on how, defined our forearms are, right? Or how big our muscles are. It's how can we move those muscles most effectively and more aesthetically, more beautifully, more powerfully. In karate, it's not about how you look, it's about power and purpose and intent. Being someone with a history of disordered eating and poor body image in the past, in my 20s, I found it so liberating to start martial arts, to put on a uniform and realize everyone is wearing the same uniform. And you can kind of see, what people look like under the uniform. You get a sense of it, but not really. You can't tell if one person has a six-pack or another one doesn't. You can't tell if someone has dimples in their butt cheeks. You cannot tell. Thank goodness. You cannot tell, when people are wearing karate uniforms, what they look like underneath. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how any of these people look, how any of us look in the slightest. And that is so awesome to me. And that was so new for me, this mindset of wanting to improve my fitness and striving for that in martial arts without it being tied to body proportions or body composition. In karate, our success is defined by our effort and our mastery of techniques. You don't get a gold medal for losing your love handles. You don't get a gold medal for reducing the appearance of hip dips. None of those things matter in the slightest in karate. And karate is set apart from this toxic fitness culture that unfortunately on social media seems to promote body dysmorphia, seems to promote this hyperfixation on all the little details of how we look. Or at the very least, a constant awareness of how we look and whether we measure up. Versus, in martial arts, your appearance doesn't matter apart from how a technique looks or how well you present yourself. Certainly, looking nice and neat and tidy in your uniform, having good hygiene, all of these things are important. Although I have seen, even at a tournament, there was a guy who his uniform was really wrinkled, really unkempt, and he won the grand championship based on his effort, based on his performance. Apart from that, apart from how your uniform looks and how you carry yourself, your appearance does not factor in. And conversations about hip dips or six packs would seem so out of context in karate, kind of like in grade 5, I think it was, when I called my teacher mom. He was definitely not my mom, but it was so jarring, me yelling out mom to my male teacher. It was out of context, right? And it would be the same to be at a dojo and talking about cellulite. And I have heard some martial artists talk about this stuff and say, I want to lose the gut, or I want to lose shape or lose weight or get in shape. And it always seems a little unexpected to me to hear that, because I don't think about that stuff for other martial artists at all. I don't look at their bodies and judge them or imagine, okay, are they struggling with their, body image? Are they trying to lose weight? It seems irrelevant to me. It's like we're all there to improve at karate, and that's what matters. And we can do that no matter how we look. Because how we look, ultimately, it doesn't fucking matter. In martial arts, we train our bodies and we learn to respect our bodies for what they can do, for what they can accomplish, and for how our bodies can celebrate and represent martial arts. Why do we fear obsession? We worry that becoming obsessed with something will take over our lives, will make us crazy, will make us stand out, look different, or earn disapproval from others. But obsession is a requirement of greatness. To be successful in martial arts, you really do need to dedicate all of your thoughts to that goal. You need to be a so-called workaholic. You need to train really freaking hard and make a lot of sacrifices along the way. You need an aggressive sort of energy in order to achieve mastery. Excellence does have its price, but so does settling for mediocrity. Both of them have their trade-offs, but sadly, so many of us choose the discomfort of comfort. Many of us avoid the price of excellence in order to be just like everyone else. Obsession is seen as unhealthy and life balance the better choice. But with balance, we lose that bliss of total immersion in something we love. And we lose the bliss of pushing ourselves to achieve greater things than we ever thought possible. When I started my martial arts journey, I recall thinking very clearly to myself that if I could make a career out of being really excited about karate, I would do it in a heartbeat. I had found my obsession. For the first time in my life, I found something that spoke to me like nothing ever had, that reached me on some deep, visceral level, that I wanted to do every day, talk about with anyone who would listen, eat, breathe, sleep this wonderful new pursuit in my life. Finding an obsession in martial arts has been undeniably positive for me. Starting martial arts at 41 was a rebirth. I came alive that day, rediscovered my childlike spirit, my passion, my sense of play, my intensity. I had lost so much of that spirit in trying to be an adult, trying to fit in, trying to earn the approval of others who wanted me to be just like everyone else. My whole childhood, I heard that I was too impatient, that I should be seen and not heard, that I was too intense. And I bought into that. And by the time I hit my 40s, I barely recognized myself. I was always a creative spirit, but I lost that in trying to fit in and live a so-called balanced life. I no longer want balance. That life almost destroyed me. I want obsession. I want passion and drive and spirit and boundless energy and that overwhelming urge to push myself. I no longer accept average. I really believe that if something brings you joy and you're willing to make sacrifices for it, you're on the right track. You have found your purpose. And that is such a beautiful thing. Don't waste that energy in trying to fit in. Instead, take that energy and concentrate it and fuel it and direct it towards your vision, no matter how unrealistic or impractical it may seem. I set a goal for myself, a fairly arbitrary one, to reach 1 million subscribers on YouTube. I have no idea if this is achievable. I literally pulled this number out of the air, but I want to reach more people. I want to help more people. I want to inspire people, to show them that they matter, that they have value, to remind them of their worth, to help them with their struggles, to reignite their passion and spirit. I want to share that bubbling up of energy and joy that I experience with them, and to see that bubbling up spill over and infect them too. That's what I want, and that's what I'm striving for. But 1 million subscribers, it doesn't really matter to me. I picked that number, and is it achievable or realistic? Probably not, but I don't care because the goal itself doesn't matter. What matters is the work I need to do in order to get there. The obsession with pushing myself to become a better creator and a better martial artist, that is what matters. Whether I hit that goal or not, I'm growing as a creator. I'm growing as a martial artist. And that process of striving for excellence and mastery, that's what it's about. It takes an incredible amount of courage to say no to society's attempts to make you exactly the same as everyone else. It takes courage to step out and do greater things. We admire those who achieve greatness in martial arts, but we also envy them, maybe even hate them a little. They seem to be made of better stuff than us. But they're not. They just didn't give up. They committed to their path, and they made it an obsession. What matters isn't whether you achieve your goal or not. What matters is the process of carving yourself into something unstoppable. Your passion, your obsession, it speaks to you like nothing ever has. It takes over your life and takes on a life of its own. But don't fear it. Do you remember being a kid when life seemed magical in some way? I remember believing forests to be enchanted. There was this magical quality about the dark, earthy forests that I'd hike through with my family as a kid. We lose that sense of enchantment as adults. We worry about looking ridiculous or stupid, but we shouldn't. Bring that magic and enchantment back. Create a vision that is as magical as what you imagined as a child. And then do everything you can to make it a reality in your life. Obsession is seen as making you a weirdo or eccentric. People will say, you're so obsessed. You need to take a break. You need time off. You need a vacation. Be normal. If my vision of turning my house into a dojo makes me weird, guess what? I want to be weird. This path does require courage. You will at times along the way feel nervous or scared, but you need to act anyway because you are pursuing something that is far more important than that fear. And there is a bliss in pursuing this difficult path, a bliss that we miss out on if we seek a comfortable life. That high from moving out of your comfort zone, that high from a difficult sparring match, that high from working on a tough project and seeing it all come together. That high is amazing. That emotional ride that goes along with this process is seen as a negative thing, as too intense. But to me, it's everything. It's life. Are you up to the challenge of striving to be better? Are you up to the challenge of trying to make the world a better place because of your efforts to create value in your life? Of making martial arts stronger and more beautiful as a community and as a practice because of your contributions to it? Your obsession will inspire others. When someone has that sort of energy that is so infectious, you can't help but feel energized and motivated around them. You can't help but smile and laugh along with them. That collective energy can mobilize others. It can inspire them to pursue their own passion. Together with that optimism and fire and drive, we can create amazing things. Despite all the pain and awfulness in the world, we can create beauty. And through that process, we will be okay. We will be more than okay. As martial artists, we invite pain into our lives. We learn how to take a hit. And we learn that in order to improve, we need to do exactly that. Obsession with your martial art will invite pain into your life, but you are a martial artist. You're no stranger to pain, no stranger to discomfort. You know how to take a hit. You are more than strong enough to handle it. Get obsessed with your art, and please, whatever you do, stay that way. I was 10 when my dad was killed. My mom came running into my room that day, frantic that my dad hadn't woken me up for school. She and I had both overslept. My dad hadn't come home from his early morning walk with our dog. She and I sat at the living room window that morning for what felt like hours until the police finally showed up. My dad and our dog had been crossing the street. A woman stopped to let them go, but this young guy driving his dad's car, speeding, he didn't see our dog step out, and he didn't see my dad at the other end of the leash. I learned about loss that day, and soon after, once the shock wore off, I learned about hate. I became obsessed with vengeance. That guy was doing twice the speed limit, had a long list of driving offenses, but he got off. The judge felt sorry for him. His friends all gave him high fives in the courtroom, right in front of my grieving mother. I wasn't there, but I already knew about rage. Over the next several years, I processed my dad's death in my own way. I shut everyone out. I didn't talk about it. I didn't cry in front of anyone. I waited until I was alone in my room at night. That's the only time I cried. The rest of the time, I stayed strong for my mom. I didn't want to hurt her any more than she was already hurting. So I didn't let her know that I was hurting too. And I certainly didn't let her know about that hate. I was so numb. It seemed so surreal. I knew I needed to stay strong and focused, to stay sharp in order to be strong for my mom, to be able to be there for her. So I had to toughen up. Like a warrior in training, like a fighter, I had to train myself. So I started doing this thing to make it seem real. I imagined everything that happened to my dad that day in as much detail as possible. The walk, the speeding car, his hand through the loop in the leash, our dog ending up on my friend's front lawn, how my dog looked, how my dad looked, the scene as it would have looked to my elementary school, which was just a few steps away, my grade 5 teacher crying as he told the class why I wasn't there that day. All of it. I imagined all of it. And I imagined it over and over and over again until that surreal fog lifted and it started to become real. For years, I imagined my dad's death, and I held on to that rage towards the guy who had killed him. I held on to that visual and that anger. I wanted vengeance. I wanted the guy to suffer for what he did. I wanted him dead for ripping my dad away from me like that. What I saw in my head, that horror, I wanted him to pay for that. I wanted to fight for my dad, for justice. But then, unexpectedly, something changed in me. As more time passed, I realized I didn't hate him quite so much. Eventually, one day, I stopped hating him altogether. That scene that I imagined over and over and over in my head, that horror that I needed to face in order to get through it, that helped me heal. And that somehow helped me let go of my desire for vengeance. I realized that all those horrible things that I imagined in my head, that guy, he saw them for real. He saw it happen right in front of him. And it was because of him. And all those years, he had to live with those images in his head, the real ones, and the knowledge that it was because of him. No matter how much I hated that guy and wanted to somehow punish him for what he had done, I came to realize that there was nothing I could do that would be worse than that, than the reality of what he had done and having to see it over and over and over again in his head. I didn't have to seek vengeance. It already came about. That hatred went away and I started to heal. And eventually I realized that I had forgiven him. I saw his side of it. I saw what he must have suffered and I forgave him. Vengeance on its surface seems to be about honor, but ultimately it speaks to pride. It's about ego. All of my anger, my rage, my obsession with seeing him suffer, that years-long grudge I held against him. It was all about me. It wasn't about my dad or my dog or my mom or my sister or anyone else. It was about me. I was in pain, so I wanted to inflict pain in return. I was hurting, so I wanted him to hurt too. It wasn't about honor at all. My incredibly vivid imagination allowed me to see the other side. It allowed me to deflate back to normal size and see another perspective. And through that, I experienced compassion for this person who I thought I could never, ever forgive. I didn't like him. I didn't like what he had done, but I was able to empathize. I was able to let go of my inflated ego and humble myself so that I could see it from his point of view. And this is how I healed, through compassion. I'm going to read you a quote from an article. I'll put a link to it in the description below. It's called Radically Embodied Compassion, the Potential Role of Traditional Martial Arts in Compassion Cultivation. And it's by Neil Clapton and Sid Hiskey. Compassion is a central tenet, ethical intention, and motivational force integral to the way of many traditional martial arts. Traditional martial arts philosophy and systems are commensurate with this aforementioned idea of compassion, as a motive to empathically confront and take wise, skillful action to reduce and prevent suffering of self and others. At their core, traditional martial arts are mind-body self-cultivation systems that help develop compassionate and virtuous character strengths, such as courage, benevolence, wisdom, temperance, and justice. Seen from this perspective, martial arts can become a vehicle and pathway to reducing suffering, promoting well-being, and flourishing at a personal and social level. So martial arts then aren't just about self-defense. They're about preserving life and promoting well-being. And compassion, the desire to prevent and reduce suffering in others, is a vital part of this. That desire for vengeance can make us feel like fighters, strong, empowered, but ultimately it makes us weak. It's only when we can let go of that desire and practice empathy and compassion for others that our martial arts spirit can truly develop. Just because we can fight, and just because we really, really want to, like I did with losing my dad, doesn't mean we should. And with compassion, we learn that it's often better if we don't. Today, I'm going to talk about a great technique for getting our nerves under control. Whether we're feeling nervous about an upcoming tournament, or we have a belt test, or maybe we get really nervous about performing in front of the class at the dojo. Maybe we feel nervous about getting back into martial arts again after a period of time off. Or maybe we're starting martial arts or a new martial art for the very first time. Those nerves can really get the best of us. And so this activity is going to help us reduce those nerves and help us take back some control. So what you're going to do is you're going to take a piece of paper and you're going to draw a circle on it. I have a whiteboard here, and for those of you listening to the audio only version, don't worry, you're not missing anything if you can't see this, because I'm going to talk through it. So I have a circle here, and we're going to brainstorm all the things that affect our performance on the mats, whether at a tournament or belt test. And around the outside of the circle, we're going to write down all the things over which we have no control. And on the inside of the circle, we're going to write down all the things that affect our performance that we do have control over. For this example, I'm going to talk about a tournament. We're going to start with outside of the circle, all the things that we don't have control over, and you can feel free to join in and jot this stuff down on your own paper. You can add more if you think of stuff. Big thing for me, and a lot of this stuff is stuff that I stress about and I have stressed about at tournaments, things going wrong at a tournament, not within our control. When things go wrong at the tournament, I had one tournament where everything seemed to go wrong. We used Google Maps to find the event. It was a college campus, but there were two campuses in town. We didn't know that. We went to the wrong one. We were late for the tournament. Like everything was already starting. I had to change into my uniform in the car on the drive. I was in the back seat. Luckily, I already had my sports bra on. You know, I didn't have to change and totally get naked in the car, but like everything was going wrong. So we end up late. My first division was starting right then and there. All the divisions were really close together. There was no time to practice in between, and the venue, it was really small, and there was actually no space to practice, no space to stretch, nowhere to go for just some quiet time, nothing. So the whole day was really stressful. So things going wrong at a tournament. Another thing, having an unsupportive environment. And this can be at the tournament itself, maybe other people from your dojo or other dojos that are there, they're not really supportive of their members. Maybe there's a lot of interpersonal stuff that's stressing you out. Maybe your environment isn't supportive. Maybe your family and friends don't support your training, so it's really hard for you to get ready for this tournament. So these are all different things that can cause stress and affect our performance at that tournament. Another one, food. Okay, some tournaments, well, I think almost every tournament I've been to, there's food available to buy. Some don't have any, and a lot of it though, it isn't stuff that I would want to eat or that feels good in my stomach when I'm competing. So food availability can be a huge source of stress when, you know, what you eat can affect your performance on the mats. And for some people, they can eat anything and compete well. And other people, maybe they have food intolerances, maybe they have, you know, that anxiety gives them a funny stomach. And so the food choices at that tournament might not be appropriate for them. Or maybe you're on a road trip, going to a tournament, and there's not a lot of choice for restaurants to go to. So all those different things are out of our control. Okay, negativity around you. You can't control that. If the people you're with are really negative people or really stressed out, that affects your performance. So I was at one tournament, the whole weekend I was stressed out, really, really stressed out, and I couldn't figure out why until I got back to town. And then I realized that the one person on my tournament team that I was spending time with all weekend was a really stressful person to be around and was really anxious, like was overthinking a lot of things and stressing about a lot of things. And I had gotten to a point in my competition career that I was really comfortable competing and I didn't have that anxiety anymore. I would get a little bit nervous, but not overwhelmed like that. And spending that much time with this person who was really, really anxious, it threw me off for the whole weekend. So being around negative people, being around stressed out people, that can increase our anxiety too and make us feel a little off kilter at a tournament. Toxic people at the tournament. Another thing, this is like who you're competing against. I've been at tournaments where one of the opponents was shit talking everybody and some people, they play this little game where they try and psych people out, to feel in control. They want to intimidate you. Personally, I hate that. I think it's garbage. I'm always very friendly with people at a tournament. I'd much rather distract myself with pleasant conversation until we're competing. Once we're in the ring with each other, I'm not holding back. I'm going to get in there and try and win. But ringside, I like having enjoyable conversations with people, but some people can be really toxic. So that can affect your performance on the mat. Stress in your life. Maybe it's family stress. Maybe it's work stress. Maybe, you're a parent and you're feeling torn by your parenting obligations, but your desire to compete at this tournament, right? Maybe you don't have a lot of time to practice because you're with your kids. Maybe your kids are at the tournament. I always found it stressful when my kids were in karate too, where we would all compete at a tournament and I couldn't focus on me and getting myself ready and focused because I was helping them get ready. So you might have that stress too, and that can increase your anxiety. Distractions at the event itself. Okay, there might be kids screaming. There might be people taking your picture right in the middle of you performing. I had that once where my extended family was at the tournament and they were sitting right at eye level and I just started performing my kata and I just looked just slightly above the head judge's head and there was my family taking my photo and pointing and gesturing at me, and it was so distracting and it threw me off. And I lost that division. So that can be really distracting and affect your performance. A lot of noise or talking around you can be really distracting. People walking across a ring while the tournament is happening. Some people are oblivious. You might have someone walk across the corner of a ring. This happens, okay? It's very, very distracting. Another thing, judges. You have no control over who's judging your division. You have no control over that, over who they are. It could be your own sensei. I've had that before. You have no control over how much experience they have. Some people have a lot of experience judging. Some don't. There is bias that happens. Sometimes, the judging might seem unfair. We don't have control over that as a competitor. No control over how our division is judged. Judging is very, very difficult and it is easy to miss things. Like a sparring match, it's very, very fast. Being a ref of a sparring match is really, really difficult. It's a very tough thing to do and it is so easy to miss something. And as a competitor, that can be stressful. Like maybe you do the perfect head kick, but all the judges missed it because they were looking somewhere else, right? That does happen. Negative comments from other competitors, that goes back with the toxic competitors, or negative comments from judges. After your division is over, you usually go up and you shake hands with all the judges. I've had judges say negative things like, oh, well, look who you were up against, you weren't gonna win, stuff like that they're saying to be encouraging, but I didn't take very well. Things like that can be very stressful and it can throw you off for your next division, or other competitors saying things about your performance and you still have to go up and compete again. That can be really stressful too. And you have no control over that. Pressure from family who's there supporting you, pressure from friends, all these people who want you to win and do well, and you feel that pressure. That can affect your performance on the mats. Illness, okay? You get sick, maybe you're sick before the tournament, maybe you're recovering, maybe you get sick the day of the tournament. I had to compete once with, I had viral bronchitis. I'd had a fever all week and I had to go to this competition. It was a big road trip and I was quite sick and I did not feel good when I was competing. And it was actually my worst tournament day ever because I was sick and I just did not care. I just wanted to go home and go to bed. So illness, that can have an effect on your performance. We don't have control over that. Injury, maybe you have, you get injured at the tournament. You can't control that. Injury from before, maybe you have an old injury that's been acting up or you're recovering from it. We don't have control over that, and that can affect our performance. At the tournament itself, no time to practice or no space to practice, nowhere to go to be alone. Maybe you need time by yourself to focus at a tournament. That's me. I like to have time where I'm by myself, and some tournaments are really, really crazy and there's nowhere to go just for some quiet time. You don't have control over what the venue is going to be like. Drama on your team, drama in your division, drama at the event itself, that you have no control over. All the stuff going on around you, no control over that. Your sleep, okay, you do have control over certain aspects of your sleep, which we'll talk about in a bit, but whether or not you actually sleep and how well you sleep, you do not have control over that. And that can affect your performance, right? You don't sleep the night before because you're nervous. Maybe you haven't slept all week because you're nervous, and that can make it difficult to keep your energy up at that tournament, right? So that affects your performance. The conditions at the event, maybe it's really, really hot in there. I've been at tournaments that are very, very hot inside. It was a very hot day. Some they're too cold, and then you stiffen up and it's hard to stay warmed up. Another one is flooring at the tournament that you're not used to. Like the dojo that I used to train at, it was puzzle mats on the floor. I always trained on puzzle mats. And then, I would go to tournaments and a lot of them, they have puzzle mats in the ring. I would go to one that had wooden floors. It was a gym. And I was not used to training on a wooden floor, let alone competing. And, depending on the flooring, it might be too slippery or it might be too sticky. And, like you get into a low stance and you can't get back up out of your stance easily because you're stuck to this sticky wooden floor. That happens, right? Some tournaments, they have carpet. And if you're not used to competing or training on carpet, it can be really off-putting to suddenly be on carpet and you're worried about slipping, right? That happens. A poorly organized event. You have no control over this. Tournaments can be really crazy, and a lot of that is beyond even the organizer's control, but some tournaments are definitely better organized than others. Maybe you're there and you have no idea when your division is going to start. Often you don't. Maybe no one knows. Sometimes divisions get booked. Like you might be in two different divisions and they get booked at the same time. They happen at the same time or they're overlapping. I've had that at different tournaments. Back to the poorly organized, there was one where I was late for my kata division. I was over in the marshalling area where you could train there, practice there, and then they would marshal and get everyone ready to go to their rings. And they were calling people up as their divisions were called, and they never called mine. And I went up to the people there with the list, and like so many times I said, I'm pretty sure I should be competing soon. And they would look at the list and say, oh no, don't worry, you got time. We'll call you when we're ready. And no one did. And there were speakers in that area, but I couldn't hear it. You couldn't hear anything from that corner. And my division started without me. And I did very badly in that division because of it. Like I performed well, but they didn't like me. They were not happy with me for showing up late. So not within my control, right? I couldn't control the audio in that corner at the tournament. I couldn't control the marshalling. I couldn't control any of that. I've also had divisions that were overlapping. There was one tournament where I was in the middle of my sparring division and I got called for my weapons division, it was one or two rings down for me. So there was luckily someone that I knew called me. I was just finishing up a sparring match and they called me and said, Sabrina, go over here. You have to do your weapons kata right now. And so I quickly grabbed all my stuff, ripped off all my sparring gear, and I had to get right in there, right in the ring and perform my weapons kata. Okay, so that happens. No control over that. Okay, so all of these things that are outside of our control, they can be very, very stressful. And they're stressful because they do affect how we perform at that tournament or other event. But don't worry, there's hope. So bear with me here. We can take some control back. For now, we're going to focus on all of the things that are under our control. All the things we're going to write down in the center of the circle. These are things that affect our performance that we do actually have control over. Okay. And feel free to add any more that you can think of to your own list. Hydration. Okay. How much you're drinking. Hydration at the event itself. Hydration leading up to that event. We have total control over that. Total control over whether we're hydrated enough. For example, I always packed a lot of water for tournaments and I'd fill up my water bottle in between. After a while, I realized that I wasn't drinking enough at tournaments because I didn't want to have to go to the bathroom all the time. Sometimes there's a lot of time in between divisions and you sit around a lot, and I didn't want to sit and drink water, but I knew I needed it. So I started packing electrolyte drinks like Gatorade, Powerade, and I found I didn't have to drink as much, right? Because I was staying hydrated more easily, and it was a lot more comfortable. I didn't have to go to the bathroom as often too. So packing enough water for the event, that is totally under your control. Similarly, your diet, your nutrition, both at the event itself and in the time leading up to the event. When you eat, how much you eat, what you eat, depending on what's available, you do have choice over that. I eat a lot before a tournament. I eat a lot the day before, the night before. Say we're out of town at a tournament and I'm going to a restaurant that I'm not used to. I get a meal that I think is going to fill me up and it's pretty healthy. I eat a lot at dinner. I bring the rest back to my hotel room. And if I have time and I'm still hungry, I eat more before I go to bed, because in the morning, I know that I'm going to be nervous. I'm not going to want to eat a huge breakfast, but I need that carbohydrate, right? I need all the carbs so that I can compete without gassing out. I was at a tournament once where we sparred in the morning. Almost every almost every tournament I've ever done, the sparring has been in the afternoon at the end of the day, sometimes way at the end of the day. And I'm usually okay. I've had enough to eat by then that I don't hit the wall when I'm sparring, that I don't, lose all my steam. But this one, we sparred in the morning. I had eaten lots the day before, eaten a good breakfast, but I hit the wall right in the middle of my final sparring match. I just lost all my energy, and I got the shakes really bad, like exercise-induced hypoglycemia. I couldn't focus, couldn't concentrate on the match. I just wanted to eat. That's all I could think about. So what I started doing after that is packing sugary snacks in my gear bag for tournaments, just in case the sparring happened in the morning. I could have a quick hit of glucose. So I'd pack gummies, candy, that kind of stuff, so that I wouldn't run out of energy when I was sparring. I'm losing my voice. Sorry, I'm sick. It's not COVID though, thank goodness, but I am sick. So sorry about that. Another thing, sleep. So we can't control how much we sleep or how well we sleep, but we do have control over our bedtime routine, our bedtime. For the most part, what time you get up in the morning, you set alarms, winding down before bed, whether you are on your phone or looking at other screens before bed. We've learned that, too much screen time before bed can affect your sleep. We do have control over that. Whether or not we sleep and how well we sleep, that's another thing. But we can control all of those other conditions around our sleep. Self-talk, this is another one. So positive self-talk, affirmations, mantras, like having a catchphrase that helps you stay motivated. Positive self-talk, that whole mental game is really important for our performance, and we have control over that. Right? We can practice that, talking to ourselves in a positive way. Visualization techniques. This is something that's been shown to help improve performance. It works almost as well as actual training itself. So if you do a visualization every day, I did this at one tournament where, the tournament that went totally wrong, and I had nowhere to practice, no time to practice, no space to practice in between divisions. What I did is ringside for every division, I did weapons, kata, and sparring, I would visualize myself performing. And I had been practicing this at home on a regular basis, where I would visualize myself in real time going through a kata or doing a sparring match. Imagine myself doing it perfectly again and again. And because I had done that, it was like I was practicing, right? And so then I would show up at that tournament where I had nowhere to practice, no time to practice, and I would run through that visualization in my head, and it would help me feel more confident, more focused, and way less nervous. So that's something that you do have control over. Breath work, breathing in a way that can calm you down, that is something you have control over. Other stress management techniques like meditation, that can affect your performance on the mat if you're meditating regularly or engaging in other mindfulness-based activities. You can't control whether or not you're feeling stressed out, but you can control how you manage it, right? Things that you can do to try and reduce that stress. Your rest and your recovery up to the event, are you training really hard all week? You've been sparring hard all week and you haven't taken a day off, or you haven't taken any time to recover, and then you show up at that tournament and you're exhausted and bruised and you have torn toenails? Or have you given yourself time to rest, like the day or two before the tournament? Take a break, do some stretching. That affects your performance at the tournament, and it's totally within your control whether you've given yourself ample time for rest and recovery. Stretching, flexibility, that is under your control too. Whether or not how flexible you are, that's not totally within your control. Some of that, we have physical limitations with that. Maybe we've had injuries and we can't stretch as well as we'd like, but how much you're stretching and, stretching on a regular basis, that affects your performance at the event. If you give yourself time to stretch, that can help you perform better too. So that is within your control. Your training, how much you practice, how frequently you practice, how long you practice, how hard you're working to get prepared for that tournament. That absolutely is under your control, and it absolutely affects your performance on the day of the tournament. Any supplemental exercise you do, like strength training or other cardio to stay fit, that affects your performance, and it is within your control to do those things. Another thing is being prepared for the event. That is within your control. So what I started doing a long time ago, because I would get stressed out about all the things that I would forget to pack or forget to bring for the tournament, I had a packing list. I had a list for the whole week before the tournament and up to the tournament itself of all the things I needed to do. And it might be, if it was a road trip, it might be, printing off directions, directions to the event, making sure I knew where to go, packing all of my stuff, packing my uniform, making sure my uniform is clean and ironed or whatever, packing appropriate underwear for competing, like a sports bra, etc. Packing a first aid kit. Always bring a first aid kit. Always bring Tylenol and or Advil. I always do that now for tournaments because you never know when you have a headache or you're sick or you injure yourself. Sports tape. Sports tape is a godsend for tournaments. If you tear a toenail or something, you need to wrap it up. Okay, so sports tape. So I pack all of that stuff. I have it all on the list. These are all the things I need to pack. These are the things I need to do, a couple of days before the tournament, the day before I do this, and this, the night before, this is what I do. This is the time I get up in the morning, the day of the tournament. This is what I do in the morning. Having that list, that schedule to prepare you, you will feel much more in control of the tournament. And you do have total control over that, your preparation. So being organized. And another thing, accepting feedback from people. This is something we have control over, and it's something that I think many of us don't do enough of, and we might not be good at. But if someone gives you advice or gives you feedback on your performance, maybe it's at the dojo the week before the tournament, maybe it's at the tournament itself, someone gives you feedback and it's constructive feedback, it's not disrespectful, but they're trying to help you, listen to it, right? If you listen to it and accept that feedback, you can learn from it and you can get better. If someone gives you good feedback that can help you perform better and you don't listen to it, that can affect your performance. Like, let's say your sensei says, okay, I know you want to perform this kata at the tournament, but this other kata is actually your best, and I really recommend you do that one. And you say, no, I don't want to listen to you. I want to do this one. And then, you lose. You could have listened to that feedback and learned from it. So you have control over that, right? Whether or not you listen to helpful feedback. So, and keep in mind with all these things that are in the center of the circle that we do have control over, they can be positive or negative. So like hydration, we might be doing really well with it. And when we do well with it, it improves our performance. Or we might suck at it and we're dehydrated a lot of the time. That will have a negative impact on our performance. So all these things can go either way. And when you go through these things, think about that. Because if you do these things well, you will perform better. If you don't do these things well, they can hurt your performance at that tournament. So you'll see here that there are a lot of things in this circle that you have control over, a lot more than you probably thought, but there's still all these things around the outside that you do not have control over. But there is a way to shift our control back. So what we can do is look at all the things around the outside that we don't have control over and do some brainstorming now and to think, how can we bring that control back, right? How can we take that thing that seems beyond our control and react to it differently, respond to it differently, or shift things around so we feel that sense of control again. So we're going to do a little bit of brainstorming here. So for example, you need to have alone time at a tournament. That's beyond your control. If the tournament doesn't have any space for that, there's nowhere to go for privacy. But a way to get control back, you can bring a set of headphones to a tournament. Listen to music, listen to your favorite podcasts or YouTube videos that are really motivating for you, listen to white noise, whatever it is, you can create that little quiet space for yourself. So that way you can kind of take a bit of control back. Toxic people, just avoid them or find other people to hang out with. Or you can have conversations with people ahead of time. Like if your family is going to be at the tournament and they kind of stress you out, you can have conversations ahead of time and say, look, I need that time by myself. I need time to focus. I get really overwhelmed when everyone is talking about the tournament and trying to encourage me. Have those conversations beforehand and tell people what you need so that at the tournament, you feel more in control and you don't have those distractions, right, that stress you out. Or maybe not invite people at all. I learned that lesson once with the tournament where my family was taking photos of me and it really distracted me and threw me off and I lost that division. I learned then that maybe having my family there wasn't the best thing for me. They wanted to support me, but I found it really distracting. And I almost preferred being at tournaments with no family at all. No family, just me, just my tournament team, and no close family because it threw me off, honestly. So figuring that out ahead of time and planning for that can give you that control back. Another thing, if there's toxic people, just find other people to have positive conversations with. If there's someone in your division who's shit talking, right, and stressing you out, find other people there that are really nice to talk to and talk to them instead, right? You can do those things and get that control back. Like I had one tournament where this woman was trying to psych me out the whole day. And I think that was the one where everything went wrong. Yes, it was. I knocked my glasses clean off my face while I was doing my kata. I somehow nailed it though. I didn't win the division because I knocked my glasses off, but I didn't lose concentration or focus. But I was really stressed out because I didn't want to step on my glasses, right? So I had to keep an eye on it in my peripheral vision. But the woman in my division, she was like putting me down before and talking about how great she was. And then she beat me. I knocked my glasses off. And then we had our weapons division. She was there again. She beat me again. And all day she was pissing me off. And I was trying to avoid her, honestly. And then there was one point where my sensei overheard her talking to me and he said to me, Sabrina, you have to beat her now for sparring because sparring was coming up next. And I was so annoyed by her. So I did this visualization technique which helped me get back control. And this is something I would always do for sparring. I learned that I perform best in sparring when I'm feeling really, really aggressive. And so I did this visualization. I imagined myself like a bull entering a bullfight, okay? And I'm pissed off. I'm this pissed off bull in the pen and I'm pawing the ground and I kind of stand there and clench and unclench my fists and get ready for this. And I imagined this. I didn't focus on her at all. I ignored her. She was like this toxic force. I just blocked her out and I focused on me and my aggression and getting all pumped up for it. And I went in there and I kicked her ass. It was the best thing ever. I beat her 9-0 in I think it was a total of 20 seconds or 18 seconds. She didn't know what was coming. It was so fast. It was over and done and I felt great. And then I didn't even look at her after that. It was like she didn't exist. So toxic people, to get back control, you can focus on you, right? Talk to other people or focus on yourself and get yourself focused for what you need to do. So other things going wrong at your tournament, have a backup plan. Things will go wrong the day of the event. It will absolutely happen. Things will go wrong. If you plan for this, you can work around this. Have a backup plan. So having a visualization thing that you do in case you don't have anywhere to practice. After that one division where I knocked my glasses off my face, I always packed a second pair of glasses at tournaments just in case I broke my glasses. Poor judging, okay? If the judging is unfair or the judges are inexperienced, I think the best thing is to go into a tournament not expecting it to go perfectly. Don't go in there thinking that all the judges are going to be fair and they're all really experienced and it's going to go great. And when you get that awesome technique in, they're going to see it. Go in there assuming that it's not going to be perfect judging. And then you won't be disappointed when that happens. In this way, you can take control back by sort of changing how you think about this stuff. No food at the tournament or poor options at the tournament. Of course, pack your own food. Pack things that you know work well in your stomach. If it's a road trip, go to the grocery store and pack some stuff to keep in your hotel room. Maybe you really need coffee in the morning, but the hotel coffee is crap. So, make sure you have coffee in your fridge, cold brew or something, that kind of thing. Pack snacks, pack your Gatorade or Powerade or your water, all that stuff, just in case you don't have enough available at the tournament. And that way you can get control back. If you're recovering from an injury or an illness, give yourself more time to, stretch and warm up up before the event, maybe in the morning, get up a little earlier, or go to bed really early the night before so that you feel more rested. Try and plan for those things, okay? So think about every tournament that you've competed at and plan for all the things that have gone wrong in the past, right? Like use that knowledge to your advantage. And if you haven't competed before, talk to other people. Martial artists love telling their stories. If you go up to a martial artist and say, like, tell me about, the competitions you've been at, the belt tests, like, disasters that have happened at tournaments and how you handled it, they will love to share those stories with you. They love to share that stuff. And you can learn so much that you can use to help you, right? And ask them, what went wrong? What did you do differently next time? And use that and plan for that yourself. Like that can give you, if you can't imagine things going wrong yourself, getting all of those experiences from other people, hearing about that, you now have things that you can do, things you can plan for that could happen. And that way you can get some control back. So now you have a starting point. You can figure out little ways to take back control from the things that you don't have control over and add it to that big pile in the center of the circle over which you do have control over. And once you've done that, what you can do is look at all the things in the center of the circle that you have control over, and you can rate them. You can assess them. Rate them on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 is you are rocking it. You're doing awesome at it. Like maybe it's hydration. 10 would be like you're totally hydrated all the time. You're always packing your water and your electrolyte drinks for your event. 1 would be you never drink anything ever and you need to work on it. And look at all of those things then that you've rated. And if it's an 8, 9, or 10, it's probably fine. You can probably improve on those things too, but you don't need to stress about it. But look at all the low numbers, all the things that you've assessed as a 1 or a 2 or a 3 or a 4 even. These are things you can work on. So you can take all these things that scored low and come up with some goals. So how can you make adjustments to get those numbers higher up? So if hydration is the thing that you score low on, you can say, well, I'll just add 1 extra drink of, water or juice or something per day, just 1. If it's sleep, you can say, well, I'm going to go to bed 15 minutes earlier at night. And if there's a whole bunch of things that you do have control over that you can work on, and you just make a little change in all of those different things, like sleep 15 minutes earlier, drink 1 extra drink a day, eat an extra serving of protein a day, do a visualization technique for a couple of minutes a day. All of those little things will add up and make a big impact on your performance at that upcoming event. And anytime you find yourself stressing out about things that are beyond your control, like the judging at the event or the possibility of injury, bring your focus back to all the things in the center of that circle, the things that you do have control over. Try to stop focusing on all those things over which you have no control and start zeroing in on all the things that you can control. And what I have control over right now is going and drinking a whole bunch of water because my voice is almost gone. Thanks for listening. You've just had a tournament or belt test, so now what? If you're anything like me, that event was a huge emotional ride for you. For me, anytime I've had to compete or perform at a test, I have this huge buildup beforehand. I'm training a lot. I'm stressing about details. I'm anxious. I'm nervous about performing in front of people. I'm worrying about making mistakes or things going wrong or getting injured. I'm excited too. I'm excited to be performing, to be competing. I've been working really hard at this. It means a lot to me. And then I get to the event itself and all of those feelings are amplified. It's a high stress situation. I also have adrenaline pumping through me. And then after, maybe I've experienced a victory. I had some success that day, or maybe it was a huge failure. It felt like a failure. I made a lot of mistakes. I got my butt kicked. I got injured, whatever it is. And then I crash after that, and I need to rest. I need to recover. But what I do is I end up dwelling on that day. And I spend the next few days or weeks maybe wallowing because I did poorly, or I bask in the glow of all those happy feels from having a victory that day, and I get stuck in all of those feelings about my performance. So does this resonate with you at all? Sometimes we do this. When things go poorly, we tend to focus on what went wrong, right? And we dwell on it, and we might start to engage in negative self-talk and think, oh, I suck. I worked really hard at this and I failed. I've been practicing for so long, but I made that mistake again. And we dwell on all those mistakes and we end up feeling demoralized and demotivated because of it. And we get stuck. We stagnate. And the same thing can happen, stagnating, when we focus just on what went well. If we bask in the glow of it, right? And we think about our victory and we relive those moments again and again in our head. Maybe we have some video footage of it, of our performance, and we watch it again and again and go, oh wow, look at that moment. That was so awesome. And our friends and family cheer us on and we all feel really good about it. But we get stuck as well. So, that might seem counterintuitive that, being positive and focusing on the good stuff can get you stuck. But if you think you did everything right, then there's nothing to fix, right? If you look at that performance and say, oh, it was awesome. Next time I'll just perform the same way because it worked well that time. Well, you haven't improved. You haven't changed anything. And maybe it won't work so well next time. Maybe against a different opponent, it won't work well. In a different situation, it won't work well. We really, as martial artists, we really want to improve, right? That is our goal. And we are striving for mastery in our art and our sport. And in order to achieve that, we need to keep pushing ourselves. And if we get caught up in thinking either we suck and we did stuff wrong and we dwell on that, or we get caught up in thinking, oh, we did awesome. I got a gold medal. I'll just keep everything the way it is, maintain the status quo. We won't improve. We won't achieve mastery over time because we'll keep doing the same thing over and over again. So we do need a bit of both to keep moving forward. So here's an activity that when I was on a tournament team, we started doing this for every tournament. And I found it incredibly helpful for getting me out of that emotional rut after a tournament or a belt test, where you do have that high stress ride and you do crash. And that is normal to crash after because you get that adrenaline dump and all that stuff going on. And then after, you do need to rest and recover. But that's when our mind starts going, right? And we can, risk spinning out over this stuff. So what we started doing is something called glows and grows. And this is something you can do for every tournament you compete at. You can do this for every belt test. You can do this every time you train at the dojo after every class. You can do this after every training session at home. You can do this after every single thing you do. Like you practice one kata for a half an hour and then you do your glows and grows. And then maybe you work on some sparring, you do your glows and grows. Okay, so what we did this for every division at every tournament. So I always competed in weapons kata, and sparring. And after every division, if I had time in between divisions, if not, I would do it at the end of the day and try and remember. I would pull out a binder and I would write down 2 glows and 2 grows. So a glow is something you did well. And a grow is something that you could improve upon. So it's not something you sucked at. It is a mistake that you made, but you're wording it in a way that doesn't make you feel like crap about yourself, okay? A glow, something you did well, that isn't very effective would be, I did awesome today. Okay, I did awesome. Yeah, it's kind of vague. And it doesn't help you move forward, right? It doesn't help you see areas of improvement either. What you could say instead is, I performed with a lot of intensity today. Okay, and that gives you something that's a benchmark, right? So you can look back over time at all of your glows and grows you've written down and say, okay, maybe intensity is something you've been working on. And in the past, you felt a little wimpy when you're performing. And then at this tournament, holy crap, like you really upped the ante and you were super intense during your performance. And then after that, you can kind of compare and see if you kept that up and if you improve from there, right? So being specific and as specific as possible is really helpful here. So I performed with intensity. That's a well-worded glow. A well-worded grow could be acknowledging your mistake, like I didn't get low enough in my stances. And then what you do with that is you come up with an action you can take after that. So you can say, okay, I didn't get low enough in my stances during my performance of Sayunchin or whatever kata. So I will practice my stances for 10 minutes a day, every day. It's a lot different than saying, I sucked at my stances or I sucked at this kata. That's not helpful. But if you're specific and try and word it without judgment, without judging yourself and saying you sucked, say, okay, well, actually, what didn't I do well? Well, my stances weren't very low. I could have gotten deeper. Okay, now what can I do from here? I can work on my stances. I can do more stretching, right? You have something that you can work on now. So you can do this for every division. Like I said, you can do this for the tournament as a whole. I would also, what I started doing is writing down my thoughts before every tournament. So I would use all my glows and grows from the past, to figure out my intentions for the upcoming event. So I would write them down and then I would come up with some goals. Here's some things that I can work on. I can work on my stances. I can work on my breathing. I can work on my pacing. I can make sure that I eat enough before an event so I don't gas out when I'm sparring. And then I work on that. And then at the event, what I would do in the morning is write down my intentions for the day based on all of my past glows and grows and what I learned about, my successes and failures at the last event and all the previous events. And I could say, okay, my intentions for today are I'm really going to focus on my intensity today, or I'm really going to make sure that, I've stretched enough in the morning so I can get deep in my stances. Right? So you can see it's very specific information that can keep you moving forward. And it takes the emotions out of it. It's a bit more of an objective approach rather than getting caught up in feeling really good or really bad about our performance. We can pull back and say, okay, what did I actually do well? Like if I were my own coach, if I were my own sensei, what would I say about this performance? If I'm being respectful and kind and objective, what would I say about it? And okay, this one, I made some mistakes. How would I word that to keep me as student moving forward, right? So you are kind of, in a way, becoming your own coach by doing this. And it's really helpful for keeping you on track and getting all of those, the downside of like after a tournament, when you feel really low and you start getting caught up in your feelings, it gets you away from that and back on track to moving forward. So it can really, really increase your confidence and it gives you a plan of action. So every tournament you go to, every belt test, write this stuff down. Consider starting a journal or a binder. I have a binder. I write it all down. You can use an app on your phone if it's more convenient, but you can use it to keep track over time of your wins and your losses. You can use it to do some planning and some goal setting. You can use it just to feel good about yourself. You can, I look back at some of my first tournaments and I don't remember specifics, but I go back and I read this stuff and it's like, oh, right. I did perform better than I thought, or, oh yeah, there was this and this that I needed to fix. And that's something that, it reminds me, I still need to work on that now, or I do that mistake with this other kata now. So you can learn so much from doing this. And like I said, it's more of an objective approach. You don't get so caught up in feeling crappy about yourself, and you're kind of being your own coach, coaching yourself along. So be very careful with how you word this stuff. I finally didn't suck at a kata is not a good way to say it. Try and frame it in a positive way. Like, I performed really well. I performed with intensity. My pacing was really good. My stances were nice and clean, that kind of thing. Things that you need to work on. I like to write down what the mistakes I made, not in a mean way, not I sucked at this, but okay, I didn't get low enough in my stances. I gassed out while I was sparring. I walked into too many punches, that kind of thing, and be specific so that I can go, okay, now what do I need to work on? And then I come up with a plan and a set of intentions for my upcoming events. So consider doing this after your next training session or tournament. Write down 2 glows and 2 grows. It doesn't really matter how many you do. You could do 1 of each or 3 of each, but make sure you do both. And then you write down what actions you will take after that and then do them. Do martial arts actually teach humility? I know we talk a lot about being humble in the context of martial arts. We value it. We discuss it at the dojo. We emphasize its importance at belt tests and at tournaments. But is there anything inherent in the training itself that actually teaches humility? Or is humility more so a byproduct of the training? Humility is often seen as lowering our view of ourselves, but really it's more about raising our view of others. It's about valuing other people and their needs to the point that we're willing to step out of the limelight to give other people a chance to shine. Humility doesn't mean a lack of confidence or a low self-worth. It's more so about not having a need to brag about our accomplishments, not having a need to raise ourselves up in the eyes of others. It's our ability to keep our egos in check and not take ourselves so seriously. So does training in martial arts actually help us develop this? It seems to have that capacity. I'm not sure that there's anything unique to martial arts in this regard. Perhaps martial arts are no different than any other athletic pursuit in their capacity to encourage humility. Perhaps that's a normal part of sport in general. Or perhaps the development of humility and the encouragement of it is more about being human than it is about being a martial artist or an athlete specifically. Either way, competing in martial arts can be a great avenue through which to develop humility. There's nothing like getting your ass handed to you in the ring to put you in your place. But not every martial artist responds to this scenario with humility. Some do, and I've met some incredibly humble martial artists who not only accept failure with grace, but also seem to have no need to brag about their victories. They accept defeat as well as success with that same humble demeanor. Others, on the other hand, respond to failures and successes with a little more ego. They seem to have a sense of entitlement and will gloat over their wins and pout over their losses. Some may be really good at hiding it and putting on a humble face in public, but inwardly will feel that arrogance and entitlement. If humility is a central tenet of martial arts, why is there so much ego? Arrogance is everywhere in martial arts. Go to any tournament and you'll see it. Log on to any martial arts forum and you'll see ego pop up in every conversation thread. Online, you'll see so much of this in these forums. My martial art is the best. My style of karate is the best. I have a higher rank than you. Oh, that kicking technique sucks. Only traditional karate is valid. That martial art is useless on the street. Sport karate and WKF? That's garbage. Point sparring? Oh, that means you're weak and you're not a real martial artist. Kata is useless. That performance was ridiculous. It was way too theatrical. Our dojo is the best. That dojo is just a daycare. If you don't do knuckle push-ups until you bleed, you're an embarrassment to the discipline. If you haven't had 10 concussions by the time you're a black belt, you're not all that tough. Oh, you train at a McDojo? Get the F out. Seriously, if martial arts are actually about humility, why is there such a lack of it in these forums? Humility is about building other people up. But there is so much ego online, so much building ourselves up and making ourselves seem better and smarter than others. The superior attitude is bringing everyone down and creating divide in the martial arts community. Some argue that there is nothing in martial arts that is inherently about building humility, character, enlightenment, and the like. And that the only thing separating martial arts from other sports is the focus on fighting. And that just training in martial arts will not necessarily help you develop a moral compass. Others argue that you can't be humble and competitive at the same time. So if you try to compete in martial arts and try to win your divisions, this speaks to a lack of humility. That trying to beat other people is the antithesis of humility. That the only way you can remain humble in a competitive environment is by focusing on bettering yourself rather than on trying to be better than others. And yet, we still give out medals and trophies, and we still compare one martial artist to the next. First place, second place, third place. You don't win a grand championship at a tournament for being better than you were the year before. You don't get that for improving yourself. You win that for being better than everyone else. But even so, martial artists can and do develop humility in this environment. We learn to accept instruction and correction. We learn to submit to the rules of the dojo and the rules of a tournament. Training with higher ranks reminds us that many martial artists know far more than we do, and that we actually know way less than we think. And competing helps us appreciate our limitations and gives us a chance to encourage and give praise to others. Developing that humility does seem to require intention, however, and is likely highly influenced by the character of our peers and of our leaders. And of course, it would require intention because let's be real here. Martial arts are about learning how to fight. This is the core of martial arts. And without a system of honor or morals in place, without a constant reminder of that need for humility and compassion and respect, we do risk becoming bloodthirsty, violent fighters. We are learning techniques that could seriously harm another human being, if not obliterate them. So we need some sort of system that keeps all of this in check. We are human after all, and we do love a good fight, don't we? I know I do. That sort of controlled violence is incredibly appealing and entertaining. Violence is a part of us. It's part of nature and human nature. And I think that that reminder of the value of humility is important exactly because of that. Because we are not necessarily humble. Because we do have the capacity for aggression and violence. Because we are learning fighting arts. And of course, the emphasis is on self-defense in martial arts, but you don't learn self-defense without also learning how to attack and injure. You can't learn one without the other. So perhaps humility is the same. Perhaps we can't have humility without arrogance and ego. Perhaps we need both. Perhaps we need that tension between the two to test our worth as martial artists. We feel that instinct for violence, that air of superiority, that oh so alluring pull of ego. And yet we know and we remember the value of humility. And we need to work at it constantly to keep it in balance. So are martial arts effective at actually teaching humility? They can be, but there's no guarantee. I think our egos and that visceral pull towards violence will always be a reality. We will likely always feel some degree of struggle between humility and our ego. But maybe our worth as martial artists doesn't require that we obliterate our ego entirely and exist in some higher state of humility and compassion and enlightenment. Perhaps our worth as martial artists lies in navigating that very normal human struggle with as much grace as we possibly can. How are you doing? Like, actually, how are you doing? A lot of people are struggling right now. I think maybe always have been struggling in some way. Maybe it's just brought to light more with world events, with war and tremendous amounts of suffering, and with the pandemic, all of that stress, financial stress for so many people losing jobs and homes and loved ones and relationships ending. There's so much loss. You can feel it, this collective suffering in the world right now, possibly because we're all connected, so connected online, and we're sharing in that. We don't want to overshare though, right? Do we? We don't want to seem, we don't want to be a burden to other people. We don't want to open up too much and have them know that we're not okay, because we need to act tough and be strong, and we're taught that being strong means you keep it to yourself. I know I was raised that way. We don't want to burden people, but we're scared, right? We're scared to talk about this stuff. Loss is scary. Death is scary. And like for me, I think I have, fear of dying, but not as much as losing other people, right? Like I lost my dad when I was 10, and then I lost my mom last year. I've lost other really important people to me too. And I never knew how to talk about that stuff when I was young. When my dad died, my mom was struggling like big time, and I didn't want to burden her. I didn't want to, add to her grief. So I kept it to myself and, didn't talk about it. And I thought that meant I was strong, right? I was being strong for her by keeping my mouth shut. And then later on, my sister's first husband passed away. This was 20 years later, and it was horrible and heart-wrenching. And it all came out, all that grief I'd been holding in, all that suffering, it all came out. I fell apart. I didn't really have a choice. I cried for like a month straight. And the way I see it, I fell apart. And because of that, I was finally able to put myself back together. I was able to find the missing pieces, all those years not being able to find peace with my dad's death, not knowing how to verbalize that pain. I finally, when I fell apart, I found that missing piece of me. And after that, I felt really good. I felt like I could open up to people about loss and pain. I could be open when I was sad. I could cry in front of people and not feel when I was a kid and if I cried in front of someone, I felt so ashamed. I didn't want to show it, but it is okay to show it. And I got to a place where I could show it, and it was so liberating to me to be able to talk about this stuff and not feel embarrassed to cry, and then I cried over everything. I could watch, cutesy kid commercials and I'd cry, something touching on TV and I'd cry. But it was good. I could talk about it. I could show it. I didn't have to hide that. And then, I could feel that sadness and then move forward. It wouldn't keep me stuck, right? Stuck in that grief. And then my mom, when she got diagnosed with cancer 6 years ago or so, I went right back to the way I was when my dad died, feeling like I have to keep it all inside so I don't stress anyone out. So I don't know, are you going through that with anything in your life? Feeling like you don't know how to talk about it? You don't want to burden people, but you're hurting for something, over something? You might be, eh? And we find different ways of coping, right? Some of us do talk about this stuff. We need to talk, we need to unload, we need to cry, we need to watch really emotional holiday movies or something touching on TV or at the movie theater, and that helps us release it, right? Others of us, maybe we have a creative outlet. Some people, they can express their pain through art, beautiful art or music. Some of us through writing. Some of us, we become martial artists and we use that pain to fuel our practice, right? We take all of it and we transform it into something that makes us stronger, right? And this is something that's amazing about martial arts, that we intentionally go into a situation where we're going to experience pain. We're going to get hit. We're going to get possibly injured. We are going to experience some form of suffering. If you've ever been punched in the face or they got really hard or donkey kicked, there's some pain involved. There's some suffering involved. And we do that intentionally in martial arts. And that's so cool. That's so cool to me. That, we go in there and we say, I'm willing to face that pain, bring it. And with practice, at first we might feel scared of that and, hesitant to put ourselves in that situation. But we learn to trust ourselves and we learn to trust our partners, our training partners, that they won't destroy us. And we learn that we can handle pain and we built up a tolerance to it. If you've ever done, forearm conditioning exercises in martial arts where you're walloping, limbs together or, doing it as solo training. I like partner training with that. And you get some nice bruises on your forearms from doing these conditioning drills. You learn that you toughen up. Like at first you bruise really easily, right? You get these massive bruises. And with practice, with training, you don't bruise so easily. You do toughen up. And, martial arts are great that, we can have this outlet for our pain. And we also have a process through which we can, toughen up during the experiencing of pain. We intentionally experience pain and we get stronger for it in martial arts and in the rest of our lives. So, if you're a martial artist and you have that outlet, that's awesome. Maybe you have some other physical activity that you do, like strength training is awesome for taking that, our pain, our inner pain, and transforming it into something positive, and also learning how to cope with pain. Because, if you lift weights, if you lift heavy weights, it's tough. It's hard on your body. You get the shakes and you feel exhausted and you have to push through it. And so anything like that, if you have a physical outlet that can help you work through pain, that can be incredibly helpful for dealing with all this stuff. Some of us might find an escape, maybe we need just to check out, and whether that's travel. Some people do this with vacations. They just need to get away. I just need to get away from my stress or whatever it is. Maybe they need to move. They move away to an entirely different location, new life. Maybe they escape into, other things, like maybe they drink, maybe they do drugs, maybe, it's online stuff. Like I know when I'm really stressed, I tend to go online more often, which is interesting because I have an online venture and I'm always on my computer. So I have to be very mindful of that, when I'm trying to check out, right? If I'm overwhelmed and then I go online to check out, to take a break from my stress, it does increase my stress, right? So, but sometimes we do that, right? But the bottom line is we're all dealing with it. We're all dealing with something and we need some way to work through it, right? We need an outlet. I think especially a physical outlet. If you don't already train or you haven't been training in a while, finding that physical outlet through martial arts or another sport or some other activity can be tremendously valuable. It takes that, all of the adrenaline that you get that adrenaline burst when you're stressed out. And, you burn that off through physical activity and you always feel better after a hard training session, right? But, I think also just talking about this stuff too, opening up, and something that I've been doing with my content on, since I started my YouTube channel is I've been, going from a person who was really, really not comfortable being the center of attention. I was really shy as a kid. I stick a camera in my face and I just freeze like deer in the headlights. to actually wanting to create videos and sitting in front of a camera talking to myself and really loving it. That's amazing for me to have that outlet. And I find that I love opening up about what I'm going through and stuff that, I struggle with and insecurities that I've had. And, like when I started my channel, huge, huge imposter syndrome, and I still have that. I still have that at times where I think, wow, like, who the heck am I to talk about this stuff? I have my shodan, right, in karate, and some of you have, you've been doing martial arts for years and years and years, and I'm a newbie. I really am. And so who am I? Who's gonna listen to me? But taking that, all of that insecurity, that struggle, that inner struggle over my worth, I talk about that stuff on camera. I'm open with you guys about that. Like, okay, I'm feeling really nervous, so I'm going to talk about that, or this video really sucked, so I'm going to point out the flaws in the video and just be open about that we're not perfect, right? So I find talking about this stuff is hugely helpful. And, just sitting in front of a camera for me and being vulnerable with you guys. And I don't know how many times, including today, I have, cried on screen or, on mic, depending on what version of this you're listening to. And it's okay to do this stuff. It's really liberating. A friend of mine, he chatted with me the other day. He's thinking about starting a podcast just to have an outlet. And I totally encourage that. Martial arts for sure. If you don't already train in martial arts, kicking people, hitting people, kicking a heavy bag can be incredibly helpful. And when we're struggling, but having an outlet where you're naming it, you're saying it out loud, and I watched, I don't know if you follow Gary Vee. Gary Vee is awesome. I love his stuff so much. But he was talking, he had an interview or a little chat with one guy, and the guy was saying that, he's been really struggling with feeling like getting stuck in the way he felt about himself as a kid and his upbringing. And what Gary Vee was saying is like, you just got to say it out loud. Like we've got this poison inside of us and we got to let it out. Just let it out. And I find that with talking about this stuff on camera, being open about it, it's incredibly liberating for me. Saying like, I'm not always okay, and just owning it, right? And it takes that pressure off of myself to be okay all the time, to act like I'm fine, to put on, this face of like this composed face all the time. When I made a video a while back about quitting the dojo that I was training at, that was a hugely heart-wrenching situation last year that I went through. And for a long time, I kept quiet about that. Like I had quit the dojo November 2021, and I made the video, I think it was in the summer this year, talking about it. And what it was that I had been a guest on a podcast on Andrea Harkin's The Martial Arts Woman podcast. And I talked about it on there, leaving the dojo and, going through this situation where I was being harassed. I had a stalker. My relationship with my sensei went downhill over it. And it was really heartbreaking, stressful stuff, really awful, shitty stuff that happened. But I kept my mouth shut for a long time because I felt like I didn't know how to talk about it. And I think, when you go through a situation where you're a victim, which I was, and then you're treated horribly because you're a victim, which is what happened to me. And I haven't talked about that part too much. I don't know if I will, but maybe one day I will. Because I think that happens to a lot of people, and possibly a lot of women that, where we're victimized and then we're not treated well after that by other people, where people maybe think you're lying about what happened to you, or, they think that somehow you're at fault for what happened to you, right? There's a victim blaming that happens. So I think that's partly what happened to me. But I kept my mouth shut because I didn't want to invite that. And certainly after I made the video where I opened up about it, I got some DMs on Instagram. Instagram is the one place where I get the most toxic messages from people. I will make an episode about that one day. I want to talk about women in martial arts and how we're treated, and some of the stereotyping and the sexualization that happens and the harassment that we do deal with. And I want to talk about that stuff because I think it's really important. But some of the messages I got from people after that were like, blaming me, like, oh no, there must be more to this story. You know, you quit your dojo because you're being harassed and all this stuff happened. You must have been at fault. Really toxic stuff that I was getting from total strangers who follow my videos and, you know, follow me on Instagram and then reached out to me to tell me that I was the problem, right? So pretty toxic stuff that I went through. And that's what I didn't want to happen. And I was worried about that. So I held all of that. You know, I kept that experience to myself for months and months, thinking I was going to be judged or I was going to be misunderstood. I was going to be attacked further. And I didn't want to add to that pain. So I kept it in. So like what Gary Vee was saying, that poison, I kept it inside me, that poison. And it was poison. And it was poisoning me. And then when I was on that podcast, Andrea Harkin's podcast, it was great to open up. And then I realized, okay, I got to make a video on this. I got to talk about this and be open, because part of it too was I was feeling like a fraud. I was feeling like, here I am. I don't even go to a dojo anymore. And I'm making YouTube videos on karate stuff. And how dare I? You know, that's how I felt. And then when I made that video, it was so liberating for me just to say, no, this is what I went through. And I was a victim. I don't feel like a victim. I don't see myself as a victim. I am way tougher than that. But I went through garbage. I was treated horribly by two different people. And that's not okay. And I felt so good opening up about that. So good talking about that and saying, you know what? Yeah, this is what happened and I'm going to move forward now. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I'm going to move forward from this. And I got so much good feedback from people after that, you know, and I was worried about the judgment, and I did get that. I did get some of that, but far more support is what I got. Far more support. And I think when we open up about what we're going through, you know, we're so worried about being judged. And yes, there are going to be people who judge us. There absolutely are going to be people who are really toxic to deal with and who are going to say nasty things to us and are going to put us down and maybe call us weak or say we're the problem, or they're not going to understand, or they're going to say, you know what, you should be tougher than that. You're a martial artist. You know, what kind of martial artist are you if you can't handle a little adversity in your life? And they're going to be really callous towards us. But, you know, there's going to be so many more people who are going to say, wow, yeah, I'm here for you. You know, I'm here for you. I'm your family. I'm your community. I'm here. I'm your friend. You know, and I talk to a lot of people. I have people, you know, friends of mine I talk to regularly, as well as, you know, people I've never met. I've never met in person. And we have these amazing conversations online, and I'm always willing to listen. You know, if you're struggling with something and you reach out to me, and you're not just, you know, you're not reaching out to me to be toxic, to put me down, or, you know, to troll me or to try and hit me up. I get a lot of that. I'm getting really sick of it, honestly. You know, just because I'm a woman in martial arts doesn't mean you can hit on me in my DMs. Thank you very much. But other than that, like, if you're respectful, like, I'm totally willing to listen, you know, and I have these great conversations with people where they feel that safety of, you know, texting, right? We feel safe when we text. And they just unload to me, and they're like, wow, like, I feel so like safe with you, Sabrina. I can open up to you. And I think it's that relief, right? When you finally let that poison out, it's incredibly liberating. It's such a relief, right? So however we can do it, you know, whether it's talking to someone or texting or making a video or starting a podcast or hitting a heavy bag or, you know, starting a new martial art that scares you or competing for the very first time, whatever it is, you know, we need that. We need that outlet. We need to get that pain out and talk about it. And once we do, it doesn't have such a hold on us anymore. It doesn't control us. When it's the thing that we don't want to talk about or face, that's when we spiral into, you know, drinking or drugs or whatever it may be. And we all do something. We all have something. Like for me, it's social media. You know, for me, I've had other times where I've gotten obsessive about my weight, you know, my body, or I've gotten obsessive about landscaping and gardening and really obsessive about it. Whatever it is, you know, it can be a distraction, but it doesn't solve it, right? It doesn't get that pain out, that poison out. It just numbs it. It just distracts us from it. But if we can find a way to let it out, and the physical stuff is great for that, taking a hit, getting hit in the ring is so awesome. So I think the more we are there for each other, we really need to be there for each other, because we're not all okay. We're not. And that's okay. But we need to let each other know that. And I think if we can normalize opening up, even if, we don't all have to unload on a camera like I do, or, on a podcast like I do, but let it out in some way so that it doesn't own us anymore. And it's just a part of us, and it's a part of our life, something we went through, something we might still carry to a degree, but it doesn't have to be such a weight anymore. So that was a long ramble. I just wanted to check in with you guys and see how you guys are all doing. It's been a rough go for a lot of us. I think the last couple of years have been pretty bad for a lot of people, but we are stronger than we think we are. We don't always feel like it, but I mean, part of that strength does come from doing that scary thing sometimes. And that scary thing can be starting something new. It can be, sparring when we're scared to spar. It can be opening up about, our very normal struggles that we go through. So I encourage you, reach out to someone, reach out to me if you're struggling. I always answer texts, and, if you comment on my videos, or you send me, an email, or send me a DM on Instagram or Facebook or something like that. I'm always open to conversation and opening up about this stuff. So you are not alone. None of us are. And I think we feel like we have to be strong on our own, but really we are so much stronger together. So let's build each other up as much as we can, and that makes us stronger, and it makes other people stronger too. Thank you for listening. Motivation was never a problem for me when I started karate. I felt so driven all the time. Nothing could keep me from my training. When I started, I was going through a period of intense stress, but karate was this incredible outlet for me, and it made me feel happy again, and it made me feel strong. So it was a no-brainer for me to get to the dojo every night that it was open, to compete in every tournament I could, to make it to every practice session for a tournament team, to train at home religiously. I exercised probably about 3 hours a day without fail, and I had no trouble feeling motivated to train. And then last year, everything started burning around me. That's what it felt like. And I really struggled with motivation. I really didn't feel like training. I went from feeling like I was thriving to barely surviving. I was definitely in survival mode. And I think the only thing that kept me going and kept me training was the fact that I worked at a dojo. So I had to be there. So my environment supported me training, even when I didn't have any motivation. I had no motivation to train last year. I really didn't. I had no motivation to compete. We weren't competing for the bulk of the year because of COVID, but then, competition started again last fall, and I didn't feel like it. I mean, my mom passed away. I was going through all this crazy stressful stuff at the time, and the thought of competing and, possibly getting injured in a tournament and all that, it just didn't appeal to me. And I also knew that I hadn't physically recovered from all of the stress I was under, and I was in nowhere near as good shape as I used to be back when I was competing all the time and feeling really good, and I was able to recover quite quickly, even with all of the hard training and competitions. And I knew I wasn't there yet. But I didn't feel motivated, and I went to the dojo because I had to, because I work there. And, I worked hard when I was there, but my heart wasn't really in it the way it used to be because I was under so much stress. And it really became about, going from like before that, where I was thriving and my goal was always self-improvement, was always continuous improvement. I didn't have a set goal like, okay, I want to win a grand championship or get a certain number of gold medals or get my black belt. It wasn't really about that. For me, it was constantly improving. It was continuous improvement. That's all I wanted. There was no end point. It was just, I wanted to do everything I could to keep getting better at karate. I went from that to last year feeling like I just need to get through today. Every day it was like, it took everything I had to get through the day. I was in survival mode. And when you're in survival mode, self-actualization and self-improvement and all of that, it feels very irrelevant. And before that, my priority, my top priority, apart from, being a parent, taking care of my kids, that kind of thing, my personal priority was my training. That was it. Nothing beat that. Nothing came above or before my karate training. That was the only thing I really, really cared about and that I just wanted to like do all the time. And I was consumed by it and driven in a really positive way, I felt. And then I went from that to like, I'm just going to get through the day. I'm just going to get through this training session. I'm going to get through this class, going to get through this shift, knowing I had so much stress to deal with outside of that, right? Like where my mom was dying and I was going through all of this, harassment and stuff that I talked about last week. And there was more stuff happening too. Focusing on my training, it wasn't a priority anymore, and I knew karate wasn't going anywhere, right? I knew I could get back to it one day. And I knew that I needed to prioritize getting through it, getting through all the stress and healing. But when you're in that survival mode, right? Like training is an extra. So when you think about your basic needs, like when it comes down to survival, it's getting enough to eat. It's having shelter from the elements, avoiding exposure, not, getting attacked and being killed. It's about survival and training, to do well in a competition or to pass a belt test or to feel really good about myself or feel fit. That has nothing to do with survival, right? That's just an extra. So if you're in survival mode or you've gone through this, and you struggled with feeling motivated to train, it's probably because that training is an extra, right? And you do need to get to a point where you're feeling good enough and you're not in survival mode. You're able to get through the day, and then the training doesn't feel like this extra difficult thing, like an extra huge weight on you, right? And that's what it was feeling like. It's just like my heart wasn't in it. This is my passion. This is something I love. Like I love karate. I love martial arts, but karate in particular, like that's where my heart is. And I was shocked that I went from this like rah, 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 karate's the best thing. Everyone should train in karate to like, I just need to sleep. Like I just need to get through today. I want to go to bed. I want to just like have a quiet day where I don't have to worry about anything, like 'cause I was going through a rough time. And that lasted until probably this past summer. I started to relax a bit and I started to feel that stress lift a bit. I'm not at the end of it yet, but I'm seeing the light, faintly far away at the end of the tunnel. And I was starting to get my sense of humor back and my drive back and my fiery spirit is starting to come back. It's not quite there yet, but it's starting to come back. But the one thing that I am struggling with still is motivation to train. And it's interesting because I never had that problem before. And even before karate, I was exercising a lot, mostly out of desperation because I was going through a lot of stress and it was the only way I could sleep at night. But I didn't struggle with getting off my butt and training, right? And then, going through that last year where I didn't feel motivated at all, but I had an environment in which like I had to keep training. I didn't have a choice because it was my job. That really helped when I was struggling with motivation. I had to do it anyway. And now I don't have to do it anyway. I don't have to, right? I want to, but I don't always feel like it. And I do train every day. I do. But I'm not training to the point that like I know I can train. Like I know that intense training feels really good. And back when I was competing all the time, training 3 hours a day, I felt so awesome. I felt that bliss. And like I used to run regularly. I've been, running more lately, but I used to run outside every day. And running is difficult. I mean, it's like with karate or anything, it's an act of will. Like every step you take when you run, it's an act of will, right? You have to tell yourself like another step, another step, another step. And when you're done a run, it's like such a huge accomplishment because you know that it was difficult. You know that it was an act of will to keep going, right? And I felt this bliss. I'd get outside for a run and I felt this bliss of like all the endorphins after. And I felt like, wow, I accomplished something difficult, right? And when I train hard in karate, it's that same feeling, right? That same bliss. And a few weeks back, maybe a month or two back now, I can't remember, my kids, they're training or practicing for a dance performance. They're going to be performing at a convention. They all do cosplay and stuff like that. And they rented a dance studio, and I brought my uniform and my weapons and all that. And I trained while they were practicing. I had to be, in a corner. I didn't want to take up too much space, and I wanted to be quiet, no key eyes. But it was so amazing. Like I got, 2 to 3 hours of training in, and I felt so amazing. I felt so blissed out. That bliss again, that bliss that you feel when you get a hard workout in, when you get a hard training session in, you get all the endorphins and you feel like, wow, I did something difficult. I did something difficult, right? And before, like going to that studio, I didn't feel like training, but I knew I would have an opportunity to, so I brought my uniform. And once I got it on, well, I may as well train, and then I just felt awesome, right? So now with struggling sometimes with motivation, part of what helps me is thinking back to that bliss, right? And how blissed out I feel when I do train regularly, when I do push myself, when I do, push myself more than I think I can handle, and I get to that point of like feeling super fit and strong and healthy. But I need to get off my butt to get there, right? And a couple of years ago, I wrote an article. Then I talked about motivation. And at the time, it was funny because I wrote this article talking about like if you're struggling with motivation, how to deal with it. And I wasn't struggling at the time with motivation for karate. I was struggling maybe with motivation for other parts of my life. But I found this article, this study, and it was super interesting to me. I'm going to talk about this now because this is helping me now to get off my butt and do more training and get back to where I want to get with my routine. And first of all, before I talk about the study, the point of my article was that often we wait until motivation strikes to take an action. We think that we need to feel motivated in order to do something, but motivation doesn't always come first. With me, with karate in the beginning, like I felt motivated for so long, but I really think it was taking action and starting karate. And then I started to feel motivated to train in karate, and it just built and built and built. And I had this momentum going where I felt motivated all the time. But it's because I took action and started, right? So action actually happened first. Motivation followed. So if we wait for motivation to strike, we may never take action, right? Because motivation is fickle. It comes and goes. And like me right now, it comes and goes. Last year, it was gone. It was totally gone, right? This year, it's up and down every day. But me, if I just wait until I feel motivated to get a hard training session, and I might never train. So I found this article, this study, and they had a group of people, and they were sitting in front of a computer screen. And on the screen, there was a dot, and a dot would move either to the left, sorry, I'm on camera here, to the left or to the right. And there was levers, and if the dot moved to the left, they had to move a lever on the left side. If a dot moved to the right, they had to move a lever on the right side. But what the participants in the study didn't know is that one of those levers was actually more difficult and heavier to move. It was harder to move. So what they found is that participants would move the lever that was easier, even if it was the wrong answer. So if the dot was moving to the left, but that lever was really hard to move, they would move the other lever on the right. Okay, so they chose the direction that was wrong because it was easier. So what they deduced from this is that our brains are actually wired to do something that seems easier. Okay, we're actually wired to choose the easy path. So we often blame, like say if we have a lack of motivation or whatever, we skip training sessions, we think, I'm lazy. I need to get off my butt. I'm such a lazy person. And we blame other people. We accuse other people of being lazy. We label them as lazy. But really, what the study showed, I found it so fascinating, is that our brains are wired to choose the easy task or a task that seems easier. So they, after moving that lever once, they learned, it's actually really hard to move. And then it seemed too difficult. It seemed too difficult in their head to move that lever, so they'd avoid it. When you think of survival, when you think of, human biology, why would we expend more energy than necessary? That's not a good survival tactic, right? If you're living out in nature, if you, start doing a workout, you start doing a karate session, and you don't have to, you're not being attacked, you're not fighting off a tiger or whatever, and you start practicing your karate, you're expending energy that you don't need to. You don't need to for survival, right? If you're being attacked, yes, you need to. But if you're not, it's extra, right? And maybe, your brain's like, well, do you actually have enough food to fuel you after you have done that exercise, right? So your brain kind of convinces you to do the easy thing to conserve energy. That is what your body wants, is to keep you alive. With that in mind, instead of beating ourselves up for feeling lazy or being lazy, we can say, well, no, there's just something about this scenario that seems too difficult for my brain. So my brain's going to say, well, don't do the workout. Just, take that remote control and watch some Netflix. It's easier, right? So how many times have you planned to do a workout or a training session or go to the dojo or whatever, and something comes up and then you skip it? Because the activity you did instead, it seemed easier than the workout. Instead of despairing over the results of the study and saying, oh, we're all doomed, look at us, we're wired to be lazy, or we're wired to, sit around and do nothing, say, okay, well, I can use this knowledge to my advantage and say, well, how can I adjust my environment to make the desired behavior, like training, to make it seem easier? Okay, so when I was working at the dojo, it seemed really easy to train because I had to go to work and then I was already there, so I may as well train, right? But if my environment now, I'm at home, I work from home, I train at home. If I didn't have a place set up in the house to train, it would be a lot more difficult to train, right? So I have to think about what can I do at home to make it easier to train, to make it easier than going on my phone, to make it easier than watching TV, to make it easier than, giving it a miss and eating some junk food. So the way to do this is to reduce friction. So like one thing I do is when I get up in the morning, and I've been doing this for years, instead of getting my street clothes on right away, and like I like to have a shower first, what I do, instead of having a shower and getting my street clothes on, I put on my workout clothes. And then I don't have a shower until I've done my workout. And what this does in my head is it makes exercise seem easier. So I think, well, I already have my workout clothes on. I may as well exercise. And I made it a habit to put on my exercise clothes, and then I may as well do it, right? So like if you're sitting around at home on a Saturday and you're thinking, well, I don't get enough training in for karate or whatever, you could put your uniform on and just like sit around at home with your uniform on. After a while, you're going to feel pretty silly if you don't do some training, right? You're already wearing your uniform. So that's one less obstacle to overcome. So it makes training seem easier because you're already wearing the uniform, right? So if you have it set up in your home where you have like a training space, where you have your gear out, where you have weights, if you strength train, have it all accessible so that it's easy to get started. Because getting started is the hardest part. It's the hardest part. And once we start to feel more confident, right? We start to trust ourselves that we can get off our butt and do that thing. And then we start to feel motivated, and then we can continue and build up momentum. So what can you do to adjust your environment to make what you want to do seem easier so that even if you don't have motivation, you can still be successful in doing that training or whatever it is you want to work on, right? So put on your workout clothes, put on your martial arts uniform, have your gear out, have your weapons out, have a training space, make it as easy as possible. And then whatever distracts you, like your phone, put it on focus mode, right? Delete some apps on your phone or put your phone in another room. Don't train in the same room where you have your TV, because you might think, I'm just going to turn on the TV and watch TV instead. So you want to reduce friction. You want to reduce the obstacles that get in the way. So if an obstacle, your brain says, oh, I'm not wearing my uniform, it's too difficult to get it on, you get it on first thing in the morning, right? You reduce that obstacle, you reduce that friction. It's one less thing getting in the way of you achieving your goals. I want to be real with you guys that I struggle with this stuff too, right? And so I really am trying to do all the things myself and learn from it so I can share it with you and like what works and what doesn't. And I find like studies like this are so cool to show that, we're not lazy. We're not lazy. And if you're in survival mode, give yourself a break. Honestly, try to, like, I know what it's like to feel like you're at rock bottom and everything's burning around you. And the thought of training is just like, I can't be bothered. So if you're in that point, make it as simple as possible. If you do want to train, if you do find the energy and the strength to train, make it as simple as possible. And this is another thing that we can do to reduce friction and to make it seem easier is, instead of saying, I'm going to work out for an hour, which, you might say, oh, that's just too much work. I can't do it. I may as well skip it. Say, okay, I'm going to do 5 minutes. And I talk about this 5-minute actions, or I'm going to do 2 minutes. Reduce it to an amount that seems so easy that it seems dumb to not do it, right? So one kick, one punch, because chances are when you do that one kick, that one punch, that one set of kicks, that 5 minutes, you're going to want to do more. And I'm not saying that 5 minutes a day for the rest of your life is enough, because I don't think so. I think, we do need to push ourselves. It's really important. Like, fitness is important and health is important. And the more training, the better in my mind. And that's what works for me. But telling ourselves it has to be an hour and then we don't do it at all, well, that's not helping our fitness level or our health. But if we can reduce it to an amount that seems easy, so our brain doesn't say, it's not worth it. I can't do it. I'm too tired. Forget it. I'm not getting off my butt. Reduce it to an amount that seems easy, and then we're more likely to do it. And then we will probably keep going and build up momentum and get that motivation back. Thank you for listening. 2023, a new year and a new you. What are your goals for next year? Do you have any resolutions? And what are you going to start doing on January 1st to make it all happen? That idea of a fresh start is incredibly appealing and motivating. We circle that date on the calendar thinking that this time, we're going to make it happen. But what happens when we wake up on January 1st after a poor night's sleep? Or we wake up with a hangover? Or there's a fresh snowfall and we have no way to get to the gym? Or maybe we do start on January 1st and we do stick with it for a while, but then something comes up along the way. A family crisis or stress at work or an illness. And then we quit. And then we beat ourselves up over quitting, feeling like a failure. We're lazy. We're useless. We screwed up. We'll never achieve our goals. It's hopeless. But this is all bullshit. We're not lazy or failures, and it's not hopeless. That plan that we put into place was just unrealistic and unsustainable. If that plan had been realistic, we would have had no problem sticking with it, even if something came up. A realistic plan is something that we can sustain over the long term. But those plans that we typically come up with for New Year's, those are usually go big or go home. And why not? I think it's good to have big, crazy goals for ourselves, to visualize our optimal self and then do what we can to make it happen. But perhaps in these cases, when we end up quitting, that big goal wasn't broken down into enough small, realistic steps. And perhaps we were hoping to achieve in a few weeks what would realistically take a year or 2 years or more. When we rush it, when we expect too much of ourselves or expect signs of progress too quickly, that's usually when we fail. We need more patience and a more realistic and measured approach if we're going to make this happen. So here's my suggestion. January 1st, that fresh start is incredibly motivating and inspiring. We don't have to give up that pull of a fresh start. By all means, come up with your goal and your plan. Circle that date on the calendar. Announce it publicly to keep you accountable. And write it down somewhere as a reminder and a motivation. But then, don't wait until January 1st to put it into effect. 2 weeks from now until the new year. That's plenty of time to get started. And think how much further ahead you'll be towards achieving that goal with that extra 2 weeks. This time before January is also a super good time to work out all the kinks in your plan. You'll quickly realize if that plan's unrealistic if you're not able to sustain it. Get started now and do all of your problem solving now. Make all the mistakes now so that you'll have a much better plan in place by January 1st. Also, the end of December is a super busy time for many of us. So we sometimes think, oh, it's too busy right now. I'm going to wait until after the holiday mayhem. It'll be so much easier to start on January 1st. But here's the problem with that line of thinking. If you can't stick with that plan over the holidays, with all the eating and drinking and socializing, how are you going to stick with it in the new year when something else comes up? The next holiday, the next time you catch a cold or flu, the next stressful event that comes up. Starting it now, even with the holidays upon us, is a really great way to test if that plan is actually realistic. You want it to be simple enough that you can do it on a regular basis consistently, no matter what comes up in your life. Training just during summer vacation, for example, won't get us fit for life. It may be a lot easier to get started in summer on your vacation and to start with a super intense exercise routine. But if you can't continue that after the holiday is over, how is that going to help you? Training on a regular basis, even if it's a lot simpler and less intense than you're hoping for, than you're thinking is an ideal thing for you, that is what actually gets us fit for life. It's what we do on a regular basis that gets us fit, not what we do when life is super simple, we have no obligations, we're on vacation, and we can exercise all day and all time. Being able to do something day in and day out, no matter what comes up, that's a sign that it's realistic and sustainable for you. And that's exactly what we need in order to improve and to get results. So come up with your resolutions now. Circle January 1st on the calendar. Announce your plans to whoever will listen, and then start today. Even just a small action every day from now until the new year, just to get yourself in the right mindset. Work on setting aside time for those actions. Plan out how it will look. Do some research. Figure out how to handle potential setbacks when they come up. And practice trying it out and seeing if your new plan is something that you actually enjoy. All of these things can help increase our chance of success in the new year. A fresh start in the new year. I love this idea. Absolutely, go for it. But this moment right here, right now, this could be your fresh start. So how about you just start today? Just get up and train. If you're struggling, get up and train. If you're feeling overwhelmed, get up and train. If you're feeling depressed, do whatever you need to do to get up and train. If you're lonely or grieving or angry, just get up and train. And I don't care if it's 2 hours or 2 minutes, you just need to do it. No more bullshit. No more excuses. No more overthinking. It's time to take action. It's time to take back control. It's time to get out of our heads, and it's time to get out of our own way. In movement, there is incredible release. In training, there is bliss. So whatever you're thinking, whatever doubts have held you back before this, now is the time to change all that. Now is the time to change your life. So close your eyes and visualize a stronger you, and then open your eyes and make it happen. Sun, rain, sweat on my skin is where I begin. In this, through this, I discover my bliss. So get up and discover your bliss. This is it. 2023 is going to be your year. But if you want to do anything other than spin your wheels, you're going to have to take a different approach than you've done in the past. Here's an activity that will help you get the results you really want. Take a look at the activities you normally do in a day, your day-to-day activities and your workload. This will also include your martial arts and other training. So now what you're going to do is figure out which of those activities are what's called difficult, easy. So these are activities that are challenging or stressful or frustrating in some way, but they're easy and that they're familiar. It's what we're used to, and it doesn't take a whole lot of effort to engage in these activities. For example, some things that are difficult, easy would be feeling rushed and overscheduled throughout the day. It's difficult, it's challenging, but it's familiar, I think, for a lot of us, and it becomes almost second nature to overload our schedules and our week. Another example is feeling pulled in various directions throughout the day and in our lives. Again, it's difficult and stressful, but it's familiar. It's not new to us. So maybe you want to have more time in your day to focus on your martial arts training, but you feel pulled by other obligations and other responsibilities. It sucks, it's stressful, but it's familiar, it's easy. It doesn't require a lot of effort for this to happen. Another one is feeling embarrassed when we make mistakes. Maybe you're at your belt test and your mind goes blank right in the middle of your kata performance. Totally embarrassing, and it's difficult and it's stressful, but that knee-jerk response to feel embarrassed, that's familiar and that's easy for us. Or maybe your knee-jerk response is to feel angry, right? Or to feel stupid. So it's difficult, but it's easy. It's a pattern we're used to engaging in. Another one can be punishing ourselves with brutal workouts and ignoring our aches and pains and our need to take a break. So these workouts, they're difficult, but we've gotten into a familiar pattern of beating ourselves up over something. Maybe we overate at dinner the night before and we're feeling bad about ourselves, so we punish ourselves with a brutal workout the next day. Difficult, it's a tough workout, but it's easy to beat ourselves up like this, to engage in this pattern of punishing ourselves for something that we think we did wrong. Escape behaviors also fall into this category. So Things like drinking or drug use, compulsive online shopping, spending lots of time scrolling social media, that one's me. All of these things are difficult in that they create stress in our lives, especially if they become habitual, but they're easy to do, right? They're our go-to in times of stress. It's easy to grab a drink when we're tired and stressed after work. It's easy to grab our phone and spend a few hours online. The consequences of these activities, they're not good for us, right? They're stressful and unhealthy, but they're easy. They're familiar. We're used to doing these things. So these activities that are difficult, easy, they keep us stuck. And if you look over your daily and weekly activities, you might discover that there's a lot of this going on. We engage in these things because they're familiar. It's what we know. We've done this stuff so often that it feels easy, right? It's what we do. But all of this stuff is really hard on us, and it wastes an enormous amount of time and energy, and it keeps us feeling stuck and super drained. So they take a lot out of us, but they don't give us a lot back in return. So difficult to easy tasks, that's not where it's at. If we want to stop spinning our wheels and start moving forward in our lives, we need to focus on another category of activities, and that is difficult. So these are things that are equally difficult. They're equally challenging or stressful as the first category. They might create a lot of discomfort in our lives. They might terrify us, but they also create growth in our lives. So they challenge us, as do the things in the first category, but they help us move forward towards self-improvement, whereas the first category keeps us stuck. So some examples of difficult. Following a plan consistently over the long term. So quitting, on the other hand, is difficult easy. It sucks, it's challenging, it's difficult, but it's easy to quit. Sticking it out, on the other hand, though, is challenging and it promotes growth in our life. It's difficult. So doing your martial arts training on a regular basis, even if you don't feel like it and you have no good excuses, and I don't mean when you're sick or have an injury and need to take time off. I mean just doing it when you feel good enough to do it, but you just don't want to, that's difficult. Competing in martial arts tournaments, even if it scares you, this is difficult. It's challenging, but it will also make you a much better martial artist if you push yourself out of your comfort zone. Sparring is another one. If you've never sparred before, it can be really scary for a lot of people to spar for the first time, but you will become a much better martial artist, right? You will understand your art so much better if you spar, and you also have the opportunity to create these incredible bonds and connections with your sparring partners and opponents. So that one would be difficult. It's scary, it's challenging for you, but it also can create positive change in your life. Having a growth mindset is another one. So being comfortable with putting yourself out there and making mistakes and risking looking stupid. This is hard for a lot of us. We do not like making mistakes. It sucks to make mistakes. And even more, it sucks when other people notice those mistakes, right? We feel kind of stupid, but we need to try difficult things and risk making mistakes in order to improve. If you always perform the same kata at tournaments because it's your best, that's difficult easy. It's hard to do. It's hard to perform a kata well, but this one is your go-to kata. You know it like the back of your hand. You know that you can nail it every time. You will always get gold. So it's easy, right? You've gotten into a habit of always doing the same kata, and it's not a big challenge for you anymore. That's difficult easy. On the other hand, trying a new kata that you've never competed with before, that's difficult. Both of them are difficult in the challenge of performing well, but the one that always gets you gold, that's easy. The one that you've never competed with before and you risk losing completely, you risk making mistakes and looking stupid, that's difficult. And that's the one that will help you move forward and improve more as a martial artist, right? So that's where the growth happens. Other things, taking recovery days. This is hard for some of us. When I was competing regularly, this was really hard for me. I didn't like to take days off ever. Even if I was injured or sick, I always wanted to train because I felt like it was going to hold me back. If I skipped days, I would lose my progress. So that was difficult easy for me to not take days off. It was difficult easy for me to keep going. Difficult would be to take a break when I needed it. Okay, that would be better for my growth and my improvement as a martial artist. For some people, it might be the opposite. Maybe they take too many rest days and too many recovery days. Maybe they've gotten injured and they take some time off for recovery and they don't get back at it soon enough. So difficult, easy for them is to continue to take recovery days, right? Even though they're recovered enough and they can get back at it. Difficult, on the other hand, would be pushing themselves to get back to it, to train more frequently, to train more intensely than they're used to or than they have been doing. So that's their difficult. So this is going to look different for everyone. Your difficult, easy, and difficult is likely to look different than my difficult, and difficult, easy. So don't compare to other people when you're doing this activity, because the point of this is to look at your regular activities and figure out how you can make that shift now away from all of those difficult, easy activities that drain you and keep you stuck and keep you feeling overwhelmed, and move towards doing more of the things that are difficult, the things that will help you move forward and start to see some real progress in your life. So this will take some time to figure out. Don't rush it, but it's important if you want to see some growth in your life. Both of these categories are potentially challenging, right? They're potentially stressful and create discomfort in our lives. So if we're going to have that discomfort anyway, doesn't it make more sense to focus on the things that are going to provide value in our life that we're going to improve from than to do all the things that keep us spinning our wheels and they're easy and we don't get any value from them, right? We're going to feel uncomfortable anyway, so may as well do the stuff that helps us grow. So if you're struggling with figuring out your difficult, you can ask yourself the following questions. What are some things that scare you or that you usually avoid? These are your difficult activities. What makes you feel uncomfortable but could potentially change your life for the better? Again, difficult. How do you normally approach problems? And now, what is the opposite of that approach? That could be a sign of something that's difficult for you. So all of these questions can help give you some clues. So figure out your difficult, easy, and then figure out your difficult. And then once you've done that, come up with some 5-minute actions that you can do for those difficult activities. So what's a small 5-minute action that you can do, something that's challenging and that maybe scares you, that can help you move forward towards growth and improvement in your life? So this activity is really awesome because it can help you figure out what really matters in your life, what your priorities are, and it will also help keep your expectations far more realistic, right? And maybe help reduce a lot of that stress in your day-to-day life and your weekly schedule. So do some sleuthing and figure out a plan that will help you move forward in your life and in martial arts. Difficult is where it's at. So figure out yours and do some 5-minute actions today. If you want to perform your best in life and martial arts, building good eating habits and a healthy diet are key. But there's so much information out there. It can be hard to know where to start. Turns out nutrition doesn't have to be complicated. And in fact, what I'm going to teach you today makes it really simple and will help you build some foundational skills that will help you improve your diet and your eating habits today. So let's get into this. The information that I'm going to tell you today, it comes from a course that I have in healthy eating. In that course, I talk about 10 steps to help you improve your diet and your eating habits. I'll have a link in the description below. What I'm going to talk about today in this episode will be a really good start for you. Hopefully that's enough to help you improve your diet and your eating habits, but if you want to go a little bit deeper, by all means, check out that course. So first off, this is not a diet, and diet meaning a quick fix to achieve a certain result, usually weight loss. Quick fixes do not work, okay? They do not work. They're not sustainable. What we're focusing on now is actions that are realistic and that you can sustain over the long term. So many people focus on getting fit for the summer or losing weight for a wedding, and it's that short-term thing, but that is not sustainable by nature. You cannot sustain and maintain those behaviors over the long term. The point of it is to achieve that result quickly. And because it's a quick process, which your body does not like those rapid changes, you end up rebounding and you go back to your old habits. More important for me, and I think should be for you if it isn't already, is being fit, healthy, strong for life. Having a good diet every day, eating well every day, feeling good now, not a crash diet that's going to help you drop pounds for a wedding or whatever, and then you gain it all back and you feel miserable about yourself. That's not what we're going for here. This is also not about food math. I don't encourage a lot of that. For some people, food math, like counting calories, measuring your portions, weighing your food, tracking, that works really well. And if that's you, if it's working really well, keep doing it. My philosophy is if something's working, keep doing it. If it's not, change it. So for me, it doesn't work. I don't like it. And it kind of brings me back to disordered eating days when I would focus on all of the math, around my eating, and it just didn't feel comfortable and intuitive. But if it's working for you, keep doing it. Now, for some people, like bodybuilders or elite athletes, tracking their food and counting calories, that's really important actually, in helping them get an edge against the competition. Those behaviors, though, aren't necessarily something they're going to engage in year round. It might be a seasonal thing. They're training for competition and maybe they're cutting or whatever. And so they're focusing on, all the math around their eating. But for most of us, we don't need to do that. We don't need to count calories or weigh our food or any of that in order to improve our diet and improve our eating habits. So this is also not just me dumping information on you. Information is great. I love research. I love buying books and reading books and learning stuff online. I love consuming information, but all of that stuff doesn't help us if we don't get off our butt and take action. Right? Like I have self-help books galore on my shelves. I read them. I feel really good about myself. I put it back on the shelf and I do nothing with it. That doesn't help me. So I don't want to dump a whole bunch of information on you about vitamins and minerals and all of that stuff that is just going to end up becoming a form of procrastination. And I think that's what happens. Too much information, it stops us from taking action. I'd rather tell you what you need to know, and you don't need to know all the fussy little details about nutrition in order to improve your diet and your health. You don't. So if you want to learn all that stuff in your own time, go online, do your research for sure. But you don't have to become an expert in nutrition or a mathematician or a scientist or any of that in order to improve your eating habits. You just don't. What I encourage you to do through this process, and this works for if you're wanting to improve your diet, I think this is good for martial arts training and all of that, but create what's called an owner's manual for yourself. Get a notebook or a journal. You can use an app on your phone or a Word document and keep track of your observations. So you're kind of playing scientist here. And you're making observations, and then you can look it over later and say, okay, well, this worked really well, or this didn't work really well. And it helps you get out of your head a little bit and take a more objective approach to your results. So, and it gives you valuable evidence too, like maybe some foods don't sit well with you. Maybe some, the things that you think you like aren't the things that actually feel good in your body. When you write it all down like that, it can help you figure out patterns and what actually works for you and what doesn't. So an owner's manual is a really good thing to do. So first question I'm going to ask you to think about is, what foods do you actually enjoy eating? And this might surprise you because a lot of diets focus on what you should be eating, or they imply that there's certain foods you should be eating, and they don't ask you what you actually like eating. Everyone's different. Everyone has a different body, different ethnic background, different budget, different food preferences, different fitness level, different lifestyle. And so one diet is not suitable for everyone. There is no one size fits all when it comes to the ideal diet. So your diet that's ideal for you might be totally different than what's ideal for me. So that's something to consider too. We're not putting everyone in the same box here, okay? One size does not fit all. So what do you like? How do you like eating? Do you like a lot of protein? Do you like a lot of carbs? Do you like a lot of fat? Don't worry about what other people are doing or what other people say is appropriate, for everybody. Not everyone should be doing keto. Not everyone should be doing, high fat or low fat, or like for me, I've experimented in the past with doing really low fat diets. I don't like it. It does not work for me. Some people out there, they live really long, healthy lives eating a very low fat diet. I don't like it. I don't feel good. My skin feels really dry. I feel kind of hungry all the time and unsatisfied with my meals. So it doesn't work. I like fat in my diet, okay? But then the types of fat that I eat, they might be different from what other people eat. Like I like a lot of plant oils and seeds and nuts and avocados. I like a bit of animal fats too, but it doesn't feel as good in my body as, the plant oils and then fish, that kind of thing. So it really depends on the person, and it's taken for me a lot of experimentation and really paying attention to what works and what doesn't for me. Low fat doesn't work for me. Super low carb does not work for me. Super high carb doesn't work for me either. But it took playing around with it and playing detective a little bit, playing scientist, to figure out what my best diet is for me. Basics here. What is a good diet? And we're not going to talk about best because, as I've indicated, there is no best diet for everyone all the time. But a good diet does include certain key properties. So here are the key features of a good diet. So it controls energy balance, not too much, not too little. So it allows you to maintain your weight without too much fuss. It provides enough nutrients. So macronutrients like protein, fat, carbs, fiber, micronutrients, vitamins and minerals. It gives you enough of everything. It helps you look and feel great and perform your best. Okay. And, whether that's in just day-to-day functioning or while you're training in martial arts or other sports. It's not a crash diet. It's not a quick fix. It's not a weight loss diet that, is going to end up in a rebound and you gain the weight back. This is something that's sustainable that you can do over the long term. This is eating for life rather than eating for your beach bod this summer. It also encourages awareness of your food choices and how those foods feel in your body. And it helps you become more aware of your hunger and fullness cues rather than eat this certain amount, whether you're still hungry or super stuffed after or not. It's, well, how hungry am I and how full am I and is that satisfying? So focus is much more on that. And finally, it fits with regular movement. It fits with your training. So when you eat better, you feel better, and then you tend to become more active as a result of that. You feel good and you want to be more active and healthier. And when you're more active, you become, you focus a little bit more on what you can eat in order to perform better. And so they work hand in hand, the fitness and the diet, they work together. So this is good nutrition. And what we're focusing on now is good nutrition for you. So what is best for you? So one thing I want to encourage you to stop doing if you're doing this is to stop this binary thinking of good versus bad food. We love to do this and it's a cultural thing. Some foods are good, some are bad, and there's this guilt around our eating. And I think guilt, for me, when I feel guilty about what I'm eating, I tend to eat more of the stuff that makes me feel guilty. I think, well, I shouldn't have eaten that. Well, screw it, I may as well eat more, right? And that's what happens. Or it's like, if someone tells you you shouldn't eat something, what are you going to focus on? That one thing, right? If someone says cake is bad, well, now I want cake because they told me it was bad, but now I feel guilty because I ate the cake. But because I feel guilty now, I think, well, what the heck? I've already screwed up. I may as well eat more cake. So guilt and good and bad and all of those labels, it doesn't help us at all. So what I encourage you to do is to think of foods as lying on a continuum. And at one end of the continuum, there are foods that have more nutritional value. So they have more nutrients, more fiber, that kind of thing. And at the other end, there are foods that have less nutritional value. So empty calories. So more nutritional value would be whole fruits, whole vegetables, whole grains, lean sources of protein, healthy fats, that kind of thing, lots of fiber. At the other end are things like chips, pop, candy, things that have, sugar or fat or salt, but not much else, okay? And then there's all the stuff in the middle. So foods can fall anywhere along that continuum, and the goal isn't to live at one end of the continuum all the time. If you can do that, by all means, keep doing it. That's awesome. I can't. I like these foods over here. The less healthy stuff. That stuff is fun to eat, but I don't eat a lot of it because it doesn't feel good in my body. Okay, but feel free to experiment and live along the entire continuum without guilt. Okay, but what I do encourage you to do is to try to get a little bit better every day and move a little bit along that continuum towards the more nutritious side, because that is going to give you everything you need in your diet and for your health. But you don't have to give up the fun stuff. You don't have to give up the play food at all. That can be part of a healthy diet as well. Okay, but over time, see if you can move a little bit along that continuum towards just a little bit better. What we're focusing on here is core habits. These are core foundational skills. And just like with martial arts, your basics. Your basics are the foundation of your practice. You learn your basic punches and blocks and kicks. And that informs everything else you do, right? And if you're struggling with the more advanced stuff, go back to the basics. So that's what we're doing here, is building a strong foundation that you can build upon. And then if you want to get fancier, if you want to start tracking, if you want to get fussier with your diet, that's totally fine. But when you have this strong foundation in place, you'll have much better success adding all of that other advanced stuff on top. So one last thing, you do not have to be 100% consistent all the time. You don't have to be. You don't have to eat a certain way all the time in order to get results. You can have, let's say you eat 4 meals a day. You don't have to have all 4 meals be perfect. You can have 3 out of 4 where you're eating really well, and then 1 where you just kind of relax a bit. And that's totally fine. You can still achieve your goals, whatever they may be, of performing better, of feeling better in your body, of improving your weight, your body composition. You can still achieve those goals even with 3 out of 4 meals a day, right? So let's say you eat a certain way 6 days a week, and then 1 day you have off. And I'm not encouraging cheat days, because I think cheat days tie in with this whole guilt mentality around eating, where you think, oh, I shouldn't have these foods, but now is my cheat day. So I think rather, maybe 1 day you just relax a little bit. You don't focus on it so much. You can take a day where you just relax a little bit. Maybe it's a really social day for you, and you don't have as much control over what you're going to be eating that day. Maybe people will be buying you food, or you'll be at parties or whatever. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It doesn't mean, you should binge. I don't think binging is good for us. Oh, this is the day that I'm going to eat all the crap. That's not really good either, because it does feed into that guilt. I think rather a day, 1 day a week, where you just take it easy, you can still achieve your goals. You can still get results if you're doing it 6 out of 7 days a week. That's totally fine. So don't stress about the meals or the days that you don't eat a certain way. Don't stress about it, because you can still get where you want to get. Okay, so now we're going to get into the 4 steps. So the first one, now all of these steps, they're going to sound really, really simple, really basic stuff. And that's because they are, but just because they're simple doesn't mean they're easy. Okay, if they were easy, we would all be doing this all the time. And a lot of us are struggling with this stuff, pretty basic stuff that we're struggling with. So that's why I want to focus on this stuff today. So number 1, you need to make time. You need to make time for improving your diet and improving your eating habits. You need to make time for eating. This might sound really funny, you have to make time to eat, but think about a normal day, a normal week. If you're really busy, if you're really overscheduled, you might have days that you don't make time. You don't schedule in time to eat. And then you find yourself eating while doing something else, eating while you're working at your desk, eating while you're driving home, eating while you're on the run. So making time for eating is a foundational skill that I think we could all improve upon. I know for me, some days, I work from home, and if I fill my day, I might plan my whole day of all the work I need to do, editing and filming and whatnot. But often I find I will be eating at my computer because I didn't schedule in time to eat. I thought about everything else but the eating, and then I'm sitting at my desk like, wait a minute. No, I need to make time for this stuff. I need to make time because food is important, right? Eating, and I love food. Food is wonderful. And we need to make time for this stuff if we're going to make changes in our lives. So I encourage you to look over your schedule, your day-to-day and weekly schedule, and see where you can make time, carve out time for anything related to eating. So sitting down to eat, right? Making time for that so you don't feel rushed. Preparing meals, shopping, all of those things, they do take time. So you need to make time for those things. Number 2, you've made the time now. Now you need to get off your butt and take action. And back to what I was saying about information, how we love to gather information, but if we don't act on it, it doesn't help us. So you need to take action. Something that you can do to help you if you're struggling with this, and this can be a 5-minute action. So I want you to make a list of 5-minute actions that you can do that are related to eating. And this in itself, you can take 5 minutes, set a timer for 5 minutes, make a list of all the actions you can take. When you're struggling, you can look over the list and say, oh, here's something that I can do right now related to eating. So it could be making a grocery list. It could be finding a new recipe to try. It could be figuring out what you're going to make for dinner and looking in the cupboard to see if you have the food available, right? It could be cutting up fruit and vegetables for an easy snack later on. 5-minute action could be making a smoothie that you can keep in the fridge. Maybe when you come home from work, before you head to the dojo, you're really rushed and you often eat crap food. Maybe you stop at the drive-thru on the way, or you make this quick dinner that's not super healthy, or you find yourself eating chips while you're making dinner. You have that smoothie there. You come home from work, you can drink the smoothie, take a deep breath and go, okay, now I'm not so hungry. Now I can make a proper meal. Or you have that smoothie for after your workout when you're too tired to cook, right? So these are all 5-minute actions that you can do. So I encourage you to think about this. Write down some 5-minute actions, or 2 minutes or 1 minute, but things that you can do all around your eating. So 5-minute actions are really great because they help us get off our butt. They help us overcome inertia. And we often wait for motivation to strike before we take action. We think we need to feel inspired, we need to feel motivated in order to take action, but it's actually the other way around. And if you take action in just a small way like this, just a small little action, cut up some fruit, and just put it in the fridge for later. And then later when you're snacking, oh, hey, here's some fruit. It's easy, right? But it's just a small thing that you can do that can help you get off your butt. And over time, when you keep doing these little actions, you will build up this momentum and you will start to feel more confident and say, look, this provided a proof to me that I could get off my butt and do this work in order to improve my diet and my eating habits. So now we're on to step 3, which I think is the most important thing. You need to make time and take action. But this one, if you can do this, I think you can probably solve a lot of nutritional problems and a lot of problems with eating behaviors. So this one is to eat slowly and mindfully. So to eat slowly and to pay attention while we're eating. And this might surprise you that, what I'm saying is the number one thing isn't some particular aspect of nutrition, but there's a lot of evidence that how we eat plays a really, really big role in our nutritional status and our health and our weight. So a lot of us, and if you're like the vast majority of us, our eating experiences tend to be rushed and or while not paying attention. So eating while on the go, going through the fast food drive-through, eating while watching TV, eating at the movies, scrolling our phone, scrolling through social media while eating at our desk at work. So we have a lot of eating experiences that are like this, where we're not paying attention and we're eating quickly because we haven't made time. We haven't given ourselves time to eat. And we're not paying attention to that eating. When you think about it, like how often do you actually sit down, turn off your phone, turn off the TV, turn off your computer, put all distractions away and just focus on the meal in front of you? If you're like many of us, maybe not that often. Eating quickly, though, it does have consequences, and it can result in poor digestion, GI issues, gastrointestinal discomfort. It can result in weight gain. If you're eating quickly, you're not paying attention. It's so easy to eat way more calories than you need. And it can also result in decreased satisfaction with your meals. You don't enjoy it as much. You're not paying attention and you're eating quickly, you're not going to enjoy that meal. And what happens is we eat quickly, it's really easy to ignore the signals from our body that tell us that we're full. So you think of fullness as a finish line. If you're running up to that line, to that finish line, it's so easy to run past it and to cross it. So if you're eating really quickly, it's so easy to eat past that point of fullness without realizing it. And then you're really, really full and you feel uncomfortable and kind of gross, right? But if you eat slowly, if you walk up to that finish line, you eat slowly, it's so much easier to see that finish line and, to reach it without crossing it, right? So eating slowly, it's easier to pay attention to those signals from our body that tell us that we're satisfied, that we've had enough. And when we eat slowly, we actually see some benefits from this. We do feel more satisfied with our meals. We enjoy that meal so much more. When we eat slowly, it's much easier to maintain our weight when we eat slowly. We're not as likely to overeat. And it's much easier to lose weight if that is your goal. You also will feel more in control of your eating, when you slow down, and you'll have better digestion. Your body will be able to process that food so much easier when you slow down. When we slow down like this, we have time and we're able to think clearly and choose, healthier options rather than just grabbing whatever is easy, whatever is convenient, which tends to be high fat, high sugar, high salt, right? So you also might find when you slow down and pay attention that your food preferences might not be what you actually think they are. You might actually enjoy different foods than you think you like. Like there might be times you think, oh, I really need a high fat, greasy meal right now. That's what I'm craving. And when you slow down and pay attention and you eat that meal, you may find that actually this doesn't feel really good in my body. My stomach is kind of churning after. And, like for me, when I eat, if I'm really, really hungry, I want greasy, high fat, high sugar foods, right? And when I eat those, though, when I slow down and pay attention, I find, okay, my skin feels really greasy after. I feel really full and uncomfortable. I feel sluggish. I don't have as much energy. Sometimes, high fat foods feel really good in my body, though. But when we eat quickly and we don't pay attention, it's hard to notice that. It's hard to figure that out. So we slow down and pay attention. We can figure out what we actually like. If you're having trouble with this, here are some things that you can do. Put devices away. Turn off the TV. Turn off the computer, get away from your desk, sit at the kitchen table if possible, turn off your phone. Okay, if you can set a timer on this, take at least 15 to 20 minutes for that meal. That's how long it takes for your body to send you that signal that you're full. If you eat in, 5 minutes, you only take 5 minutes to eat, it's much easier to overeat, right? You need to give yourself time to get those signals, those feedback signals. You can, chew slowly, look at your food, taste it, savor it. How does it feel in your mouth? How does it smell? What does it look like? Pay attention to it. And then swallow it and think, okay, how does that feel in my stomach right now? And think about those things before you go to take your next bite. You can also put your fork down or your spoon down or whatever utensils down, your chopsticks, in between bites, or take a sip of water in between bites to physically slow you down. Once you get used to doing this, though, and eating this way, you won't have to manipulate yourself like that. You won't need to, okay, I need to set a timer. I need to, put my fork down. Eventually, it'll become, with practice, it can become a more intuitive process. But if you're not used to doing this, you can do these things to help you slow down. You can also, if you're eating with other people and one person is a very slow eater, you can match yourself to that slow eater, right? And then, pay attention to what makes you eat faster. Is it stressful events? Is it stressful conversations? What things make you eat faster, and pay attention to that. Try this out. Try at your next meal to sit down, put everything away other than your food, and just pay attention to that meal. Just pay attention. How does it feel? How does it taste? How does it smell? Savor it. And then, if you have that owner's manual, write down your findings after. How did it feel to eat that way? Did you like eating that way? Did it feel better? Write that stuff down. So number 4, the last step we're going to talk about today is to stop eating when you reach an appropriate fullness level. And this fullness level will depend on your goals. So figure out where your finish line is and then stop there. And when we make time to eat, right, and we take action to practice this stuff, and then we sit down and we slow down and we pay attention, when we do all those things, it's so much easier to stop when we're full. We're taking all that time, we're creating space for that meal, we're paying attention to those signals from our body. It's so much easier to do this step. That's why it's in this order. So what is your goal, first of all? If you want to lose weight or lose fat, guideline is to stop eating when you're at about 80% full. You feel 80% full, you stop eating, that can help you achieve weight loss. If your goal is to maintain your weight, stop eating when you're at about 90 to 100% full. Okay, this is going to take some practice to figure it out. If your goal is to gain weight or gain mass, you're going to have to eat past the point of fullness. So you'll be eating until you're about 110 to 120% full. So how this feels, if you want to lose weight, eating to 80% full, it feels like you're just barely satisfied. You might even be slightly hungry still, but you're not hungry anymore. You're just like, a little bit, I could eat a little bit more, but I'm okay with stopping. So that's what 80% full feels like. So to maintain your weight, you want to eat till 90 to 100% full. And what this feels like is you're satisfied, but you're not stuffed. And for me, this is what I tend to do, 90 to 100% full. For most meals, it can vary. But what it feels like is, okay, I feel satisfied. I'm not thinking about food anymore. and I don't really feel anything. I don't really feel full or empty or anything. It's just like kind of a nothing feeling for me. That's what it feels like for me. And then if you want to gain weight, you would eat to about 110 to 120% full. And what this feels like is you're slightly uncomfortable, just a little bit. Like you don't eat till you're puking, but you're just slightly uncomfortably full. And for people who want to gain mass, gain weight, you will need to do this. So a helpful scale for this to help you figure out when to start and when to stop. And again, there's no hard and fast rules with this, but this can be a guideline for you. You can keep track in your owner's manual, by the way. You can try this for a few meals, just till you get the hang of it, and write down before the meal, how hungry are you on a scale of 1 to 10? And I'll explain the scale in a minute. And at the end of the meal, how full are you when you finish? So the scale from 1 to 10, 1 is where you're not hungry at all, and 10, you're ravenous, you're starving, okay? So try to start eating at around a 7 or higher. Okay, so 7, you're starting to get hungry. 10, you're starving, like can't think straight, want to punch people out, okay? So aim for about a 7 or higher. And what you're going to look for, if you don't know, some people don't know what hungry feels like because they're so used to just eating all the time. So if you don't know, if your stomach's growling, if your stomach feels empty, you might feel lightheaded when you're hungry, you might get a headache, you might get really grumpy. That's me. I get really grumpy when I'm hungry, like really, really hungry. And shaky. I get shaky too. I get really, really shaky when I'm low on carbohydrates. So that's, for me, it's going to be a little bit different for everybody. So you get those signals. Don't wait until you're full-blown shaking, angry, lightheaded, passing out. That would be a 10 or more. Aim for about a 7 when you're just starting to feel like a little growling in your stomach, a little bit, yeah, I could eat something now. So that's where you start, okay? And then if you want to stop when you're 80% full for weight loss, stop when you're at about, your fullness level is at about a 2 or a 3 on that scale. So 1 is where you're not at all hungry, and 2 or 3 is like you're just satisfied. If you want to gain weight, you would go for a lower number on that scale. You would go for, like, let's say a 1 on that scale. If you're wanting to maintain your weight, you could aim for a 1 or a 2, okay? So when you slow down and eat mindfully, well, you can pay attention, like, okay, well, how hungry am I right now? You can check in with yourself. Am I at about a 7 or 8? Okay, yeah, well, now I'm gonna start eating. And then you pay attention while you're eating that meal. You eat slowly, pay attention, and then you can figure out, okay, yeah, my fullness is at about a 3, now it's a 2, okay, I'm gonna stop. These steps all work together. So slow down, pay attention, and then you can figure out where that finish line is, and you can stop when you get there. So try this at your next meal. So, one meal, try your slow and mindful eating, and then at another one, you can try this using the hunger scale. How hungry are you when you start that meal, and how full are you when you finish? So, summary of things that you've learned here: make time, take action, so 5-minute actions. Figure out some 5-minute actions you can take and do throughout the day. Slow down while eating and pay attention while eating. Okay, and then you're going to start eating at about a 7 out of 10 on that scale, and stop at about a 3 or lower, depending on your goals. So these are simple things that you can do, simple, but not necessarily easy. We do need to practice them, that don't require tracking or calorie counting. You can keep track of stuff, keep track of your findings in your owner's manual, but you don't have to obsess about it. You don't have to weigh your food. You don't have to engage in that food math if you don't want to, and if it doesn't work for you, okay? So now in the course that I have, again, there's a link below, I go into all the next steps, which gets into all the macros, the protein, carbs, fat, etc., and I walk you through how to make changes in your diet and how to, incorporate these things in your eating in a way that is sustainable and realistic. So if you're interested in that, you can check out that course. But anyway, so that's some basic stuff, foundational skills that will help you improve your diet and eating habits today. Think about it like karate, like other martial arts. Practice the basics. It really is about the basics. You can build up that foundation. If you build that up, you can do anything. You're having difficulty making a change in your life with your martial arts training or your diet or something else. Here's an activity that will help you understand why you're not changing and make it far easier to finally make that change in your life. But before we get into it, I need to point something out. Change is difficult. When we contemplate making a change in our lives, what typically happens is we experience ambivalence. We experience a resistance to that change. This reluctance, however, does not make us weak, does not imply that we're unmotivated, doesn't mean that we're lazy or messed up. What's wrong with me? I want to make this change, but I can't get off my butt. Nothing is wrong with you. That resistance you're feeling is totally normal and expected. Let's do this activity now so that you can see why. Pull out a piece of paper and a pencil or a pen. You're going to answer 4 questions. But first, what is the thing that you want to change in your life? Write that down at the top of the page. Is it a change in your diet? A change in your training? Do you want to get more sleep? What is it? Write it down now. The example I will use as we go through these questions will be training at the dojo a few nights a week for someone who has not been doing so. So this person has been skipping classes or hasn't been to the dojo in a while, but wants to start training regularly, but for whatever reason has a hard time making this change. So now we're going to answer the 4 questions. Question number 1, what is good about not changing? What are the benefits of not making this change in your life? What are the benefits of staying the same? The way things are now, how is this working for you? Because you're doing things this way for a reason. There's some value in it for you, or you wouldn't be doing this. So what is it? Write this down on your piece of paper. Let's consider the example of this person who wants to train at the dojo regularly but hasn't been. What is good about not changing for this person? Well, if they don't go to the dojo, they get to do other things. Maybe they get to watch their favorite TV shows, or maybe they get to read a good book. Maybe they get to have quality time with their partner or their family, so they get to go out with their friends. Maybe they get to have some quiet time to themselves in the evening. Maybe it's the only time of day when they don't have a zillion things to do, and they enjoy having that free time without filling it up with something else. There are good things about not changing. Question number 2, what would be bad about changing? How would this change disrupt your routine? What might you have to give up or lose? Because you will have to give something up. You will need to change your routine. You will need to sacrifice something or make some trade-off. So what is bad about this change? Write this down on your piece of paper. So back to our example, if this person does start training at the dojo, they will need to give up their relaxing evening on those nights and give up that time to watch TV or read or whatever else. They will need to travel to the dojo, possibly in heavy traffic. They will need to train when they get there, even if they're feeling tired or stiff from a long day at work or sitting at a desk. That workout might be really, really difficult, right? It might be hard. They might feel exhausted after. They will need to shower when they get home. They'll need to wash their uniform. They might have to make another meal if they feel hungry when they're done. So they can't even relax right away after that training session when they get home. All of this might mean a later bedtime than usual. So on those nights, they might get less sleep than normal, which might mean that they're more tired the next day. And then of course, they might be sore or tired the next day from the training sessions themselves. There are bad things about changing. Answering these first 2 questions can help us see that our ambivalence to changing is totally normal and expected. It's logical. Look at all the good things you would have to give up. Look at all the bad things that go along with that change. Of course you're reluctant to change. It makes total sense when you look at it this way. But of course you do really want to make that change. So we're going to answer 2 more questions. Question number 3, what might be good about changing? If you made this change, how would this help you? What are the benefits of changing? What new possibilities or opportunities could open up in your life if you make this change? Think about this now and write it down on that piece of paper. Back to our reluctant martial artist, what is good about training at the dojo regularly? Well, this person will become better at martial arts. They will become more experienced and be able to move up in rank. Their fitness level will improve. Their health will improve. Their body composition will improve. They'll feel more confident in themselves. They'll have a healthy outlet for stress and aggression. They'll feel part of a community which will offer social support and friendships. Their mental health will improve. They'll develop strength and resilience. They'll look like a badass and be able to post cool selfies online. There are good things about changing. So last question, number 4, what might be bad about not changing? If you don't make this change, what bad things could happen? If you carry on the way you have been, what might your life look like in 10 years or 20? What is the downside of not changing? Think about this and write it down on that piece of paper. So back to our example. If our martial artist doesn't change and continues to enjoy his couchy time in the evenings every night instead of going to the dojo, there will be negative consequences to this. This person's fitness level will decline. Their body composition or weight will change for the worse. They'll start losing muscle. They'll get worse at martial arts. If you don't use it, you lose it, and they will start to lose it. They'll decline in their ability. They won't move up in rank in their martial art. Their health might worsen. As time passes, their confidence might start to go downhill. Their mental health might worsen as they don't have that social outlet and that physical outlet for stress. They'll lose strength. They'll feel disappointed in themselves, and they'll be filled with regret over their decision to not make that change. So there are bad things about not changing. 4 simple questions, but they can provide a wealth of information. Change is difficult. Your hesitation is valid and legitimate, and you have not been sabotaging yourself after all. But trying to force yourself or bully yourself into making that change when you're already feeling reluctant, this often results in us pushing back and feeling even more resistant. No one wants to feel pressure to change. Pressure from others or from ourselves makes us want to do that thing even less. It makes us resist even more, and it makes that change far more difficult. But what can help is giving yourself the option of not changing. You can say, okay, I really want to make this change, but I don't have to. No one is going to force me to do it. I really do have a choice. And when you say this to yourself and actually give yourself permission to keep things exactly the same as they already are, paradoxically, you will probably start to feel a lot more willing to make that change. No pressure, no bullying, just a real, actual choice with no judgment. By doing this activity and answering these 4 questions, you'll realize that your hesitation is totally normal because change is not easy. You'll see that you will have to give something up, but you'll also see that you're already giving something up by keeping things the way they are. And seeing it all laid out like this, clear on the page, you'll see exactly what you need to do in order to grow. And then when you're ready, willing, and able to make that change, you can make that change in your life. Even if you're ambivalent, even if you're hesitant, no pressure, no bullying. You'll make that change because it's worth it for you. You want to be great at martial arts, but all you see now is the gap between where you want to be and where you are now. And that gap can be incredibly discouraging as you realize how long and difficult that path will be. Instead of focusing on the end of that path, focus on who you have to be in order to get there. That great martial artist you imagine, what is their life like? What behaviors do they practice consistently? How do they handle problems and setbacks? Imagine that great martial artist, that sensei, that coach, that athlete. Picture them in your mind. And then ask yourself, what does this person do? What skills do they have? What do they do every single day to build those skills? And then break those daily activities down into something small and realistic that you, even where you're at right now, can do today. A 5-minute action version of what you imagine this great martial artist does every single day without fail. And yes, that person is impressive and amazing, and they put in a lot of work over a very long time. But they didn't start anywhere close to where they are now. They started at the beginning of that path too. Focus on the identity of the person you want to become, and then build the habits and the skills required to get there, one day at a time. I felt really nervous about starting martial arts in my 40s. I'd never been athletic as a kid. I always hated gym class in school. I'd never been into sports. And yet here I was, 41, trying out my very first karate class ever. Half the class was at least half my age, and most of the students were black belts. And here I was, a 41-year-old white belt, totally clueless. Would I get my ass kicked? Would I hurt myself? Would I look like a fool? Of course I was nervous. I was well out of my comfort zone. And I knew nothing. I was totally inexperienced, which is not a comfortable feeling for adults. But here's the cool part. That inexperience turned out to be the thing that I loved the most about it. That white belt was by far my favorite belt. Everyone expected me to know nothing. Everyone expected me to make mistakes. Everyone expected me to struggle and feel confused and ask questions and not have any idea if I was doing anything right. Everyone expected me to be a white belt because I was. That realization hit me during my very first class. I walked into that class totally nervous and I walked out grinning from ear to ear. I had tried something new. I had done something difficult. I had pushed myself well out of my comfort zone. And I received nothing but a warm welcome and total understanding from everyone there. Those black belts, they remembered what it was like. They remembered being new at it and feeling stupid and out of place. They remembered, and they didn't judge me for going through the exact same process they did. Being a beginner at something as difficult as martial arts, this became so liberating for me. I realized that even though I was an adult with the weight of all of those expectations and responsibilities on my shoulders, I didn't in fact have to know everything all the time. I didn't even have to know anything. With karate, that inexperience allowed me to remember the bliss of learning something for the very first time. The joy of pushing myself, the fun of trying something new. If you think you're too old to start martial arts, at whatever that age may be, just know that you will know nothing and you will make mistakes, but you will also be starting an amazing path that will make you realize that none of that even matters. Can anger help us perform better in martial arts? Can it help clear our heads and fight our best fight? Anger has been linked to negative health effects like heart disease and early death. And because of this, there's been a lot of commentary on anger being definitively bad for our health and well-being. And the suggestion is also that anger muddies up our thinking, which would be terrible in a martial arts context, right? Where you need to have a clear head to know what to do next. But it turns out that these concerns aren't totally accurate. Two common ways of dealing with anger are suppressing it and letting it out in an eruptive way. So when we suppress that anger, for the first thing, we hold it in and we think, maybe anger is a bad thing and it's a sign that we're weak and that we have no control, which would, indicate that we're not a good martial artist, right? So we push it down deep in an effort to regain that control back. But that anger doesn't necessarily go away. And it certainly doesn't help us address the thing that caused the anger in the first place. So it turns out that, doing this, it not only doesn't solve the problem, but suppressing our anger has been linked with depression, which makes sense when you think that, often we feel depressed when we feel hopeless, like the situation is hopeless and we have no control. So a situation comes up, we feel angry about it, and then we suppress those feelings, we push them down, and nothing changes, right? Nothing changes, and you still end up feeling powerless in the situation that sparked that anger in the first place. So let's give an example here. Let's say you're training at a dojo, and there's another student who treats you really disrespectfully. They talk down to you on a regular basis, they put you down, they act like they're better than you, they make you feel like garbage. And you think, oh, this sucks, right? But anger's a bad thing. I shouldn't be angry. I need to exercise control. That wouldn't make me a good martial artist. So you push that anger down, try and ignore it, and you just keep training and try and ignore the situation and keep your mouth shut. But the result of this is that you end up feeling pretty crappy and the situation continues. The problem hasn't gone away. This jerk still treats you like trash, right? And now you just feel powerless to solve it, and you've pushed your anger down in order to be a better person or whatever, but the situation continues and nothing is solved. So the other alternative that we commonly go with is letting that anger out without control, right? And that's not so good either. When we lash out with anger, we risk hurting ourselves and hurting others. And feeling like this often or for long periods of time, it has been linked to negative health effects such as high blood pressure. So let's consider our martial arts scenario. So this asshole who talks down to us and treats us with disrespect, instead of keeping your mouth shut, you decide to let out all of your anger. Okay, so you open up a can of whoop ass on this guy, and you beat the snot out of him whenever you're sparring. You hit him really hard whenever you're doing partner drills. You kick him in the groin whenever you have an opportunity. So you're raging mad and you want to let it out. And this does feel a lot better than holding it in. Anger does feel really good when we let it out like this. But now you've opened yourself up to some problems, potential lawsuit, right? And you've also shown that you have zero control over yourself and you might lose other people's respect by acting in this way. And also, what you're doing is you're telling this other person, hey, you can hit me hard back, right? So you hit them hard, they hit you harder, and it just continues and it never stops. So letting your anger out in this situation, it might make you feel really good. But if you do so without moderating that anger, without trying to control it, you're likely not thinking as clearly as you need to be in this situation. And you're probably not even thinking anymore, right? So you're just reacting to that anger, which isn't good. So suppressing that anger on the one hand, or letting it out without control or moderation, it doesn't solve anything, and it can even make it worse. And both of these tactics likely do have negative health consequences like depression, high blood pressure, heart disease, that kind of thing. And they do have a negative impact on our ability to think clearly and act appropriately in a martial arts context. There is a third option though, and this way is not linked to negative health effects, and it's much more likely to result in a positive outcome. So think about this. Anger is designed to protect us. It's a normal emotion. And when those angry feels come up, that's an indication that something is wrong. Something is wrong. That's why those feelings exist in the first place. It's like a big neon sign pointing and saying, pay attention to this right now. That's what anger does. It says, pay attention. So that anger comes up because you're being disrespected, because someone you care about is being disrespected, because your boundaries are being crossed, because someone is treating you or someone else poorly, because you feel threatened in some way, because your way of life or your perspective or your values are under attack. That's when anger comes up. So anger demands a solution. Our anger indicates that there is a problem, and our physical symptoms of anger, the tension in our muscles, the rapid breathing and heart rate, the adrenaline, all of that, it motivates us to find a solution. And that anger can be good for us if we use it to solve the problem in an effective way. Because once that problem is solved, we have no further use for that anger. We don't need to feel angry anymore, and the anger goes away, right? The cause of the anger is solved, and then we feel better. And then there's no risk of high blood pressure or depression or all of those things. And then we also get all the benefits of, feeling confident in ourselves that we were able to handle that problem effectively and assertively, right? And that knowledge that we're not willing to put up with other people's bullshit. Right? That makes us feel better. So think about that jerk at the dojo. Instead of suffering in silence and putting up with it, or going the other way and pummeling the crap out of them, to make yourself feel better, you can go with the third path. And you can see that anger as an indication that this situation needs to be addressed. You feel disrespected, you feel threatened, you feel angry, and how this student is treating you is not okay. That anger comes up because what they're doing is not okay. It's a sign to you, right? So now you can see that anger as a teacher and pay attention to what it's telling you. And when you do that, you can assert yourself and set boundaries with this person. Instead of suppressing it or reacting to that anger, you can instead respond to it and express it in a calm and appropriate way. So by doing this, you are regaining control. That anger, in that moment, it provided clarity for you. It cleared your head and it helped you focus on what was important, which is that person is not treating you properly, not treating you respectfully. And it mobilized you. This anger mobilized you to take action. And that's what's so powerful and valuable about anger, is that it does motivate action. I was sparring in class once with a student who was getting a little too rough with me, and she was an aggressive fighter. I was an aggressive fighter, but she was being a lot more aggressive than I was comfortable with. And I knew she could potentially hurt me. And we were just, sparring lightly in class. This was just training. It wasn't a tournament. We weren't out for blood. We weren't out for points, nothing like that. And yeah, I could see in her eyes that she wanted to hit me hard, right? And so she kept coming in, and then she hit me really hard and knocked the wind out of me. And I doubled over to catch my breath, and I looked up and she was smirking at me. And then she started to move in to come in again. She wanted to hurt me, right? She was happy about this. And this pissed me off. This sparked my anger. I got so mad. I thought, okay, I need to get control back. And I didn't want to suppress it. If I'd suppressed it, she would have just kept hurting me. And that's not okay, right? I could have ended up injured, or just, demoralized and not wanting to spar with her again, right? If I had let it out, just lashed out with anger and just come at her and started kicking the crap out of her, that wouldn't have been good either. And it probably would have perpetuated the cycle of violence between us, right? Where, I hit her harder and she hits me harder back. So I waited a little bit, we sparred a little bit, but I was fired up, right? And I used all of my adrenaline and the tension in my muscles to get kind of prepared. And I waited until she came in again. And then I came in at the same time and I punched her just a little bit too hard in the face. Not hard enough to give her a concussion, but hard enough that it stopped her in her tracks. Like, she stopped. She was not expecting that from me. She was expecting me to just submit to her dominance, and there was no way I was putting up with that bullshit. So I clocked her in the face and she stopped. And then, our sensei came over and said, "Hey, Sabrina, just back off a bit. It's a little too hard." But he kind of smirked too, because he saw what was happening. And then the funny thing is she backed off after that. She didn't hit me nearly so hard. She realized, here I was saying, this is my boundary. You've crossed it. You've crossed my limit, and I'm not cool with this. And I'm going to let you know. And, whether or not my actions were good, that's debatable, but it made the point and it solved the problem. And she did respect me more after that. I could see it in her eyes as grudging respect. And I knew that with her, trying to talk about it wouldn't solve anything. She was that type of person that she would not have respected me if I'd said, "Hey, back off a bit. You're hitting me too hard." She would have just kept hitting me hard or hit me even harder. She's that type of person. And so I knew I had to meet physicality with physicality, whether that's a good thing or not. It certainly was effective. And, with any other student who was maybe being too aggressive, but not meaning to be, I could say, "Hey, can you back off a bit? You're hitting too hard." And they'd say, oh, sorry, and they'd back off, and that would work. And I've done that lots with sparring partners. And I expect the same from other people. When they say to me, "Hey, back off," I totally respect that, right? But in this situation, I knew she needed to be punched. Studies do show that anger is a motivating force, and studies also show that anger can help people feel more optimistic when they're in a stressful situation. Our anger mobilizes us to do what's right for us or right for others, and if we act on it in a respectful way, it can absolutely be a path to positive solutions. And the physical symptoms of anger, these on their own can be a really powerful motivator for action. I personally have performed some of my very best belt tests and tournaments when I've been angry. But the key for me was staying in control of that anger. I didn't suppress it, but neither did I beat the crap out of my sparring partners or opponents at tournaments. I made note of what got me angry in the first place. And then I chose to use that anger to my advantage. So in those moments, instead of focusing on what made me angry, the thoughts about the situation that made me angry, I would instead focus on my physical symptoms. I'd say, okay, I don't have time to deal with whatever it is made me mad, so I'm going to focus on the symptoms. So my racing heart, my rapid breathing, my tension in my muscles, my adrenaline, I'd focus on that, and I'd use that to fuel really intense training or a really intense performance. And this really works for me in these situations where I have this anger. What do I do with it? Okay, I'm going to channel this into my performance right now. And I'm not doing it in an angry way. It's sort of that anger then becomes aggression, I guess, is how I convert that. And then later, once the training or the tournament or belt test is done, I would, address the cause of the anger itself, the thing that made me mad, but I would do so in a more calm and productive and assertive way, which I could do because I had burnt off all of that adrenaline and tension. So if you're not angry, I don't suggest you try to make yourself angry. That's not necessarily maybe something you want to strive for, but when that feeling does come up, try not to write it off as a bad thing. It is totally normal and it can absolutely be useful. So instead of pretending it doesn't exist or punching holes in every wall around you, think about how you can use that anger to your advantage, because you will be a much stronger and healthier martial artist for doing so. We hear it all the time. Failure makes you stronger. Mistakes help you grow. Messing up is how you learn. So if you fail your black belt test, does this automatically make you more resilient? If you lose your sparring division, does this mean you'll fight better next time? If you keep messing up your kata, does this make you a better martial artist? Mistakes won't help you grow if you continue to make the same mistakes over and over again. Failure won't make you stronger if you don't actively participate in toughening up. Messing up won't help you learn if you don't own it and figure out what to change next time. Failure on its own won't help you improve in martial arts if you sit back passively and expect some magical transformation. Making mistakes is a great way to learn what not to do in a situation, and this is really helpful in martial arts where we're learning very precise and technical movements. But making mistakes doesn't automatically make us better. You could learn a new block and keep practicing the block wrong, and you'll get lots of feedback that you're doing it wrong through getting kicked or punched or spraining fingers while blocking poorly. And if you do nothing with that feedback, you won't improve. Instead, you'll keep blocking poorly and ineffectively, and you'll never get better at it. We do need to learn how to do it right, not just how to do it wrong. We need to get curious about our mistakes. What can we learn from them? How can we use the wrong way to help us figure out the right way, rather than just repeating the wrong way over and over again? Or rather than getting complacent or quitting altogether. And then when we do occasionally get it right, we do need to pay attention to that too. So that one time in 100 that we get that block right and prevent a broken nose, what did we do to achieve that? How can we do more of that? We need to analyze our successes, no matter how small, and figure out how to repeat behaviors that led to those successes in the first place, rather than ignoring that small success and thinking it doesn't matter because most of the time we get it wrong anyway. Mistakes and failures are absolutely a crucial part of our martial arts journey. And great teachers allow their students the freedom to take risks and make those mistakes because they understand that students need those opportunities in order to become better martial artists. But to be good students and to become better martial artists, we do need to be willing to learn from those mistakes, not just repeat them. We do need to make changes if we want to move forward on our path. Turning failure into success in martial arts, it's pretty simple, but it's not necessarily easy. Otherwise, we'd all be doing this all the time. But the process when you make a mistake is as follows. Step 1, learn from it. What went wrong? Get curious about the details. Step 2, own it. Don't deflect responsibility or blame it on anyone else. You made that mistake. To grow from it, you do need to own it first. Step 3, fix it. Do it the right way next time. And finally, step 4, make sure that mistake never happens again. This is the formula for turning failure into success in martial arts, and this is how we will all get stronger and move forward on that path to mastery. My kids both wanted to quit karate long before I actually let them, and I really should have listened to them sooner. I know the advice out there is don't let kids quit. You know, if you let them quit, they're going to be quitters, right? They're going to be weak, they're going to be lazy, they're going to sit around and do nothing. You know, we want them to toughen up. We want them to follow through with things once they've started. And I bought into all of that. Now, I've always been like that. When I start on a path, I don't want to quit. And I get stubborn about it. And sometimes I will stay on a path far longer than I should because I have this stubborn, desire to not quit ever. And I've done that where I've been, taking university courses or whatever path, and I stick with it because I think I should, and I don't want to quit. But I'm not happy. And it's no longer the right fit for me. So sticking with something and not quitting isn't necessarily good if it's the wrong path for us. And I really see that now. So for me, I would never quit, right? And I love karate. Karate became this amazing outlet for me, struggling with grief over my mom's cancer and, struggling with stress and all sorts of things. And karate was great. And for both of my kids at first, it was an awesome fit. They both loved it. My youngest struggled with shyness and karate helped her come out of her shell. My oldest was being bullied and karate helped them become more assertive. But then my youngest lost interest. And my oldest, over time, it took a little bit longer for them, but they started to lose interest too. And I had a hard time with it. I didn't want them to give something up that was originally really important to them. That was really driven by what I wanted. I wanted them to be martial artists. I wanted that. Karate was my idea. I got us all into it in the beginning. They didn't ask to try martial arts ever. It never occurred to them. I came up with the idea. I thought it would be a good fit for all of us. It helped me with my grief, and it did help both of them with shyness and bullying and all of that. So it was a really good fit, but eventually it wasn't a good fit for them anymore, but it continued to be a good fit for me. But I wanted that for all of us. I wanted to have something that we all shared, a passion we could do together. I wanted that time together. I also felt proud of my karate kids. I had that, It's like a little badge of honor. My kids are in karate. Woo, we're a karate family. It's super cool. And I wanted that for them, right? And so my passion for karate got all caught up in, my view of what was best for them. I'm still training because I love it. And so both my kids now, occasionally they'll kick each other or kick the heavy bag we have at home or do some partner stuff with me, but they lost their drive for it. And I finally see it. I finally get it. And I really wish that I hadn't pushed them so hard, because all it did was strain our relationship. It was me putting pressure on my kids when that whole time they just wanted me to see them. They just wanted me to see them and hear them and see, like, they're not into it. It's my thing. It's not their thing. It was their thing at first, but it was probably more my thing than anything in the beginning, but they got caught up in it and they enjoyed it. It was fun. But then it was like, it was my thing. It was my life. And they just kind of continued on because of that. Maybe they didn't want to hurt my feelings. I think that was probably a big part of it. They didn't want to hurt my feelings. They didn't want to let me down. They didn't want to disappoint me. And that sucks. That sucks that I subconsciously or not put that pressure on them to make me happy. And I never want that. I never want my kids to do something to make me happy. I want them to do something that makes them happy. And so that's when I finally said, okay, no, like this was the right choice for you guys to quit. And I'm so sorry. I said to both of them, I'm sorry that I pushed you as long as I did, because it was about me. I made it about me. I made it about what I wanted for them. And we think that because we create our kids, we think that we own them in this certain way, or like, I formed you, I made you. They're their own people. They're not mini versions of us. They're not. They're their own people. And if our kids are exactly the opposite of us, great. More variety, right? Maybe can help open our minds up, because we do get a little closed-minded as we get older. It does happen. And, I think, oh, well, I like this, so you should like it too. And I want something we can all do together. We don't have to have that to have a strong relationship. And what will actually give us a strong relationship is if I see my kids for who they are and I accept them without trying to force my interests on them. So that's what I finally accepted and chose to do. And my relationship with my kids is so much stronger now because of it. And the funny thing is, my worries that, oh, well, they would just be lazy, they're just giving up and they don't have a strong work ethic. They're not going to have that opportunity to build up confidence and assertiveness. They've made their own fun. They're part of this dance group, and they do cosplay and they perform at conventions and fan expos and stuff like that. They're doing a performance this weekend, and they've been working really hard. There's a group of them. They've been practicing these dances. No one told them to do it. No one came up with a schedule for them. No one forced them to be disciplined or committed. No one had any role in it other than them. This group of kids, they've all shown incredible signs of leadership, super strong work ethic. And my kids will train on their own, outside of their group practices. And my youngest, like, she'll be after school, like, okay, I got to work on my dances. No one told her to do it. She'll dance for 2 hours until her feet have blisters. She's like, yeah, okay, I'm tired, I'm sore, but like, I really got to get ready for this performance. And the work ethic my kids have, they came up with their own fun. They came up with their own sport, their own, physical outlet for stress. It's a creative thing for them too. And they feel confident, and like for my youngest who, did struggle with shyness, to want to perform in front of strangers at a fan expo in Vancouver. That's crazy. It's cool, right? But it's like, I didn't have to make her do it. She chose to do it, without my input, without my control, right? So we don't have to be helicopter parents, we don't have to rescue our kids and put them in stuff to make them, become strong, successful people. We don't. And I think a lot of it too is a lot of parents think, not should I put my kid in this? They're thinking, what should I put my kid in? I should put my kid in, okay, they need to be in hockey, they need to be in soccer, they need to be in dance, they need to be in karate. And we have our kids so overscheduled now. When I grew up, I was in, like, my family didn't have a lot of money, so it wasn't really an option to be in, expensive sports where we're traveling everywhere and stuff. But like, I was in brownies and Girl Guides. And then I quit after a while because I was tired of it. But then I did piano lessons, and that was my choice. I wanted to take piano. I had my music teacher at school would come home with me once a week, and we'd do piano lesson at my house. And I loved it. right? And I worked hard for that. But apart from that, I made my own fun. And I think about now, and that's what I wanted for my kids. I didn't want to overschedule them. They go to school, they come home, they have homework. I didn't want to put them in a whole bunch of after school stuff just to, make them disciplined and make them successful and keep them out of trouble, because I knew that that would create stress. Kids need downtime. Kids need time to make their own fun. They need time just to fuck around and do whatever, like, so to speak, okay? Like, they need to just have time for free play or whatever, get outside with their friends, or even if they're online, whatever, they're creating connections. The world is different now. Like, there's nothing wrong with being online, okay? But yeah, we do need to touch grass too, but they're intrinsically motivated to do that stuff if we sit back and trust them with that process. But if we're constantly forcing them to do things because we think it's what's best for them, they're never going to find their own path. They're never going to find their own voice. They're just doing it to please us, or they resent us for it. And then they get burnt out. You see kids who are so burnt out from being put in so many after-school activities that they don't have time to breathe. They don't have time to just chill and stare at the ceiling or listen to music or talk to their friends, because they're always in something. They're always doing something productive. And then guess what? They're just like us. Stressed out, overloaded, overscheduled, exhausted, waiting for the weekend, working for vacation, working for retirement, can't wait to take a break, miserable in our lives. Like, do we want this for our kids? And if martial arts isn't their thing, it's not their thing. It doesn't have to be. And there's nothing to stop them from picking it up later on in life. Like, you think, okay, well, if I let my kid quit now, that's it for life. Oh my gosh. They're never going to train again. It's like, that's bullshit. I was active as a kid, but then in my teen years, not at all. Like, we went hiking and stuff, but I wasn't really into it. I hated PE. I hated gym in school. I was not an active person, but on my own at about, 18, 19, 20, I started going to the gym on my own. My mom didn't tell me to. No one told me to. I wanted to. I started running daily. I wanted to do that. No one told me to. Okay, I started karate at age 41. No one told me to. No one suggested it. This was my idea at 41. Nothing stopped me. I made that choice. I didn't need a parent putting me in karate to develop what is now a lifelong passion for karate for the rest of my life. I did that on my own. No one forced that path on me. I came up with it on my own. And our kids can do the same if we stand back and trust them with that process and say, whatever you want to do, I support it. I'm here for you. So I really this is my opinion. You might not agree, but I really think if your kids want to quit, let them quit. If they're just a little bit if they go to the dojo, if they whine before they go there, but when they're actually there, they're happy. Okay, I would encourage them. I would keep nudging them, because when they're happy, when they're there, they're happy. But if they're not into it when they're there, they're not into it. And they don't have to be. They don't have to do that for us. There are other things that they can do. There are other activities that can be good for them too. Martial arts is awesome. I love martial arts, but they're not the only thing that builds strength of character. It's not the only activity out there. I'd love if everyone took martial arts, but I don't know, if everyone took martial arts, that might suck actually. It wouldn't be so special because everyone's doing it, right? So I don't know. Martial arts isn't for everyone. It doesn't have to be for everyone, and it doesn't have to be for our kids. When I started karate, my original thing was I was so excited that I thought everyone should take karate, everyone should, and I was kind of annoying, always posting online, rah, 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 you should sign up for the dojo, take a class. Now I see it so differently. It's not for everyone. It's not. Not everyone likes getting kicked and punched. Some of us love it. We love taking it and giving it, but it's not for everyone. Performing isn't for everyone, right? Like wearing a uniform is whatever the excuse. And it might seem like it's just excuses. Oh, I don't like the uniform, or oh, I don't like training. I don't want to go to practice. They're trying to tell you they don't want to do it. So why don't you just listen? They can always pick it up later on. And the more we force it, the more it becomes about us and them. It's a fight between us and them, and it's not about karate or whatever anymore. It's about us trying to control them. It's about us and them, and they're not doing what we want, and why don't you listen to me? No, it's not about us. It's their life. Support them on their path, whatever that looks like. It does not have to look like ours. So that is my rant. If your kids want to quit, this is you and your family and your dynamic, and that's up to you. But for me, it was the right choice for my kids, and I really should have listened a lot sooner. Ultimately, they chose the path that is right for them. And by deciding to no longer force them to do something they didn't want to do, they feel heard and they feel understood. They feel seen, right? And that trust between us, that trust is so much more important than them doing what I think is best for them. That trust is important, and their happiness. They're so much happier now. And that is really the most important thing. Jealousy is admiration plus comparison. Think about it. That martial artist you're jealous of, you admire them and you're impressed by them. That's the core of it. That jealousy only comes into play when we start comparing ourselves to them. They seem so much better than us and we don't measure up, and now we're jealous. But without that comparison, it's simply admiration. Last year, I made a video on the first step to conquering jealousy, and today I'm going to dive into the second. But first, a recap. When I'm feeling jealous, what I do is I focus on the thing that made me jealous rather than the feelings of jealousy themselves, and I compliment that other person on it. So if they're really good at sparring and they kicked my ass, I compliment them on their efforts. If their kata is awesome, I tell them so. I take myself out of the equation and I focus on them and my admiration for them. And in doing so, I take all of that power out of jealousy and I transform my relationship with that other person. And then here's the next step in this process. I learn whatever I can from them so that I can be awesome too. And I'm going to give you an example here that isn't really about martial arts, but it does illustrate how you can take that knee-jerk jealousy and use it to your advantage. So years ago, I was studying dietetics at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver. I was in the program with a girl, she was 19, and she was awesome. And at first I felt really jealous of her because she had it all together and I had no idea how she did it. She would get straight A's in school, full course load. She had a job. She had a social life. She would take time off every week. She was super fit and she'd exercise 2 to 3 hours a day without fail. She was super happy, awesome, motivated, confident, healthy, focused. And it blew me away. 19 years old, and she had it all together. And here was I, 26, a homeowner. I was traveling, 3 hours a day by bus to get to campus. I had this house and responsibilities. I had a job, I had a casual position working at a hospital. I worked really hard in university so that I could get scholarships and bursaries, so that I didn't have to pay for school. So I had to keep my grades up to maintain those. So I would always get good grades. I'd get A's and, the occasional B, but I felt like I had to bust my ass to do that. And I had to sacrifice a balanced life in order to do that. So I'd be exhausted all the time. I wouldn't have a social life. I'd be studying really late and cramming on the weekends. And I always felt so busy as a student and unbalanced. Like I had to sacrifice certain things in order to be successful as a student. And then here was this 19-year-old who was doing the exact opposite of that and was achieving far more success with seemingly far less effort. And it blew me away. So of course, jealous, right? I compare myself, think, I feel like crap. I'm burning out. My life is so unbalanced. And here she is, happy, focused, super efficient, productive. Like, how the heck does she do it? At first, I kind of wallowed in that jealousy. And then there was an experience that totally changed my perspective on this. We had a midterm exam for, I think it was a biochemistry class or something, and none of us had got a perfect score. It was a tough exam. And after the class, there was, bulletin boards at the back of the class, and the professor had posted all the answers to the midterm exam. And so everyone's out there, crowded in front of these bulletin boards with their clipboards, writing down all the answers to the questions they'd gotten wrong, right? And then this girl, she comes over to me, and then she stopped and she looked at me and she said, wait a minute, is the final exam cumulative? So is this information going to be on the final? And I thought, no, actually it's not. And she said, oh, well, why are we doing this then? We don't need this for the final. She said, priorities. She put her book away and took off. And I stood there, mouth open, staring after her, looking at this crowd of people who are all stressed out, overwhelmed by all their classes, already panicking about the final exam, writing down answers to questions that they would never need for another test, ever. And she just saw that this wasn't a priority and walked off to focus on something that was a priority, whatever it was. And it blew my mind. And instantly that jealousy turned to, holy crap, I'm impressed by her. She's got her shit figured out. At 19 years old, she's got her shit figured out. And I want in. I want some of that, right? So what I started to do is I would talk to her about stuff and see like what she actually does in her life and how does she manage all this and juggle all this. And I would start studying her, not in a creepy way, but I'd observe her behavior in class and outside of class and how is she doing this? And I learned so much by watching her. I made a decision to stop focusing on me, to stop comparing myself to her. And instead I thought, I want to learn from her so that I can get better at this. She's got balance in her life. I want that too. So I'm going to look to her as a source of inspiration. And it totally helped. I decided not to get caught up in, focusing on her results, like the straight A's, the super fit body, whatever. And instead, I broke it down into the skills she needed to develop to get those results. And I started working on those skills myself. How could I build those skills myself? So time management was key. Doing the thing properly at the time rather than putting it off till later. She never procrastinated ever. Focusing on the most important thing and letting everything else go. So writing down answers to a midterm when we never needed that information again, that was not important. But other things were, right? She also never sacrificed the important stuff. So she didn't give up exercise to study more. She didn't give up sleep to study. She didn't give up her social life to study. She was so efficient when she actually studied that she had time for everything that was important to her. And that was amazing. But I mean, this was someone who was an athlete. Like she'd been a competitive athlete for years. And I'm sure, learned all these skills from her parents, good for them. So she learned how to manage her time. And she knew that rest and recovery and fitness and health and nutrition were all so important to her performance. So she had all of these goals and aspirations regarding, career and education and all that. But not once did she sacrifice her health and well-being for any of those goals. Not once. And if she was sick, she would take time off, right? She would rest. Like she wouldn't, work out as hard. She would get more sleep, that kind of thing. But she knew that rest and recovery were key. And that was a huge part of it, right? So she had this incredibly balanced life at 19 years old, and it blew my mind. So anyway, I really benefited from this process by setting aside my jealousy and seeing her as a source of inspiration and realizing I can learn from this person. I can develop the same skills. And even if my outcome is different than hers, I will improve regardless. So if you're constantly sparring with someone who always kicks your ass and you feel kind of shitty about it, instead of that, first of all, you can do the thing that I mentioned in the beginning where you compliment them, say, wow, like you're really good at sparring, good for you. And then you can talk to them, say, well, what is your training like? Like how did you get so good? Like, I'm really impressed by you. Martial artists love to talk about their training, right? We all love to talk about martial arts. And I'm sure that person would love to share it with you. If you're not being competitive, like if you go up to someone who you're initially jealous of and say, wow, like you're really good. Like, what's your secret? Well, they're probably not going to want to share with you because they can tell you're jealous and angry and competitive. But if you're honestly admiring, like, wow, like you impress me. How do you do it? I'm sure they'd be more than happy to share. And then you can learn from them, right? You can learn what they're doing. What's their routine like? What's their training like? What's their mindset like? What kind of mental game stuff do they engage in? And you can learn those same skills. And you can get stronger as a martial artist as a result. And that was another thing that was really cool about her, is that she was humble enough that she was willing to get feedback and advice and tips and information from other people. There was no ego there, no pride getting in the way of her learning from others. So even though she had all the success in, athletic pursuits, like in gymnastics and whatnot, and she was, straight A student, she had no problem asking other people for advice in things that she was not super skilled at. No pride, no ego, just this willingness to absorb information that was helpful to her. And then she'd filter it and use what she needed to improve. So we can all do this. We can all practice this skill, and it is a skill. It does take practice of humbling ourselves, taking ourselves out of the equation. If we feel jealous, okay, we're comparing ourselves. How about if we step back and say, well, I want what they have. And yeah, I feel jealous, but that means that I admire them. So I'm going to just stop focusing on my feelings of jealousy and instead Look at them as a source of inspiration. What can I learn from them? How can I use what they're doing to help myself? Whenever I post something online about the importance of rest and recovery, I always get at least one comment claiming that rest makes us weak as martial artists. I used to have this mentality. When I started karate, I actually had a really reasonable training schedule. As a beginner, I knew that too many classes could potentially result in injury, and I wasn't used to the kicking and all these difficult techniques. So I started off doing 3 nights a week at the dojo, making sure I had at least one night off in between classes. I also trained at home every day, but not as intensely as in class. So the schedule really worked for me, and I was able to adjust to this and maintain this for quite a while. But then I decided to up the ante. After about 6 months of training just in karate, I started 2 other martial arts at the same dojo, Kobudo and Japanese Jiu-Jitsu. I was still only there 3 nights a week, but now I was doing back-to-back classes. Plus, I was training at home every day. But by this point, I was used to the karate training, so it didn't take me that long to adjust to this new workload. But then I upped the ante again. I joined the tournament team. So this was a tournament every month or two, plus an intense 4-hour training session 1 weekend every month. And it did take me a bit to adjust, but eventually I did get used to this new routine. But then I wanted more. I was training for a tournament, and I was going to be doing a team kata, a synchronized kata, with 2 other dojo members. And one of the members of the group, he couldn't be there that often. He had a bit of a weird work schedule, and it was really difficult to synchronize and be there at the same time. So what I started doing, and what the other member of the group started doing, is we made sure that we were there every night the dojo was open, so 5 nights a week, so that when the guy with the weird work schedule could show up, we could all train together for this tournament. So I went from 3 nights a week to 5 nights a week at the dojo, plus the Kobudo, plus the Japanese Jiu-Jitsu, plus the tournament team practices, plus daily training at home. And for a while, I was able to sustain this with no problems. But then I started seeing some signs of burnout, exhaustion, illness, injury, slow recovery, low energy, lack of drive, poor sleep. I was definitely overtraining, and it all started to catch up to me. It did take a while though. I was really fit when I started karate, so I think it took longer to get to that point of burnout than if I hadn't been used to regular intense training all the time. And every new thing I added, I did give myself time to adjust to it, right? So I didn't get injured along the way. I didn't feel exhausted along the way. I gave myself that adjustment time, but I did eventually reach my limit. And that's when all of those symptoms of burnout started to come up. If I had been smart, I would have prioritized rest and recovery long before that happened. But I had this mindset that doing so would set me back in my training. I'd lose progress, I'd get behind, I'd become weak. I also adored training all the time like that. I really loved it. It brought me so much joy, so I was really reluctant to give up something or cut back on something that made me so happy. So I never took time off. The day after a belt test, I'd be right back at the dojo. The day after a tournament, very first class, I'd be back at the dojo. Even after an injury, I would go right back to training. If I was injured or sick, I did modify my training. I'd, slack off a little bit, go a little easier, but I never stopped. I never took a full day of rest, ever. And training burnout, of course, was the result. And all of my concerns that taking breaks, taking rests, taking time for recovery would make me weak actually resulted in me becoming weaker. Overtraining made me weaker. All of the benefits of that training schedule were canceled out by training at my limits for far too long. So think of a sprint versus a marathon. That sprint mentality to push as hard as you can, as fast as you can, that works really well for a short duration. But for a marathon, a sprint mentality doesn't work. I had that sprint mentality for that team kata. I knew that we did need to train hard and as much as possible in order to do well at that tournament. And training at that level was totally reasonable up until the tournament. My mistake, I think, was in not cutting back after the tournament was over. Even if I wanted to maintain the 5 nights a week as my new normal, I could have taken some time off right after the tournament, maybe a few classes off, or even cut back to 2 or 3 nights a week just for a couple of weeks until I could have recovered from that tournament. So hard training, then tournament, then recovery. Sprint recover. That would have been a much smarter and far more sustainable training routine. And that burnout wasn't great, but it did teach me something valuable. I became aware of what my limits actually are so that I don't push myself too hard for too long again. We want to be tough as martial artists. We want to perform well and be good at our art. But the best way to do that is to create a training plan that is sustainable over the long term, not to push ourselves to the point of burnout. We do want those hard sessions to see what we're capable of, and pushing ourselves really hard will help us perform better at belt tests and at tournaments. But rest and recovery need to be part of that plan too. And the combination of all of those, hard training plus sufficient time for rest and recovery, is what allows us to perform well, not just for the short term, but for life. Here's a question I saw on a martial arts forum recently. If you were invited to do a belt test and you didn't feel ready, would it be disrespectful to decline that invitation? I'm paraphrasing here, but hypothetically, your sensei invites you to test, you don't feel ready, you don't think you're worthy, so you say no. What are your thoughts on this? Is this disrespectful to your sensei? Let's first talk about what's going on here, and then I'll give you my 2 cents. Most people I've talked to don't feel ready before a belt test. They're nervous about that test. They're worried they're going to mess up. They have doubts about their readiness to move up in rank. And most of the time, this is just nerves. I've experienced this. Every single time I've been invited to do a belt test, I've experienced 2 very distinct feelings: excitement and nervousness. I've always felt excited about that invitation and excited about the prospect of moving up in rank, and always felt incredibly flattered that someone thought I was good enough to do so. And at the same time, because it was so important to me, I felt nervous about making mistakes and nervous about the potential for failure at that test. And going into each test, I had doubts about my worth. I'm not ready for this. I'm not good enough. I'm not ready to move up in rank. These were always the thoughts going through my head before each test. But once I was actually there testing, all of those concerns fell away, and I focused all of my efforts on performing my very best at that test. And after every test, it took a good month before I felt worthy of that new rank and felt comfortable and that I'd actually earned that new belt. So for me, I've always had doubts about my worth along the way, but that was always based in nerves and fear. And once I faced that fear, all of those doubts went away. I realized my concerns had no basis in fact, and I also realized that being invited to test meant that someone thought I was worthy, even if I initially didn't think so. And my experience seems to be pretty normal. Most people feel nervous before a belt test, but still excited once they achieve that new rank. And in those cases, those people just needed to face their fears and do that test. But what about people who honestly think they're not worthy, and it's not just a case of nerves? They believe that they're not ready to test and that their sensei is wrong to invite them. My view is that this person is being way too hard on themselves and should just do the test. Their performance will likely never meet their super high standards, and that perfectionism most likely comes up in other parts of their lives as well. And refusing to test, or their sensei allowing them to refuse, is just feeding that perfectionism. And chances are, no matter what rank they will achieve, they will still have that feeling of not being good enough. So putting off that test isn't going to solve the problem. They will still be too hard on themselves, whether they test or not. So really, they should just test. And that question of disrespect, my view is that it absolutely is disrespectful to your sensei to refuse to test. It says that they think they know better than the person who trained them, who taught them everything they know, and who will be testing them. They think they know better, and their sensei's judgment is wrong. So in my view, and yeah, this is totally my opinion, so of course you can disagree with this, but I think this person should be taken down a notch. Or maybe they should just go find another dojo. Don't like that invitation? Fine, go elsewhere, find a tougher sensei. But they shouldn't train under someone only to refuse the honor of a belt test invitation when it comes their way. Because it is truly an honor to be invited to test. To that person, I say be grateful for your leader's confidence in your worth. Because if you refuse that honor, there's a very real possibility that you will convince your sensei that you're actually right, that you're not worthy of that higher rank after all. If you refuse that invitation, consider the possibility that you will actually get your wish and not get invited to test again for a very long time. What do you think? Is it rude? Is it disrespectful? Have you ever refused a belt test? I'd love to hear from you. You're not ready. You're not good enough. You're not worthy of your rank. You'll never achieve anything. These are just thoughts in your head. They mean nothing. They're just words going through your mind. And yet we give so much weight to these thoughts that they start to become our reality. When we buy into these thoughts, we stop doing the very things that could prove these thoughts wrong. We think, I'm not worthy of my rank. And then we start training less or with less intensity. And then our training suffers and our abilities actually decline. And then sure enough, all the evidence supports this thought that we are indeed not worthy of our rank. We think, I'm not ready for competing. So we avoid competition. And then our anxiety over competing gets bigger and bigger. And then sure enough, that anxiety seems clear evidence that we're not ready to compete, because every time we think about a competition, we get so anxious that we can't even do it. We experience random thoughts all the time, and most of them come and go without us paying much attention to them. But some of them are particularly charged in some way, whether positive or negative. They make us feel good or they make us feel bad, but they make us feel something, and so we engage with those thoughts. We pay attention to them, we focus on them, we fight them, we deny them. Whatever the content of that thought, and however we engage with that thought, whether we're holding on to it because we like it or we're pushing it away because we don't like that thought, it's the very act of engaging with those thoughts that gives them fuel and keeps them thriving in our mind. So we give our thoughts our time, our energy, and our attention, and then those thoughts build up a momentum in our mind. And then those thoughts become beliefs. We actually believe them to be true, and those thoughts seem very, very real to us. And then they have this incredible power to shape our lives, for better or for worse. And they do shape our lives. And then we avoid competition, or we slack off in our training, or we quit martial arts entirely. We avoid doing the very things that would prove those thoughts wrong. But we do need to prove those thoughts wrong. We do need to stop paying so much attention to them and giving so much power to these thoughts that have no business ruling our lives. We need to stop giving so much energy and attention to thoughts that do not serve us, because they are truly just thoughts. That's all they are. And yes, right now those thoughts are pretty freaking loud in our heads. But that's only because we've given them so much power for so long. And when they do get quieter as a result of us not giving them so much attention, they start to seem far less compelling and far less real. And then we start to see how insignificant those thoughts actually are. If you think you're not ready to do something, you need to do it. If you think you're not ready to sign up for a competition, you need to sign up for a competition. If you think you're not good enough to pass a belt test, you need to perform that belt test. If you think you're not good enough to start martial arts, you need to start training in martial arts. You need to take action. You are good enough. You are ready and you can do this. Take action and prove those thoughts wrong. I'm getting really sick of the suck it up buttercup attitude in martial arts. I was raised to be tough. I was raised to keep my mouth shut, to be seen and not heard, to not be a whiner, to take my shots without tears, to get up after I fall down. I was absolutely raised like that, but I was also taught the value of empathy and compassion. I was taught that you can be tough and you can be compassionate and empathetic as well. You can be both. Far too many martial artists prioritize toughness at the expense of compassion. We want to be tough. We need to learn how to take a hit. Absolutely, these traits are valuable, but we also need to be able to meet people where they're at, and this requires compassion. Some people do really well with the suck it up buttercup attitude, but many people don't. It can be incredibly dismissive for someone who is struggling with fear or pain or exhaustion to hear another martial artist say, just suck it up. No compassion, no attempt to understand the reasons behind that person's struggle. Is this really the martial arts way, belittling people when they're struggling? If we value humility as much as we say we do as martial artists, doesn't this require a huge dose of compassion? Let me give you an example of the value of compassion in martial arts. I have a thank you card that I got from a karate student a few years back. If you're listening to this, Shane, thank you again for the card. You're awesome. I'm going to keep this forever. But yeah, he gave this to me as a thank you for helping him when he was struggling. So he was training at the dojo that I was working at, and he was a really good kid, but he struggled with anxiety. And, you know, he would enjoy classes and have a lot of fun, but whenever he had to perform in front of the class, he would get really, really anxious and shut down. And then he got invited to his very first belt test, his yellow belt test. And he was really, really excited to get that invitation until the day he had to test. So his dad brought him in that day, and this kid, he was terrified. He was crying. He refused to step on the mats. You know, we had, usually the kids would get a half an hour before the belt test to go on the mats and get prepared, to train, to practice, to go to the bathroom, that kind of thing before the test started. And he refused to even step on the mats. He just refused to be part of it. And it looked like he wasn't going to be able to test. And no one knew what to do. His dad was trying to convince him, couldn't convince him. Our sensei was trying to convince him, couldn't convince him. Right? No one could get through to him. He was super anxious and couldn't calm down. And it looked like he wouldn't be able to do his test that day. So I stepped in. And just some backstory here. I was seen as kind of the dojo mom and the dojo counselor. People felt comfortable talking to me and the kids felt comfortable with me. And so our sensei would often look to me for, in situations like this, when it was difficult or when there was a kid who came in and started karate and, was struggling with things, with anxiety or whatever, our sensei would, get me to work with them and I could usually help them. So I looked to my sensei like, you want me to step in? He's like, yeah. And so I stepped in and I started talking to him. And I talked to him about anxiety and I talked to him about all the stuff that I had gone through and feeling anxious for every belt test I had ever done and feeling nervous every time I had to perform and making mistakes at every belt test I'd ever done, right? And as I talked, he started to calm down a bit. I could see it. He was listening to me. And I was able to coax him onto the mat, just to the edge. I said, just come onto the edge here. You don't have to go all the way into the middle where all the kids are. Just hang out with me here. And so he stepped on the mat and I kept talking. And then when he started to feel safer with me, I encouraged him to come with me to the other end of the dojo. So the kids were practicing on one half and the other half was fairly empty. So I said, let's just go down there and hang out. No pressure. We can just hang out. And so he came down there with me. And then I started practicing the things he needed for his test. And within a short period of time, I got him training with me. I got him going through everything he needed for his test, and I got him to do his belt test. So he joined in with everyone else right on time, no tears, no hesitation. He was nervous, but he did the test and he did awesome. And then after the test, both his dad and our sensei were totally grateful and shocked that I'd been able to do this. And our sensei, I remember he said to me, he said, I don't know how you did that. He said, I would never have been able to get him even on the mats, let alone testing. I would never have been able to do that in a million years. And I just said to them both, well, you just got to get them laughing. When they're scared like that, when they're terrified like that, you just got to get them giggling. And that's exactly what I had done. And I knew from experience how to handle this kind of stuff. I knew from experience as a mother what it took to get my kids through anxiety. I knew from experience working with kids. I had been a beaver leader in Scouts Canada for a few years, working with 5 to 7-year-old boys, and stuff would come up and I knew how to handle that. I was always really good with kids. And I also knew from my own experience being super shy as a kid, what it took to get through anxiety. And for me, humor is awesome as a coping mechanism. It still is for getting through the shit in my life. Humor is my go-to for handling things. So I did know all this stuff and I had all this experience with it, but mostly I knew what would work because I made the effort to meet that kid exactly where he was at and work from there. He was terrified. I could see that. And I knew that if I could get him giggling, if I could get him having fun again, he could work through that fear and he could do his test. So I made our karate training together as ridiculous and goofy as I could. And it worked. Laughter got him through that fear. But it wasn't really the goofiness. Ultimately, it wasn't that. It was compassion. It was empathy. I could see how he was feeling, so I could figure out how to reach him. I could understand what he was going through, so I could figure out how to help him. If I had just told him, just suck it up, buttercup, I would have failed miserably. It wouldn't have worked. There's no way he would have done his test if I had taken that attitude. He would never have gotten on the mats. He would have never done what he did that day. There's no way. Toughen up was not the solution for him. Compassion was. And, there are people who respond well to the toughen up thing. Absolutely. For some people, you could just say, hey, just be tough. You can do this. Act like a black belt. Just push through. And for me, that totally works. I totally respond well to that attitude. But it doesn't work for everybody. And even so, even if you use that approach, you still need compassion and empathy to figure out if that's going to work with somebody. You still need compassion and empathy to figure out who will be motivated by the suck it up tactic and who will be motivated by a softer method. You need empathy both for the people who can handle the tough love as well as for the people who can't. You need to understand people and you need to meet them where they're at. Toughness and compassion, we can have both and we need both. That's how to help people, and that's how to motivate people, and that's how to keep the humanity in martial arts. I'm going to tell you the fastest way to improve as a martial artist. And there are several parts to this. The first one, big one, learn from other martial artists and don't let insecurity or jealousy get in the way of this step. This is super important. You want to learn as much as you can about the martial art that you're practicing. And you learn that by watching other people and not just really, really good martial artists. Watch everyone. See what you can learn from everyone. You can always learn something from everyone, no matter what their rank. So watch YouTube videos, watch, Olympic matches, watch WKF, right? Go in person and see tournaments and watch those tournaments. Go to belt tests if you can and watch people perform. Watch other martial artists and see what you can learn from them. See how they train, see how they compete, see what they do to get ready for a competition or a belt test. What are they doing at the beginning of class? Are they standing around talking to people? The really, really good martial artists, do they stand there and chat? Do they meditate? Do they stretch? What are they doing to get ready for that class? And how focused are they during that training? And then watch them. How do they learn? Do they watch themselves in a mirror? If there's a mirror at the dojo, do they learn that way? Do they drill things out? What are they actually doing? Pay attention to all of this stuff. You can learn so much by watching other people, and then be willing to ask these people for tips and advice. If you go to a tournament and you're really impressed by a martial artist, after, go up to them and compliment them. Right? Say, hey, that was super awesome. And then, see if you can pick their brain a bit. They might be willing to share information about how they train and how they prepare. And you can learn a lot if you're willing to set aside insecurity, to, stop comparing yourself to other people and set aside any jealousy and just say, okay, this person is really, really good. I'm going to see what I can learn from them. But also pay attention to people who don't do well and who struggle and, who lose matches, and what is it that they're doing that isn't working? So you can learn from other people's successes, and you can also learn from other people's mistakes, because that's really important. And not in a judgmental way, because we all make mistakes. We all fuck up, right? But we can learn from those things. You watch two people sparring, and one person's really good, and the other person, tries different techniques, and none of them work. And you can figure out, why, try and break it down. Why didn't that work? What is it about that their opponent, that they can block those techniques, or they can maneuver, they can sidestep, whatever it is, and break it down and figure out why that's not working for that one person and why, the other person is doing so well. Break it down in your head. We learn a lot by watching, but keep in mind, this step isn't enough on its own. Watching isn't doing. We need to actually take action and practice these things in order to learn, in order to improve. So the next part, you have to put in the reps. Get as much repetition as possible. The more repetitions, the better. The important part with this, though, it can't be on autopilot. Think about if you're driving somewhere. If you've ever had this happen, if you drive and you get to your destination and you can't for the life of you remember how you got there. You zoned out, you went on autopilot, you just drove there without even paying attention. Okay, that's, super dangerous when you're driving, but when you're practicing a martial art, if you train like that all the time, and chances are you're doing at least some of your training like this, we all do, we get so used to doing certain things, practicing a kata, practicing the basics, and sometimes we're in our head a little bit too much and not paying enough attention, and we can go through a whole training session without really being there, really being present. But training like this, you're not going to push yourself. You're just going to go through the motions, and really you're wasting your time unless your goal is to have a relaxing, meditative, calm training session, which is totally valid and worthwhile on its own. But unless that's your goal, you're wasting your time. If you want to get better, if you want to improve at what you're practicing, you need to be totally present and focused. So your focus is important. Your attention is important. Your intention is important. What do you want to get out of that training session? If you're just doing it on autopilot, you're just going through the motions, you're not going to improve. Not as fast as you want to. It's going to take a long time to improve if you're just kind of doing it, right? So you need to push yourself. You need to be focused. You need to push yourself and challenge yourself in order to improve. If you want to improve your speed in sparring, you want to get faster with your techniques, you need to push yourself and practice going faster. If you're always doing leisurely, laid back sparring with other people, you're not going to get better at it. You're not going to get faster, right? You need to be focused and paying attention and having an intention, clear intention of what you want for that training session, and then working at it and not just training on autopilot. So for every training session, pick a focus. What is it that you want to work on? What is it you want to improve in that session? Is it your speed? Is it your intensity? And it can be more than one thing. Maybe you're working on a kata and you run through it in the beginning and you want to work on your intensity. So then really have that as an intention and really be focused on your intensity while you're practicing that kata, right? So having a focus and having a point of what you're doing, it can help get you out of autopilot. So here's another part of this. Specificity is important. So if you want to get better at a certain aspect of martial arts, you need to do more of that thing. You need to train in a way that is specific for that goal. So if you want to get better at kata, you need to practice more kata. If you want to get better at sparring, you need to spar more. If you want to get better at, performing kata, not just doing a kata, like you can train and say, okay, I want to improve my kata and make it technically perfect or, as correct as possible. And you could focus on that, but it might not look good in a performance setting, right? So that's a totally different thing. If you decide you want to perform better at kata, you need practice performing. You need to put in the reps and perform more in front of an audience because it's a totally different beast, right? So specificity is important. You train for the thing that you want to improve at, that specific thing. It's like, if you want to be a better runner, walking is great, hiking is great. Yeah, it's great for your fitness, but it's not going to make you a better runner. If you want to get better at sparring, kata's awesome, but it's not going to get you better at free sparring, right? And again, like if you want to get better at free sparring and all you're doing is sparring drills, you're not going to get better at free sparring as quickly as you'd like if you're not doing the thing that you want to get better at, right? So specific training. And another part of this, errors are important. Making mistakes, that's super important. And we don't like making mistakes. We don't like looking stupid or feeling stupid. We feel like we have this cultural idea that mistakes equal failure equals, a lack of progress. And it's not true. It's not how we learn. How we learn is a big part of how we learn is making mistakes. You think about learning how to walk, learning how to talk. There's a lot of error in that process. And we do learn from our mistakes. We learn, and we have to be willing to learn from those mistakes, but we do learn from those mistakes. We learn a lot. So, and greatness happens when we train at the edge of our capabilities. If we're always training in a way that's safe and comfortable, we're probably not making a lot of mistakes when we're training like that. But we're not pushing ourselves enough to actually achieve greatness, to actually improve, right? You need to train at the edge where you are making mistakes, you are failing at times, you are falling on your face. You need to train at that edge because that's where you figure out what you're actually capable of, right? You will make mistakes, but you will push yourself and you will improve so much faster if you do that. So a while back, I read this article. It was an interview with an Olympic athlete, and she was talking about, I believe it was the rule of thirds for training. Her coach had told her, if you're pushing yourself hard enough, your training sessions will break down like this. About a third of your training will feel awesome, like kick ass. A third of your training will feel okay, like just kind of meh. And the last third will really suck. It'll feel crappy. And he said, if you are training like this, if it breaks down like that, you're pushing yourself hard enough. So if all of your training is super, super easy and you're not pushing yourself, it'll all feel great. It'll all feel kind of effortless, right? And you're not pushing yourself hard enough. If you're pushing yourself too hard, a lot of your training sessions will suck, right? So you want to have that balance between too hard and not hard enough so that you get that, only a third feels super awesome. A third will suck. It will suck. You will fall on your face again and again. And a third will just be, you're just training, right? And then you're in that zone of improvement, of, being out of your comfort zone, pushing yourself, training on the edge of your capabilities. So I thought that was a really good breakdown, really helpful. So the next point, rest is super important. Rest in between the reps. So you want to get as many reps in as you can, but you need breaks, you need rest, you need recovery in between. That's when we get stronger. It's like, you're doing a lot during the day, you're learning things. When you go to bed at night and you sleep, that's when it all kind of gels, it all solidifies in your brain, right? Whenever I've learned a new kata At first, it always feels like my brain is made of Swiss cheese. Like I love Swiss cheese, but it's like this big block of cheese with holes throughout. And there's a lot of solid stuff, but there's a lot of holes. There's a lot of stuff missing. So I actually learn kata, for example, very quickly. And I can learn, easily when someone teaches me. I can learn easily from video. I can watch a video and pick it up pretty quickly. But there's a certain point where, I'm learning, I'm drilling it out, I'm practicing, and then my brain just feels like it's got holes in it, right? Where I feel kind of stupid and I've got a lot of it, but it's just not quite there. And so I would go to class and I would, learn something new and feel this way. And then I'd go home, drive home, take a break, have a shower, eat something, and then I'd always get back to it. So that night when I learned a new kata, I would do it again, practice again at home before I went to bed. And it would start to feel like the holes in my Swiss cheese brain were starting to fill in. It would start to kind of solidify. And I really think it was that break, after class, like, okay, I stopped now because I feel overly saturated. I'm creating holes in my cheese brain, right? And then take that break and then I get back to it and it starts to kind of, get in there. And then I go to bed. And in the morning, I'd always get up first thing. When I learned a new kata, I want to get right back to it. And I practice it again 2-3 times. And then it would be in there just like that. And then it's solid. So it's the breaks in between those repetitions that really help us learn and improve. So don't be afraid to take breaks. I've had it where I've trained so much without breaks that I've actually started to forget things. So I would be training for a belt test. And I get really nervous before the belt test. So I start training more and more and more as I got closer to belt test day. And then the day before, I'd be training and training and training and running through katas and drilling things out. And I do so much sometimes that I would feel like my body would start to feel weird. Okay, this sounds really weird, but I feel like I didn't know how to make a fist anymore. I would make a fist and I'd look at my hand and think, is that right? Is that actually, it would feel really weird. So that's too much. That's too many repetitions, not enough rest, right? And that's when we do start making errors. We do make big errors, right? And some errors are helpful, but if we're training so hard and so much without rest, that we then start fucking up, that's not good. That's not good learning. So definitely rest in between those repetitions. So the last part of this, so now we've been, watching other people, learning as much as we can about our martial art, learning what works well for other people, learning what doesn't work well. We've been putting in the reps, right? Lots of reps, pushing ourselves, not training on autopilot, taking breaks, making mistakes. The last part of this is we need to get feedback. We need feedback from other people. We need feedback from our sensei, from other athletes. We need feedback from ourselves. How does a technique feel? How does a certain training session feel? If you have a mirror that you can train in front of, how does it look? You can film yourself and then watch the video later, watch it back, play it back, and figure out, okay, actually, no, that part that felt really good, that doesn't look very good, or maybe, it actually looked a lot better than I thought. You learned so much by getting that feedback. So whether it's from you or from others or from video or from a mirror, that feedback is how you can fix all those mistakes, right? You can see where the mistakes were and then you can fix them. Mistakes are a really important part of that learning process, but they can only help us if we're willing to fix them, right? And learn from them. And that feedback is a huge part of that process. So you go to a tournament and you perform a kata. How did it go? What went well for you? What didn't? What can you learn from that? And then you can use that knowledge for the next time. When I used to compete all the time, I stopped worrying so much about how well I did at that tournament, like if I got a medal, if I got a trophy, whatever, how I placed. And I started looking at each tournament as a learning experience. And I would try to look at my performance over time. And, and I would always pick certain things like, okay, I'm going to focus on my intensity, or my pacing, or, my stage presence, or whatever it is. And I would focus on that and I would kind of analyze that from tournament to tournament. Say, okay, did I perform better this time than last time? No matter what I got, if I placed or not, if I got a medal or not, did I perform better? Do I feel that my performance improved, right? So again, that's another form of feedback. Make notes after your training sessions. Make notes after every tournament or belt test. And something I've talked about in other videos is glows and grows, where after every training session or tournament or belt test, write down a couple of things that you did really, really well and a couple of things that you are going to work at, things that you can improve, and you're going to improve on those things. So we're not beating ourselves up after. And this is a huge thing. We learn our best when we're feeling good. I've been reading Tiny Habits. I've read the book before and I'm rereading it by BJ Fogg. It's awesome. I'm going to talk about it in a future episode because I think it's super important stuff. But he talks about learning and how feeling good is when we learn the best. If we celebrate our achievements, if we give ourselves little internal high fives, all those things, it can really help to gel and solidify that learning, right? So after every training session, give yourself a high five, give yourself a woohoo, good job, and go over it and think about all the things you did well, because that will help you improve so much faster if you have a positive outlook about that training session and you can, you want to improve and you want to fix all the mistakes and you need to pay attention to the mistakes you did make. But don't beat yourself up over that stuff. Congratulate yourself for working hard and say, okay, I'm going to work on this. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to get better at this. That mindset is hugely important to improving in martial arts. And with all of this, keep in mind that getting it done is better than getting it perfect. Everything you're doing is an evolution. Your life, your martial arts journey, it's all a process of evolution. And progress happens because you're doing it, right? Not when you're avoiding failure, not when you're avoiding making mistakes, getting in there, fucking up, falling on your face, getting back up again, learning from it. That's how you improve. 7 dozen plastic eggs have taken over my life. Okay, I'm going to tell you a story. A week ago, April 1st, I wake up and I really want coffee. I'm really tired. I'm kind of out of it. I leave my glasses on the nightstand beside my bed. I really need my glasses to see distance, but for walking around my house, it's okay. Just everything's a bit blurry. So I go into the kitchen and I have a French press, so I want to boil water to make coffee in my French press. So I turn on the stove and it's only then that I realize, holy crap, there's an egg, a raw egg jammed in on top of the kettle in between the handle and the lid of the kettle. And then I realized there's more eggs. They're everywhere. There's like one in the knife block. There's one over there. And oh, okay, it's April Fool's Day. My kids have pranked me. And I'm thinking, I'm so tired. I'm like, they pranked me with raw eggs. And I'm imagining this egg heating up on top of the kettle on my stove. And it's just going to crack and explode everywhere. So I'm very carefully reaching out, and taking the egg off the kettle. And then I realize, oh, okay, it's a plastic egg. Okay, it's this plastic, very realistic white egg. So I find all the eggs, and there's 2 dozen. There's 24 eggs, okay? Then my kids get up, and they think this is so funny, ha, ha, ha. And, I still have my glasses off. I'm like, oh, my God, I'm all traumatized, okay? Because I really thought they were real eggs. So then I leave the room, leave the kitchen, go and do other stuff. I come back later. They've hidden all the eggs again, okay? So 24 eggs are hidden in the kitchen again. This has been going on multiple times a day. Like at least twice every day for the last week. My kids have been hiding eggs on me. Okay. And at first it was the 2 dozen. And then, we were out one day and they wanted to stop at the dollar store. And lo and behold, they buy another dozen white plastic eggs. Okay. So now there's 36 eggs, 3 dozen eggs being hidden on, their sucker mother on a regular basis. And they know me so well, they're triggering my OCD here, right? And once I start looking, I have to find them all. And they're so clever. So they leave a couple of them, at least a couple of them out in plain view. And there's the carton for the eggs. They each have their own little carton for a dozen eggs. And so without even thinking, I see them there. Without even thinking, I reach and I grab them, put them in the carton. But then it starts, right? It starts this whole process where I have to find every freaking egg. I found eggs in my bed. I found eggs like all over the house. Anyway, so now this is their game, right? They're hiding these eggs and I'm my eye is twitching even like thinking about this, okay? And so I'm every day like a sucker, I'm falling prey to this, to this need to find all the eggs, okay? So then on Tuesday, it's actually Thursday today, I'm filming this. Okay, but surely by the time you see this video or listen to this podcast, I will have hunted for more eggs several times in the meantime. So anyway, Tuesday, we stop at the mall. My kids need new clothes. So we go to the mall. There's a dollar store in the mall. So they've decided what they're going to do is they're going to prank their dad. So they buy 4 dozen eggs, 4 dozen more eggs. And they try and make plans with him for dinner for this weekend, for Easter weekend. Turns out he's busy all weekend. So their plans have been, have fallen apart. Their evil plans have fallen apart. So they decide, okay, that's fine. Now we have 7 dozen eggs. I actually thought it was 6. So many eggs. I can't even count them anymore. So now we have 7 dozen eggs in operation and like torment mother. Okay. So all week, oh my gosh, I can't even, all I see is eggs. I remember as a kid, way back when you could rent Nintendo machines from the video store. Yes, the video store, remember those? And I remember one weekend, I really wanted to get through Super Mario 3, okay? So I rented this machine and the game, and I played it the entire weekend, and I got through the whole thing. I got through the whole game. But all I could see was like little mushrooms and like everywhere I looked, I could see parts of the game, little Luigi's. But anyway, this is all I see is eggs. Okay, so now it's Tuesday. They bought their 4 dozen, decided, ha ha ha, we're gonna toy with mom. And then I wake up Wednesday morning, and yeah, there's 7 dozen eggs hiding now. And I was already behind a day. Usually I do all my filming on Wednesdays, okay? But I was struggling with a topic for this podcast. I'd come up with something and I wasn't really feeling it. And so I was kind of dragging my feet with writing a script or writing notes or whatever. And so I hadn't started filming yet. I'm thinking, how am I going to get everything done today? And now there's all these eggs. There's 7 dozen eggs. So 84 eggs. 84 freaking plastic eggs. I found 10 in this, my film studio. 10 in this room. 10. I don't know how many in my room. 12 in my bedroom. Anyway, I found all of them except for one. One freaking egg left. So 83 eggs I found. There's one still missing. Oh, and here's another thing that my kids do to torment me. They wait until I'm almost done. I've found almost all of them. And then, I get to a point where it's like, okay, it's a tough one and I can't find it. I go off and do something else. And in the meantime, they hide all of them all over again, thereby depriving me of the satisfaction of finding all the eggs and getting closure. Okay, so it just keeps going. I'm on this hamster wheel of plastic egg hell right now. Like just total hamster wheel, and I'm a sucker and I keep doing it. So anyway, I found 83. Okay, so that was Wednesday, so that was yesterday. And then my oldest is looking everywhere and like really getting frustrated now trying to find this egg. Like, where is it? Where did I put it? And then this morning, they're joking around. My kids are joking around about this. And then in the meantime, I was busy setting up for filming for today, got my computer all set up and everything. And I go upstairs into the kitchen, and I decided I was going to talk about the eggs in this video. I thought that would be kind of funny. And I was going to have all the eggs, all like 83 out of 84 eggs here just to show you. And in the meantime, my oldest hid all of them again. So I didn't find that last one. And then all of them are gone again, all of them. And now they are everywhere. They're all in the kitchen. So they're taped to the outside of the glass door. They're taped to like the underside of cupboards and like everywhere. Okay, this is this has been fun. This has been my week. And now I found 81 of them. So there's 81 now that I managed to find in between doing other things today to get, while I was getting ready for filming. Because there's so many of them in one room, so I could find them all. So yeah, 81 eggs. There's 3 left. 3 left. I can't find them. I can't find them. And one of those could be the original one that I couldn't find. Or, the original one from way back when, several days ago that I couldn't find. So yeah, this has been my week. And what does this have to do with karate and, performance and improving your life? Is absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So my Easter weekend and likely the rest of my days will be spent hunting for these plastic eggs. I hope you have an awesome Easter. Thanks for listening. Changing your story can change your life. When you change the narrative in your head, you expand the limits of what you thought was possible for yourself. I grew up thinking that I was clumsy and uncoordinated. I heard this about myself constantly. But the thing is, I didn't need to hear it. The evidence was right there. I kept dropping things, breaking things all the time for years. I also grew up thinking that I was terrible at sports. I heard this constantly, but I also saw the evidence. I was terrible at sports. I sucked at PE. I got low marks in gym class. I got picked last for every team. I was anything but athletic. So I avoided sports. I avoided breakables as much as possible. But then something happened that changed my life forever. I found out that my story was actually a lie. I had internalized a story that I had been told so many times that I thought it was a fact. But it was a lie, and discovering it changed my life forever. So I was about 39 turning 40. We were at my mom's house. This is back when she was still alive. And we had a family gathering, okay? And my youngest was about 3, I think, and she was drawing and writing on a piece of paper. And my mother-in-law at the time was watching her and suddenly said, "Oh, hey, your kid, she's left-handed." And I said, "Yeah, we know, we're aware." She said, "Oh, well, that's kind of weird because no one's left-handed in either family." And I said, "Yeah, well, it's just one of those things, right?" And then all of a sudden, my sweet mother, piped up and said, "Oh, Sabrina, don't you remember? You used to be left-handed." I actually, in that moment, I thought she was talking about someone else. I thought there must be some other Sabrina. I looked around. I actually looked around her condo. I'm like, what? Who are you? What? Oh, me? You talking about me? You talking to me? What are you talking about? She said, "Oh yeah, you used to use your left hand all the time for stuff." I'm like, why? Yeah, you used to write with your left hand. I'm like, what the F? Okay, apart from the sense of betrayal, like I was totally shocked. I was totally shocked. I'm like, what are you talking about? Why am I right-handed now? What happened? And she said, "Oh, your teachers must have switched you." Like she couldn't remember. And I honestly think, my parents, it was probably a situation where it was the teachers. This was common back then, where lefties were considered, a mistake, right? We were doing the wrong thing, and teachers would often switch kids over. And it's possible that my parents had no idea. It's possible. I did feel some betrayal, though. I did feel kind of pissed off. Like, why didn't my parents advocate for me? But all of a sudden, everything made so much sense. All this time, I was told so many times, like, "Sabrina, you're clumsy," because I would constantly drop things and break things. I did suck at sports. I really did. And of course, a lot of the sports that we learn in school are handed sports, where you have a dominant hand, tennis, hockey, all that kind of stuff. And I struggled with all of that stuff. And so I got used to being bad at stuff. I got used to feeling clumsy and uncoordinated. And I heard this all the time. It's, "Sabrina, you're clumsy. Sabrina, yeah." Just the implication that I was bad at sports because I sucked at PE. I didn't get good grades because no one wanted me on their team. And I was also small too, right? Being small, way back when was not considered an advantage. I think people maybe think differently now about that stuff. But back then, I had all of these disadvantages, right? And I internalized it and I took this on as, I'm bad at stuff. I'm bad at stuff. I'm awkward. I'm clumsy. I will never be athletic ever in my life. And so the consequence of this is I avoided things and situations and scenarios that would challenge that. So I avoided sports. I didn't participate in after school sports or team sports. I hated team sports. And a lot of it was that feeling of inadequacy, right? Feeling like I'm a fuck up and no one wants me on their team because I'm bad at it. I mean, of course, like I wouldn't want someone on my team if they were bad at it. I mean, well, maybe. I mean, now I think differently about that stuff. But at the time as a kid, I'd probably feel the same way. And I'd be dropping things. And I'd probably drop the ball, or like literally and figuratively. And so, I mean, so I internalized this that, I'm not good at this stuff. I never will be. And I grew up in doing, we were an active family, but we did more solitary type stuff like skiing and hiking, where you don't have to have a dominant hand to be good at it, right? Or hand dominance doesn't factor into it. And so I always felt fine as a kid until I started school. And it's once I started school and got switched with the handedness and started participating in team sports and realizing I sucked at this, that's when I felt like, okay, no, I suck. I suck at this. And I internalized that. So this became my narrative that shaped my whole life. And karate was the first time ever that I tried sports as an adult. It's the first time. And, whether you practice sport or traditional karate, I mean, I don't want to have that argument or debate now about the merits of either, but I competed in karate. So yes, it's a sport. It's a sport for me. And it's an art as well. But that was my first time that I even considered it. And that happened. I started karate probably a couple years after discovering that I was left-handed. If I hadn't discovered that about myself, that was the reason why I struggled with coordination. Like, and just to pause here, I started paying attention to how I actually do things, and I realized I use my left hand a lot. I write with my right hand, any kind of sports stuff, hockey type stuff where you're using a dominant hand. I use my right hand because that's what I'm used to, but I'm not good at it. And when I switch to my left hand, trying ping pong or anything like that, I'm even without being even without the training and the practice, even with having a weaker left arm now, my accuracy is already so much better than my right hand. Okay. So, but a lot of things I do with my left hand. So I'll open doors with my left hand. I open jars with my left hand. I wear my purse across my shoulder. And I didn't even realize I do this. I take it off with my right hand and I pass it to my left before I hang it up. So I'm always using my left hand. It's always wanting that part of me, who I am is I'm left-handed. It's trying to come out, right? But I was trained to use my right hand. But yeah, my left hand is more accurate, 100%. So if I had known that way back when, it could have changed everything. But I know it now. And now that I realize that, it opened everything up to me. It opened up all these other possibilities where I never would have considered trying karate if I still was stuck in this narrative of I'm bad at sports, I'm unathletic, I'm uncoordinated, I'm clumsy. It shifted my perspective completely about what I realized is possible for me. And that's not to say that I would be good at any sport. I really doubt that. That's not to say that if I use my left hand, I would become, some great hockey player. Like that. I don't believe that. But it was this limitation that I put on myself, that I internalized, that I heard from other people. I saw evidence of that. No, I will never be good at anything, in a sports related context. I will never be good at any of that. So I avoided it. I avoided team sports, and I always thought, team sports suck, And I never realized how awesome it is to be part of a team, because I avoided all that because of all my negative experiences when I was younger, right? And feeling, like I was bad at it and inadequate and all that. So I started karate after having that liberating experience of realizing, no, this was a story that I had heard and I believed was true. I was raised to be someone I'm not. I was raised to be a right-handed person, and I'm not. I'm not. And when I was able to shake that off and go, okay, now, like I still, I'm not practiced at that stuff. Like my left arm isn't strong enough to switch over completely, but just knowing that no, I'm not necessarily a clumsy person. Maybe I still am, but I'm not necessarily bad at sports. Doesn't mean I'm going to be good at any sport, but it opened up the limits for me, right? Of what I'm willing to try. So then I tried karate, going into it realizing, okay, I might not be bad at sports. Maybe I am though. But now I'm willing to try something because I don't have that limitation on myself. I don't believe that story anymore that I was told over and over and over again and that I took on as fact. I don't believe it. Now I know that it was wrong. It was based on a lie. It was based on being forced to be someone that I'm not. And it's unfortunate that I had to have that experience, to find out that I was left-handed. And people go through this without having had that, right? Like where, they weren't converted to use their wrong hand, but they're told all these things about themselves that isn't accurate. They're told you're shy or you're bad at stuff or whatever it is. And they internalize that and say, well, that story is real. That story is true. And the consequence of that is when we believe that story, we engage in behaviors and we participate in situations and scenarios that support that story, and we avoid things that challenge that story, right? So I stayed away from sports. I stopped picking up breakable objects too much, right? There's a period of time when I was a kid, my mom refused to let me use glass drinking cups. I wasn't allowed to use glass. There was a collection of plastic that was dedicated just for me. It was the Sabrina shelf. There's your cups. They're close to the floor, so you can't possibly break them if they fall. Seriously, it was, yeah, that was a thing. I was the clumsy kid. Yeah, I'm still clumsy, by the way, but I have to, when I switch to left hand, I'm so much more coordinated, but I have to remind myself to do that, right? And retrain my brain. But so then I started karate and realizing, okay, this story isn't true. I can try something that challenges that story. And I actually discovered that I have some natural ability in martial arts. I'm actually good at this stuff. And I think a big part of it is it's not handed, it doesn't matter. And it's funny because I've met a lot of lefties in martial arts. And maybe that's why. It's because, you don't have to be one or the other. It doesn't make a difference what your dominant hand is. You have to learn those techniques on both sides of the body anyway. And it helps balance you out, right? And helps you feel stronger. And it helps challenge that narrative that, okay, you're awkward because you feel awkward because you're a lefty in a right-handed world, or whatever it is, whatever it is you're taught that, you're not good enough because you're this. And then you believe that because that's what you hear, right? We internalize those stories that we hear from parents, from friends, from teachers, from whatever. And often it's well-intentioned and often it's not, right? But we internalize all that. So yeah, I never would have tried karate. I never would have considered trying martial arts if I hadn't had that awakening, that realization, right? And suddenly realizing that these stories that we believe so strongly to be true, they might be based on lies. They might be based on, other people's opinions, right? Other people's biases. And so even though, yeah, I had that luxury of, getting that information from my mom that actually, I am left-handed and, oh, okay, now everything makes sense. I can use that knowledge to help me challenge other stories that are in my head. Other stories that, oh, I'm lazy, or I'm a failure, I'm a fuck up, I can't handle things, whatever it is, that story comes from somewhere. And chances are it didn't come from us. It came from outside of us. When we're kids, kids are pretty positive. We're born into this world feeling excited and curious and wanting to try things. And then we hear these stories from other people and we take that on as who we are. Like I also grew up hearing, you're shy, Sabrina's shy. Oh, Sabrina's shy. Oh, Sabrina's shy. And it turns out I'm actually not. I'm quiet. I can be very quiet. I'm an introvert. I get my energy from being by myself or being in small groups of people. I get overwhelmed when I'm in huge crowds for too long, but I do sometimes, I really like that energy too, of being around a lot of people. It depends, but so I'm social, but I am an introvert. I am quiet too. I'm not shy though. I mean, look at me, right? I'm not shy, but I heard that so often that I thought it was true, right? So I never even considered starting a YouTube channel, doing anything that involved public speaking. I avoided all of that stuff. And then my anxiety around those activities got bigger and bigger and bigger. I believed the narrative that I'm shy. I avoided the things that would, challenge that narrative. But then once I had to do those things, like in university, doing more speeches and that kind of thing in university classes, I realized actually, no, like I get nervous, but I'm not shy. And I'm actually good at speaking. And I started to shift that idea that, okay, maybe I'm not shy. Maybe I was just told that I'm shy so often that I believed it. Maybe I was misunderstood. People saw my quietness, my discomfort around certain people, my tendency to observe more than talk. They saw that as shyness. And really it wasn't, but they misjudged me and mislabeled me. They labeled me. Those labels are harmful, right? What would be awesome is if we didn't have any labels at all, well, why do we have to label someone as shy or bad at sports or clumsy or whatever? It sucks. But when you challenge that story, it changes everything. It changes everything that you think is possible for yourself, and it changes what you're willing to try and do. And even if you aren't successful in completely changing the story, just being aware that it is a story. It is a story in our head that we picked up from somewhere. And it can be hard after a lifetime of hearing that story and believing that story, internalizing that story. It can be very hard to change it. Sometimes it can be, but I really do think even the awareness that it is a story is such an important starting point in helping us expand the limits of what is possible for ourselves. Everything that I'm doing now in my life, with martial arts and YouTube, all my online stuff, I would never have done any of it if I didn't challenge those stories that are in my head. Change that story, and you will absolutely change your life for the better. 4 weeks ago, I had my camera set up, ready to go, batteries charged, 2 videos planned. All I had to do was sit down and press record, and I couldn't do it. I had hit the wall. I had burnt out. For a while before that, I was thinking of taking a break, but this scared me. I knew I needed to take a break somehow because I hadn't stopped since I started all of this. I hadn't taken more than a weekend off at a time since I started building my website and taking coaching courses and blog writing courses way back when, over 3 years ago now. Hadn't taken a break. At first, I was so excited about all of it that I didn't want to take a break. And I'm the type of person that I get really intensely focused on something and I work really hard on something and I lose track of time and it kind of consumes me. But I love that. And that's fun for me. That process is really fun for me. And I'm not laughing or, smiling the whole time. It's not easy. It's really, really hard. And creation is kind of a violent process for me. It feels like it's kind of like giving birth, right? Where it's you're creating something, a value, but it's painful. It's painful too. And you put a piece of yourself into that thing that you create. But I love that. So for a long time, I had this momentum going where I just felt really excited about all of it and really passionate about all of it. And then shit hit the fan. And my kids and I went through all this awful stuff. This was back in 2021. And if you've listened to my stuff or watched my stuff, you may know the stories of some of the stuff we went through. So I'm not going to go into it. You can go back and listen to that stuff. But it was a lot of really terrible things. And I'm not saying that, other people have experienced stuff that's far worse than what I've gone through. Absolutely. But I really think that, our pain is our pain and we still need to, even if someone else's life is way worse, we need to process that pain. We need to deal with that suffering that we're going through and it's real and it's valid. And so we had a lot of stuff that we had to deal with. And it was one thing after another, one awful thing after another that was happening. And it was a lot of grief and it was a lot of pain and it was a lot of, frustration and anger and hopelessness and helplessness. And I just had to push through, and I had people say to me like, wow, like when you're stressed, it seems to be your superpower, Sabrina, because you just get shit done. No matter how bad it gets, you're getting shit done. And yeah, I was doing it, but I realized now this was a low grade burnout. I was functioning. I was getting all the shit done, but I felt like dead inside. I felt empty. I felt exhausted. I felt like, why am I doing this? And I was doing it out of desperation. I think that's a common theme for me. When I started karate, it was out of desperation. I had a hard time dealing with my mom's cancer, and karate was an outlet for me. It was the only thing that helped me get through it, really. And I think filming and doing all of this stuff that I'm doing with the Karate Shrimp was the thing that kept me grounded during all of the bad stuff that we were dealing with. It was an outlet for me, and it was a focus for me. And so I didn't stop. I didn't take breaks from all of this because, this was the break from all the hard stuff that I had to deal with in my life. So doing all of this stuff has been a great outlet for me. And it's also really important to me to help people. That's what I want to do. That's why I'm doing it. But then after a while, I realized I haven't worked through all of my stress and pain and grief from before. And last year, my kids and I all started to heal. I could see it happening. I could feel a shift in our home. I could feel a difference in all of us where we started to be a little more lighthearted again and joking around a bit more again. And everything got easier and easier over the year. And by, fall, beginning of winter, it's like, okay, we're back. We're back now. And so what I started doing is doing more with my content. And at first it was, just one video a week about was what I was doing and one blog article a week. And I felt comfortable doing that. And with all the shit that we were going through, I didn't want to take on too much. I really didn't. But when things started to get easier, I thought, okay, I'm going to add more things. And with every new thing I've added or every time I've pivoted with what I'm doing with the Karate Shrimp, I've only done it when everything else started to feel easy. When my schedule started to feel a little bit too light. And I thought, okay, I need to challenge myself again. I can add more now. I feel really efficient with the way I'm doing things, and now I can add something new. So I've never overloaded myself at any one time, although every new thing has been overwhelming for a while. But so last summer, I started doing YouTube Shorts on a regular basis. And a big thing for that was I was putting so much into every video where I'd spend all this time editing, and I don't have the editing skills yet, or at the time, I certainly didn't. And I don't really know either yet to justify spending hours and hours and hours on a video, and expecting it to be really good. So I was spending all this time every week, and I think it was a wasted effort because, those videos wouldn't necessarily get any views. And that's hard to take when you put so much into a video and no one watches it, right? And I realized, I could get better faster if I just made more videos. And I would stop worrying about whether a video performed well or not. And that's actually what happened. So I started doing the one video a week, but adding, I think I was doing 5 or 6 YouTube shorts per week. And the shorts were just really easy to make. But it was more work. So I had to, spend more time writing, thinking, planning, filming, editing, but I had to get more efficient at all of it to juggle all of that. And that worked really well for me. And I stopped worrying about the metrics so much. If one video didn't do very well, it didn't matter because the next day there was going to be another video. So it kept me moving forward. And I got to put in the reps and get better at, editing, get faster at editing, and get better at getting to the point in my videos, because with YouTube Shorts, you have to get to the point right away. So I got better at that. I got more confident on camera. And so all of that's been really good. And I thought, okay, I was feeling really good at that, or efficient with it, and it started to get easier and easier. And then I was getting a little bit bored. So okay, now I can start a podcast. I'm going to start podcasting. And that's actually been probably the easiest step of all of this. It doesn't take much for me to make a video and turn it into a podcast, and setting all that up, it took a day or two to get everything set up and ready to go. And then now it's very little time in my week to do a podcast as well. So that wasn't a big deal. And I've been able to maintain that. And then, that all started to feel easier and easier. So I thought, okay, I'm going to do the karate videos every week, do a karate or exercise video or something active, some action video to challenge myself, to get more comfortable on camera doing that stuff, and to see if I can do it, to see if I can do it and to grow my audience. Because, if it is a karate channel, although I talk about all this other stuff apart from karate, if I make karate videos as well, people are more likely to find my channel in the first place. And then they might, watch my talking head videos and find value there. And that's what I'm hoping, right? That's what I've wanted, because it's the talking head videos. That's where my heart is. That's what I really want to do. And so I started doing 2 longer videos a week, plus the shorts. And it was fine for a while. Well, at first it was crazy. The first couple of weeks of that were nuts. And I felt like, I can't do this. I can't do this. And then it got better and better and better. I'm like, okay, I'm getting really efficient at making videos now. I'm doing this and I'm uploading, clips on different platforms, and I'm growing my audience slowly, but I'm growing. And all of this was kind of an experiment. Like, okay, I'll do the YouTube shorts and see, will it help? Will it help me, focus less on metrics? Will it help me get more comfortable on camera? Will it help me edit faster? And it's helped me with all of those things. It's helped me grow up my audience bit by bit. It's helped me with a lot. But everything I'm doing now, what happened is I was starting to feel like my heart isn't in it anymore. And I don't know what changed. I think it's 2 things. One is that I hadn't recovered from all the stuff before. So I was starting to feel better. So I started uploading more, doing the podcast, all this stuff. So I thought, okay, I'm back. It's me again, right? I'm back. I can do this. I'm excited about this. And then I think it all caught up to me and I realized, no, I haven't recovered from this. I haven't dealt with all this or finished. I haven't gotten closure with some things. And like right now, my sister and I we're still dealing with our mom's stuff. She passed away 1.5 years or so ago. And we're still dealing with that stuff. And there's some emotional stuff that's coming up right now that we're dealing with. And so that's been hard. And I haven't really had any space to just deal with that, to grieve or any of it. And I think it all just hit me. Like I haven't processed a lot of that. And I've just been going. And that has helped me to go. And there's something like working hard. There's something really freeing in that. And it helps get you out of your head, right? Where, you just got to get the work done. And then I don't feel so overwhelmed all the time. But then I was losing touch with my why for doing all this. And YouTube itself, I'm going to focus on YouTube here because that's the platform that I really love the most. And YouTube is really hard. It's really hard to do well on YouTube. And I love YouTube because it's challenging. There's so much to learn. You need so many different skills. You need to build up so many skills. And it's hard. It's hard to be successful on YouTube. And, for me now, I'm at, 1,700 subs or something. And the stats are that if you have 1,000 subscribers or more, you're doing better than 91% of all other channels. So being 1,000 subs or higher, you're in the top 9%. That's pretty incredible. Like, YouTube's fucking hard. If you reach 10,000 subs or higher, you're in the top 2%. of channels on YouTube. So, it feels like for a long time on YouTube, you're spinning your wheels, and you're creating content that no one is watching. And that's a reality. Like you're nothing on there. But the way the YouTube is, and this is the second part of what I think led to my burnout, the first one being personal stuff, the second one being just the way YouTube is, it really feeds this hustle culture. You got to do, and go, and never stop. And it's this feeling of never doing enough. No matter what you do, it's never enough. And the thing with YouTube is that recency of content matters. So if you stop making videos for a while, that makes a difference. That makes a difference on YouTube. And, there's so many videos on YouTube that your followers, no matter how loyal they are, if you disappear for a while, they'll find other stuff to watch. So that's a reality that you have to think about. So it's hard for creators. Like there's a lot of creator burnout on YouTube because of the way the platform is, because it is a grind. It absolutely is. And there's a lot of emphasis on, grinding and hustling. And a lot of the channels that are about growing on YouTube and helping you grow on YouTube really push this hustle culture, because that's the way the platform is. And the way YouTube or Instagram or any of these platforms are, the stuff that gets the most likes and comments and shares and follows and all of that is what rises to the top of the feed. And so you are competing with that stuff, and it is a struggle to get noticed on these platforms. And, if you have the luxury of just creating content just for fun, awesome, but some of us want to make a living off of this. And it's a lot of fucking work. And it's hard. Being a creator is really, really hard. It's funny. A while ago, I made a YouTube short, and it was a clip, I think, from a podcast video or something. And I was talking about something that was important to me or important to talk about. And the comment was, oh, you just want to get views. You just want to get views and you just want to get money. It's like, okay, there's so many things that are funny about that to me. One being, okay, well, YouTube Shorts are now monetized, as of, I think it was February or something. They're monetized, but the payout is fuck all for people unless you get a shitload of views. The second funny thing is I'm not monetized on YouTube yet. I haven't met the requirements for watch time, so I don't get paid for any of my videos on YouTube. YouTube does not pay me yet. They will, but they don't yet. So it's like, okay, no, I made this for free. You fucker, I made this for free. I'm not doing this just for views. I'm not doing this just for money because I get no money from that, right? I'm doing this because I'm trying to build an audience, because I'm trying to help people. I really want to help people. It really is about people for me. But at the same time, fuck that guy, because content creation is a lot of work, and content creators need to get rewarded for their work. They need to get paid for their efforts. It's a lot of fucking work. And creativity, like being a creative person, it's really hard. It's really, really hard. And especially being on social media where there's this fight to get to the top of the feed, and you don't want to focus on the metrics. You really don't want to focus on the numbers, but you have to. You have to for it to be, it has to be profitable for it to be sustainable. And for it to be profitable, you have to get views. So much as you don't want it to be about the views, it ultimately comes down to views, which sucks. It really sucks. And it can be really hard to feel creative and energized and excited about what you're doing when you always have to pay attention to metrics, and when that doesn't matter to you, right? So, and then there's also the fact that, not everyone who watches your video is going to comment on it or send you a DM and let you know that it helped them. So a lot of the time it's guesswork. You're like, I make this video because I want to help someone, and then no one comments, or you might get the odd one. But unless someone comments or reaches out to me, I have no idea if it helped them. And that's fine. Like, people don't have to comment. A lot of people aren't comfortable doing that, but it's so helpful when people do that. And like, I want people to know that, creators really need that. They need that feedback. Otherwise it can feel like you're throwing content out into the void. You want to help people. You really, really do. And nothing is like sticking. You don't get that feedback. You don't get that validation or whatever that keeps you going. Like, the odd time that I've gotten a comment that, oh, this really resonated with me. I felt like you were speaking to me. You were reading my mind. You're like, you get me. Holy shit. Does that mean everything to me? That means everything to me. That's why I continue to do this, is for those comments. It's like, holy shit. Something I said, like, just stopped someone in their tracks and made them feel something and think something and like feel like I had their back. Like I noticed them. That's why I do this. And I think I've been burning out because like with the way I've been creating content, maybe I haven't been getting that feedback from people because I'm doing a lot more shorts and I'm getting a lot more shorts viewers, which is, it's a very different type of viewing, watching vertical videos, and people don't necessarily, you can't go deep in that stuff, right? But the hope is that it will bring people to my long videos, right? But I'm getting less and less engagement on those videos, and those are the ones that I really want to make. Those are the videos like where I get into shit and I want to talk about stuff. And if someone comes back and says, wow, that really helped me, it's like, holy shit, yeah, that's why I did it. That's why I did it. And when I don't get that feedback, it's like, what's the point? What's the point? And because you're a creator, you're a creative person, and you are putting a piece of yourself into that content. And then to get nothing back, it's like, so this is a recipe for burnout, right? This is the formula for burnout. It's like, if you're doing a lot of work and you're feeling like there's no reward, or you're feeling like you're not getting, you're not doing anything of value because you're not, if you want to help people and you make content to help people, but you never know if you've helped anyone, you're going to burn out. You're going to burn out just on that hamster wheel of, okay, I'm trying to help, but I don't really know if I am helping. And so what's the point? What's the point? No matter how driven you are, no matter how deeply connected you are with your why, no matter how deeply connected, your content is with, or how aligned your content is with your values, you're going to burn out. If you feel like you're not helping people, if it's not reaching people, so you do have to focus on metrics, and you look at your analytics and say, okay, people aren't commenting or letting me know if it helps. So I got to try and figure that out from my analytics. I have to look at the numbers and try and figure out based on, engagement and retention in a video and where people are leaving and that kind of thing, what kind of content resonates with people, what they like, what they're coming back for. You got to focus on the numbers to try and figure that out. And then again, it becomes all about the numbers. When really it's about, am I helping people? And for me, it's people are the most important thing over success, over fame. I mean, fame doesn't really matter to me, but over profit. Like, people first, 100%. Like, if I could do all of this for free forever, I would do it. If I could, if I was independently wealthy and I could just create content to help people, I would do it. But I can't. That's not sustainable for me. So I have to make money doing this. I have to, sell courses and do that kind of thing. I do want to get monetized on YouTube so I can get ad revenue, and then I can have my merch in the little merch shelf, and then I have other, opportunities for other forms of revenue, right? I do need to build up those revenue streams to make this sustainable. Otherwise, I can't help anyone. If I can't sustain this, I can't help anyone, right? So I have to focus on the numbers, which fucking sucks, because then I lose motivation because I think, well, why am I doing this? If it comes down to numbers, it's like, well, that's not it for me. That's not it. So it has to align with my why, and it also has to help people, and I need some kind of measurement of that, and no pressure for anyone to let me know if it's helping, but I think a lot of the content I've been making lately hasn't really been helping people. That's probably why they're not telling me that it helps them. It probably just doesn't, and me burning out, I look back, like the last month, I decided not to film anything new. And it's been really good for me to take that break because I've been thinking about all this stuff. It's given me space to think and breathe. I'm still working. I've been repurposing content the last month. I have all of these videos. I can cut up clips and share these clips everywhere. So I'm still working and doing things. I'm still growing an audience, and I'm still, wanting to help people and reach out to people and show that I'm here. But I just need to be off camera for a while. But in this time, I've realized, like, I look back over my podcasts, and in the beginning, I'm cutting up all these clips. And there were so many clips that I could make from any particular episode. And I was really excited, and I could see it in my face in the video version that I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited about what I'm talking about. And yeah, I could see that. And then over time, I was finding it harder and harder to find usable clips from my podcast. And I was seeing on my face that I wasn't into it anymore. And the dark circles under my eyes were getting darker and darker, much as I cover them up with makeup. I hate makeup, by the way. This is the hardest part of filming for me. It's not the filming, it's putting on makeup before filming, because I have these, bright lights, and they wash me out, and I'm very pale and wan, and I look even paler and wanner when I don't wear makeup. But I hate makeup. I hate it. So putting on makeup before filming, it can take half my morning, making that decision to just get the fucking makeup on my face because I hate the shit. And I will take this off as soon as I can. But anyway, so what was I saying? Fuck. So yes, covering up dark circles. That's where I was. So I could see though a shift in me over time that I just wasn't into it. And I think also it's, I started making these karate videos, tutorial videos, exercise videos, and it's actually fun to make. When I get over the whole like worry about, the production stuff, like how does the lighting look, how's the sound, and I don't worry about that too much because I know I'm kind of a beginner at those videos still, so they're gonna suck. It's kind of fun to make them too, and it's fun to feel that like nervousness on camera. Like it's kind of exciting. It's like being at a tournament and feeling the nerves. And I know, okay, I'm nervous because it's important to me. But then I was just, when I'm making videos like that, I'm not talking about the shit that we need to talk about. And here's the thing, I was thinking about this. A lot of YouTube now, and a lot of the platforms, it's this TikTokification that's happening, where the content is highly entertaining and engaging and creative a lot of the time and really easy to binge. But at the end of it, I'm watching all this stuff and it's like, this hasn't helped me at all. I've spent how long now? Half an hour watching this stuff and I haven't grown as a person. I haven't learned anything, or maybe I've learned something, but it's very, very surface. But there's nothing there that, I didn't feel that I connected with any of the creators. It's just binging. I'm just binging, right? And YouTube especially is going through this now where with the shorts being monetized, you get all the TikTokers coming over and there's so much TikTok type content, which is highly entertaining and easily bingeable. But at the end of it, it's like, I've just wasted how long, watching this shit? And that's stuff that we want to watch, right? You go into a dojo, this is what I was thinking about. You go into a dojo as a new student and you say, hey, I want my black belt. If your instructor gives you your black belt right away, they're giving you what you want, but not what you need. If they're telling you, yeah, okay, yeah, you can get your black belt, you can, work for it and get it in a week or two, they're telling you what you want to hear, not what you need to hear. If you go in there and say, I want to learn some fancy spinning jump kick right away, and I don't want to worry about the basics, if you get an instructor who can just teach you what you want, that's fine. That's fine. Like that could be fun. That could be fun, right? Like say you're not really serious about martial arts. You just want to learn some tricks. Okay, maybe there's value in there. But if you go in there and you're serious about martial arts and you just say, I want to learn the fancy stuff right away, and your instructor teaches you the fancy stuff and doesn't make you focus on the basics, they're teaching you what you want to learn. They're not teaching you what you need to learn, right? And a lot of social media now, the feed, it's showing us what we want to watch or what we think we want to watch, but it's not showing us stuff that we need to watch or things. We're not hearing things we need to hear. Martial arts channels, the ones I appreciate the most are the ones where the YouTuber or whatever platform it is, the coach, the instructor, the sensei teaches you stuff and talks about stuff that you need and doesn't just give you what you want. Doesn't just give you the fancy kicks, doesn't just give you, tell you what you want to hear, but they teach you what you need to learn and they tell you what you need to hear. Those are the content creators that I value the most. Where they cut through the bullshit and it's not just fancy stuff. It's not just for views. And that's the thing, content like that, it doesn't necessarily get a lot of views and it's not highly bingeable, but that's the stuff that resonates. And I might watch a video like that from one of my favorite creators, and it's something that I need to hear, and it really resonates, and I think about it, and I don't binge their content. I might just watch one video and go about my day and just roll it around in my head and think about it. Versus the experience of going on the YouTube short shelf and just watching one video after another, or even long form videos from a creator who just does like bingeable content. I don't get any connection with the creator. I don't have any sense. I don't feel a deep connection with them. I don't feel like we've built up any kind of trust or rapport. I'm entertained, but I don't feel that I've gotten anything of value out of that. I can binge it, but because it's bingeable, it's not going to be valuable to me. The type of food that I binge on isn't stuff that actually nourishes me. It's stuff that tastes good and it's, instant gratification. It's a quick hit of sugar or fat or whatever it is, salt, but it's not stuff that I need. It's not stuff that's going to improve me as a person and make me healthier and stronger. But the stuff that I don't binge on, that's the stuff that I need. That's the stuff that's good for me. So YouTubers, for instance, or podcasters or whoever, whatever platform they're using, who make content that resonates and that, makes you stop and think, and that you don't necessarily binge on their stuff. That's the stuff that's really good for you. That's the stuff that we need more of. And I think it takes a lot of courage to make content like that, where okay, this might not get a lot of views, but people need to hear this. And people are going to grow from this. And I can help people with this. But then there is the numbers. You have to focus on the numbers for it to be sustainable. So that's where I think a lot of creators do burnout because of that. Because of that. And so they end up giving people what they want. And they lose sight of who they are and what they value. And that's what I'm going through. It's like, well, what I really need to make content on and what I think people need to hear and the stuff I need to teach and talk about isn't going to get me a lot of views. It's not. So how do I do this so that it's sustainable? I want to get away from this hustle culture. And working hard is really important to me. And I love working hard. And it feels really good to do it. I love getting intensely focused on something. But it has to be something that resonates for me, right? Not just hard work for the sake of working hard, but hard work for a purpose, right? And right now I'm caught up in this hustle culture that is really fed by YouTube, the way YouTube is, and Instagram and TikTok and all these platforms really feed into that hustle culture, but it's not giving me what I need out of all this, and it's not necessarily helping my audience either. But I think for you, like if you're struggling with burnout, things to think about, like if you're feeling really exhausted all the time and having physical symptoms, the physical symptoms was the one for me that made me realize, okay, this is probably burnout. Aches and pains and headaches and that kind of thing, that as soon as you decide, this is the thing, as soon as I decided to take a break, my headache went away. That long headache that I had for days, it just stopped. It went away. My aches and pains went away. I started sleeping better. I started feeling excited again and hopeful again, feeling optimistic again, getting my fighting spirit back. I felt like training more often. All of these good things happened when I decided to take that break. And it's not that I need to take a break forever. It's that I decided to take time and focus on healing and recovery, which is super important. So if you're feeling burnt out, getting clear on your why is a big part of it. If there's a misalignment between what you're doing and what you value and what you're good at, you might burn out, right? And for me, it's like, okay, I'm good at uploading consistently. I'm good at doing all of that social media juggle, but it doesn't align with why I'm doing this and what I value. What I value is those connections with people. And if I feel like I'm not connecting with anybody, it feels like I'm just spinning my wheels here and I'm just uploading. I'm just posting. I'm just on that rat race to nowhere. So this has to be connected to, my values, and it has to be a way for me to connect with you. And if I can't connect with you, I have to do something different. Every martial artist knows that consistency is what gets results. If you want to kick ass at martial arts, you need to put in the reps on a consistent basis. But what people don't talk about is the downside of consistency, when that routine becomes a prison. So here's the big problem. Consistency is absolutely crucial to improvement in martial arts or other areas of our life. But life comes up. We get injured. We get sick. We have family emergencies. We go on holidays. We can't be 100% consistent. But with this mindset, we feel that if we skip a day, we failed. And what often happens with this all or nothing mindset, where, you have to do it all the time or it's not good enough, when we do skip, we get this what the hell effect, where we think, well, I've skipped one day, I may as well skip 2 or 3. And you see this happen all the time, where people haven't been at the dojo in a long time, and then they think, fuck it, I may as well keep skipping, I may as well quit. So this what the hell effect, this all or nothing thinking, this mindset, this rigidity, this is the problem. It's not skipping a day. It's not skipping a workout. It's not skipping a repetition that's the problem. It's our mindset. And there's other risks to this. There's the risk of quitting completely. If I skipped a day, I may as well stop, the what the hell effect. But there's other risks, such as overdoing it, where you're focusing on 100% consistency, and then you don't allow for downtime, you don't allow for rest and recovery, whether you're putting in too many repetitions or you're not allowing for enough rest and recovery time. The end result is still the same. It's symptoms of overtraining. This can also lead to burnout, in your training or in other areas of your life, in your work. For instance, when you're so focused on consistency that you're not listening to your body. The other risk of this is putting in shitty effort just to be consistent. So an example of this, I've been using Duolingo to learn Japanese and German. And the app is great, it makes it very simple to learn languages, but the gamification, I think, is problematic. It can be really motivating where it's trying to encourage you to use the app consistently. Of course, they get ad revenue, but when you go on every day, you build up this streak, right? And then you can move up on the leaderboard, and there's all these incentives to keep you using the app. And that's great for learning languages, but the problem is you get so focused on maintaining your streak, and this is what I've found, that if you miss a day and you mess up your streak, you feel like, well, what the fuck, I failed. And this happened a few times in the beginning when I started learning just Japanese, where stuff would come up, I'd miss a day, or some days I wouldn't get a notification from the Duolingo app, and I'd miss a day and it would mess up my streak. And then, the owl comes on and starts bullying you, and it's really cute and funny. But it's also really frustrating because now what's happening is I'm focusing on my streak and I feel like I've failed rather than focusing on all the progress that I've made by learning a language, right? And so then what happens with this focus on maintaining a streak, the problem with an app like Duolingo is that you want to maintain that streak at all costs because there's a sunk cost fallacy, right? Where the longer you work on something and the more effort you put in over time, it seems more valuable and it's harder to quit. You don't want to quit because then the loss seems so much greater, right? If I've done, 1,000 days in a row on Duolingo, there seems to be a huge cost to quitting, right? And missing a day. Versus if I've only done 2 days of a streak, it's not a big deal to mess up my streak and start over, right? So the longer you use it, the more pressure there is to keep, to maintain that streak. So then what can happen, and this can happen with your martial arts training too, if you're focusing so much on maintaining 100% consistency, is some days when you're not feeling it, you might put in really low effort, sloppy work just to maintain that streak. So with Duolingo, there might be some days I don't have a lot of time. I don't really want to do it, but I don't want to lose or mess up my streak. So I do a really shitty, quick lesson. I don't remember anything. I haven't gotten anything of value out of that other than maintaining my streak. But the whole point of using that streak is to motivate you to achieve another goal, which is to get better at martial arts or to learn a language. The streak itself isn't the important thing. So big benefit here, if we can change our mindset around consistency, we can get out of this rigid mindset towards our training where we can allow for downtime. We can allow for injuries to happen and illness and family emergencies and vacations without the guilt, without the anxiety, without worrying about getting behind and losing progress. And with all this, it can help us shift from valuing just extrinsic motivators like trophies and belts and maintaining a streak towards prioritizing intrinsic motivation, and it can help build that intrinsic motivation where we're doing it because we love it. We're doing it because, it ignites our soul. We have this fire inside. We're doing it because we experience joy and satisfaction from that process of working really hard at something and trying to achieve a goal. But some of you at this point might be thinking, wait, if I do skip a workout though, I will get behind. I will lose progress. And I don't want that. I want to stop you here though and remind you this is your mindset because one missed workout will not derail you if you don't let it, right? It's your mindset that's saying, no, you skipped it, you may as well keep skipping more. One day is fuck all in the scheme of things. It really is, even 1 week, and like say if you're weightlifting, 2 or 3 weeks off, I think it takes 2 to 3 weeks of no training at all before you start losing gains. So you have time. That's not to say that you should be skipping all these workouts, right? I really don't, I'm not encouraging that. What I'm saying is skipping workouts isn't a big deal if it's an occasional thing and if we don't beat ourselves up over it. It's the beating ourselves up that's the problem, and that's what ultimately leads to getting derailed. That's what ultimately leads to failure. When I was a kid, my dad, whenever he bought a new pair of runners, he would do this really funny thing. And my whole family thought he was nuts for doing this. And it's only, years later that I see the value in what he did. So he would buy a new pair of runners at the mall. We'd come out of the mall, go into the parking lot, go walk towards our car. The first thing he would do, he had his runners on, put them on in the store, walks out, finds the nearest patch of dirt, whatever garden was nearby, and scuffed his shoes with dirt. covered his shoes with dirt, got them all dirty and dusty, and then said, there, ready to go. We're like, what the hell are you doing, Dad? What are you doing? You got these brand new white Nikes. Why are you covering them with dirt? And he said, well, now I don't have to worry about getting them dirty. He knew that if he tried to keep his shoes clean, tried to keep them white all the time, this would become a kind of prison. I tried this with blogging. Now, at first, when I started blogging, my goal was to publish one blog article every Monday without fail. And I wanted to do this because I needed some kind of push to get going. I wanted to build a habit. So having that extrinsic motivator, the streak, maintaining a streak, was really helpful for me for creating a habit of uploading consistently or publishing a blog article consistently. And it helped me, put in the reps and do that thing that was very new for me, right? But over time, something shifted in my brain. And I went from thinking, I want to publish a blog article every Monday to I have to publish a blog article every Monday. So it became a prison, right? That focus on 100% consistency became a prison. And I felt like I can't miss a week. I'd created this pressure for myself to maintain 100% consistency. So even if I got sick, even if it was a holiday, and a lot of holidays fall on a Monday, even if it was a holiday, my kids are home, we want to do something, I have to do this blog article. Even if I had nothing of value to say that day, I couldn't think of anything to write, didn't matter, I had to do it. So the same thing with the Duolingo, where it's like, I just got to get that rep in. I got to get that lesson in. I got to get that blog article published so that I don't mess up my streak. I probably some weeks was creating blog articles that didn't have as much value. I was putting in low effort just to maintain that streak. And then I remembered the story of my dad scuffing up his runners, getting them dirty so he didn't have to worry about it because the runners were a tool, right? The point wasn't to have pristine runners. The point was to have shoes that he could use so he could do fun stuff. I love writing. I've been writing since I was a kid, but now that I had this rigid schedule, it just messed it up for me. It took away that intrinsic motivation and it became all about maintaining that streak, right? So I remember that story of my dad and I thought, I got to get the runners dirty. So I intentionally took a month off from writing a blog article. I got the shoes dirty. Nothing bad happened. Nothing bad happened, and it's allowed me to shift my mindset. Perhaps we can use the idea of a streak to motivate us over short periods of time. So in the beginning, for instance, when you start a martial art or a new project or whatever it is, having an external thing to motivate you, like having a streak, having, the promise of a new belt if you work really hard, working towards a trophy or an award or a medal, that can be really motivating and it can help us build up that habit in the beginning when it's something we're not used to doing. But over time, we want to shift towards doing it because we love it, doing it because we have this fire inside and we can't not do it. The way to do that is to move away from that extrinsic motivation, to move away from that focus on maintaining a streak at all costs. I'm building up this skill of skipping on purpose and getting right back to it the next day because that's an important part of it. This helps build resilience, right? So you can weather whatever comes up. You can weather the storm. No matter what comes up in your life, if you can get back on track after, that's resilience right there, rather than your whole world falls apart because you missed a day. Why is it so easy to create some habits and so tough to create others? The advice out there, and I've spewed this advice before, is an incomplete understanding of how habit building actually works. So the advice is you pick a behavior you want to engage in that you want to turn into a habit. And if you do it consistently and over a certain amount of time, it'll become a habit. And commonly what you'll hear is 21 days. It takes 21 days to build a habit. So practice karate every day for 21 days, boom. You've got a habit now. And okay, this sounds great. And sometimes it actually works. So we think, okay, consistency and time, that must be it. That must be the magic formula. But then sometimes it doesn't work. Often it doesn't work. We start going to the gym after New Year's because we have our resolution and we go for 21 days. So we've built our habit, or we should have, right? But then something happens. We stop going. But then contrast this with other things like social media, going on our phone, going on Netflix, playing video games, online shopping, Gambling, porn, drinking, smoking weed, any of these things, we create those habits very, very quickly. Going on your phone, checking your notifications, super easy, right? You built that habit in no time. But drinking water, if you're used to pop or juice or whatever, really tough. So this understanding of building a habit is incomplete, right? If it just takes consistency and time, or then discipline, which is what you'll often hear. You know, if you haven't made it a habit in 21 days, well, maybe you need more time. Maybe it's a tougher habit to build, so you need more time. So you do it for longer, right? You do it for 30 days or 40, but you still then fail. You still haven't turned it into a habit. In that case, what you're going to hear online and from people around you perhaps is, you're not disciplined enough. You lack discipline. You're not tough enough. You're not strong enough. You lack willpower. There's something wrong with you. You screwed up. It just takes consistency and time and discipline. And if you can't do it, if you haven't created a habit, you're the failure. Now I want you to think about teaching a dog how to sit. So you get the dog to sit and then you give it a treat. This works really, really well. Over time, the dog associates sitting with getting a reward. So what happens is the dog likes the feeling of getting the reward. The treat is tasty, and when it eats something tasty, it gets a little hit of dopamine in its little doggy brain. So it sits. The owner says sit. The dog knows, oh, it anticipates that release of dopamine via the treat, so it sits. And it gets the reward, and that feels really good. So the dog starts craving that feeling. We're driven by dopamine, and it's really, really easy to create a habit when we get that dopamine hit. So that's why going on your phone, going online, playing video games, reading trashy novels, right? Watching Netflix, buying shit online that we don't need, all of that stuff is super addictive, super easy to create a habit out of because we get dopamine from it. So for example, I get a ding on my phone. Oh, I have a message in Messenger. I open up Messenger. Oh, someone sent me a meme. Ha ha ha, it's really funny. I enjoyed that experience. I get dopamine because it was an enjoyable experience, right? Close the app, put my phone down, get another ding. My brain goes, oh wait, that felt good when I opened up that app. I'm gonna do it again. And then what happens is every time you get that ding, that notification on your phone, you get this anticipatory little hit of dopamine. You're anticipating this bigger hit of dopamine when you get that, when you open up the app, when you see the meme, when you watch the funny video or whatever it is. You want to create a habit out of something like drinking water though, it's tougher. Water's a basic need. We need water, but think about this. You go into the grocery store, go to the beverage aisle, think about all the drinks there, all the possibilities, most of which are not water. There are food scientists whose only job is to make a certain drink taste better so that consumers want to buy more of it. That's what they do, okay? Food science, it's fascinating, but it's all about dopamine, right? Those sugary drinks taste good, we get more dopamine, so we buy that. They get a lot of money from us. We don't drink water. We need water. That's all we really need. We don't need that shit, right? But that stuff's tasty and we get that rush from it. I think the only time that we actually really get that dopamine hit from water is if we really, really want water. Like if we like water, we enjoy drinking it, and then we get that hit of dopamine because it's pleasurable for us. Or if we're really, really thirsty, you know how that feels when you're super thirsty, and then you finally get some water. It's like, oh my God, this is amazing, right? But if you're not into water, if you're used to drinking all this other stuff, it's not as pleasurable. You're not going to get that dopamine hit that you do from sugary drinks, pop, juice, etc. So you've been trying to build a water drinking habit. You've been going with this traditional advice, which is consistency and time. You've been doing it for 21 days. You still haven't built that habit, right? So what's missing is the dopamine. What's missing is that pleasurable experience that solidifies it in our brain, that this is something I want to do because it feels good, like that dog wanting to sit for the treat. You don't lack discipline if you can't make it a habit. You lack that dopamine release. That's what it's about. So I read this awesome book learning about all this stuff. It's called Tiny Habits by BJ Fogg. I'll put a link in the description below. I highly recommend this book. It's super good. So he talks about how to build habits, and the way that he says to do this is really, really interesting. And I've been trying this and it works really, really well. So here's the formula. You take something that you want to turn into a habit. So let's say drinking water, and you break it down into something really small, really shrimpy action like I talk about. Make it really, really small so that you don't fail. This is key, right? It has to be really, really small so that it's super, super easy to do. We don't want any failure here. And then you take that habit and you tie it to another habit you already have. So let's say it's, every morning you have a cup of coffee. That's a habit for you. You can tie water drinking to that habit. Like every time you've finished your cup of coffee, you will have a sip of water, really, really small, one sip. And then here's the most important part. You're going to celebrate. That's what gets you that dopamine. So at first, when you do this, when I did this, it felt really, really stupid. Okay. So what I did is I had slacked off with drinking water, and I don't drink much else during the day. I have a bit of coffee in the morning, but it's mostly water. But for whatever reason, I hadn't been drinking enough for a while. And so I tried different things. I tried an app on my phone, to remind me to drink water. And after a while, I realized I'm just drinking water to go on my phone to say, yeah, I drank the water and get that, pleasure from going on my phone. So now I've created a habit of going on my phone more often. And I'm drinking water just to go on my phone more often, or it's tied to going on my phone more often, which I don't want. So I stopped doing that. But this works way better. So I slacked off, so I started celebrating. And your celebration can be anything. For me, it's like I put my fist in the air and I go, yes! Feels really stupid. Okay, it feels really stupid at first. You can do whatever you want. The most important thing though is it has to be big. It has to be real. It can't be, oh yeah, good for me. You have to really mean it. Okay, so fake it until it's real. This is what I did. So the first few times feel really weird, and after a while it feels really good because you're getting that dopamine. So what I would do is whenever I go into my kitchen, I always have a glass of water on my counter. So I walk into the kitchen, see the glass, that's my trigger. I will have a sip of water. When I have the sip of water, I do my yes, my celebration. After a while, what happens, and I could see this happening, I didn't start craving the water. I started craving the celebration. I wanted that yes, that little rush that I felt, that little giddy. I would smile every time I did this stupid little thing. Yes, makes me smile. It's fun. And that's what I craved. And so I kept going in to the kitchen to have more water to get that yes. And here's the thing, with the celebration, you could do it 3 different times. You can do it right after you're done. You can do it while you're doing the habit. So while I'm drinking, that might be a little bit hard, but some actions, some habits that you want to build, you can, celebrate during, and it's easier. Or as soon as you remember to engage in that action, so as soon as I remember to drink water, I can celebrate then. So I see the water, yes. Or while I'm drinking the water, glug, 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 yes. Or after I have my drink, yes. Okay. So that's how you tie it in, and you get that dopamine connected to that action. Okay, so this worked really well. I also did this, I've done this with various other things, and honestly, this is brilliant. So it's so simple, but it really is effective. And I'm getting results that I never got from consistency and time, from just doing it consistently for a period of time. I never got that result. So another one, I have a chin-up / pull-up bar in my office doorway. So it's one of these ones you hang on the door. And I wanted to build a habit of doing chin-ups and pull-ups every day. So I started using this tiny habits method of celebrating. So every time I walk through the door, whether it's into my office or out of my office, I started off with chin-ups because they're easier than pull-ups. I wanted to make it as fail-proof as possible. So I have to do 1 chin-up and then I celebrate. Yes. I found some days, like there was one day I remember I had a lot of work to do in my office, but it felt so good to do that little yes that I kept going back and doing chin-ups and pull-ups just so I could celebrate. So this is like habit building in action. This is dopamine release. This is really, really effective stuff. And what you'll find, and what I've been finding, is that I start seeking more opportunities to celebrate. So I start thinking, okay, what else can I turn into a habit so that I can celebrate? Because now I want that dopamine from celebrating because it feels so good. And you'll find that it becomes easier and easier to build habits throughout your day. Like I'm in the kitchen, I drink my water. Yes, I celebrate. Maybe the next thing I want to tie to every time I drink water, I clean the counter, and then I celebrate again. And then when I've done that, okay, I can add something else. Maybe I, empty the dishwasher and then I celebrate. Or, start with small, like empty take one dish out of the dishwasher and put it away and then celebrate. But you'll find that you start wanting to do more and more and more of these things that were maybe a big struggle for you before because of that dopamine, because celebrating feels really, really good. And that's the key takeaway of this book. If you're only going to take one thing away from Tiny Habits by BJ Fogg, it's that people change best and learn best by feeling good. And I think a lot of the advice out there, when it focuses on discipline and being tough and suck it up and, oh, you just have to be stronger, and this sort of warrior idea around martial arts that, warriors can't have fun. It's not about having fun. It's not about pleasure. It's about being tough and being able to withstand pain. The science actually says otherwise. The science says we feel good, we change faster, we learn faster, we build habits much more quickly. So why not use that to our advantage? When we feel good when we're doing something, we're more likely to do it again and again and again. What BJ Fogg has found in his research is that people can develop habits by doing this very, very quickly. You can develop a habit out of an action within as little as one repetition. You do it once, celebrate big enough, intensely enough, that can become a habit like that. Yes! Improvement requires growth and change. And growth requires taking risks and making mistakes. That's the part we don't like. Making mistakes, failing, looking stupid, risking being judged. We want improvement without all that ugly stuff, but you can't have one without the other. So if we do something, we're trying to improve at something, but we're always trying to do it perfectly, we're never going to get better at it. We have to get a little bit messy. We have to do things a little bit ugly in order to push ourselves. So if you're learning how to walk and you never fall on your face, it's going to take you a long, long time, right? But if you want to learn how to walk, you have to be willing to fall on your face. You have to be willing to fuck up. That's part of it. There's that pain. That's part of progress, right? So if we're making mistakes, it means we're actually pushing ourselves. And that's something that can be really hard for a lot of us to accept, is that those mistakes aren't a sign of failure, like big capital F failure, but little failures are okay. And they're a sign that we're growing. Right? It's okay to make mistakes. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with us. It's just part of that growing process. So pain will be involved in this process, and don't fool yourself. But think of it this way. There's the pain of growing versus the pain of keeping things the way they are. And there is pain involved in that. If we keep things the way they are and we feel unhappy because we're not changing, we're not growing, we're not improving, we have to be willing to accept that pain. May as well go with the pain of actually improving, right? Either way, you're going to experience pain. May as well get better at stuff. So Epictetus said, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. So being thought foolish and stupid, or risking that, is part of improvement. It's part of that. We need to accept that people might judge us. We might look like an idiot. That's totally fine. That is part of that growth towards self-improvement. The problem with all this, of course, is people do avoid taking risks because of that fear of looking stupid, that fear of making mistakes, that fear of being judged. So it's other people's opinions that hold us back, or often it's our perception of other people's opinions. They might not even have those opinions about us. They might not even care. They might not even be paying attention. Most of the time, people are so wrapped up in their own lives that they don't give us much thought, other than how that affects them. And if someone is actually judging you, think of it this way. They're probably very unhappy and they're probably feeling stuck. And you wanting to take a risk and improve yourself, if they attack you for that, if they judge you for that, it's probably a sign that they're not happy in their own life. So it's more a reflection of them than anything about you. Often that's what it is. So ultimately, if we never take risks, then, we're taking a risk of never improving, of never getting better at stuff, and never getting that increase in confidence and well-being that comes out of that process. So ultimately, self-improvement requires facing and accepting the discomfort of looking stupid and making mistakes. That's part of it. You can't get around it. If you want to improve, you have to be willing to look stupid, look foolish, and make mistakes. But the big benefit here is that if we're willing to take those risks and willing to feel foolish at times, we will get better at stuff. We will challenge ourselves. We will improve. We can self-actualize. And as part of that process, that fear will no longer control us. We might never get rid of that fear completely, but it won't stop us from living our best life anymore. The objections that come up in our minds, the things that stop us, are things like, I will be judged. And maybe you will, maybe you won't, but does it really matter? Are you willing to let other people's judgment hold you back from doing what you need to do to be happy? Other thoughts, I will fail. Yeah, you might, but when we fail, we learn a better way. It's like, well, that way didn't work. And that's valuable information. And now I'm going to try a different way. And you may fail 1,000 times before you find the one way that actually works, but you've learned something in the process and you've gotten stronger and tougher as part of that journey. And then there's the other part. Well, maybe I don't have the skills, I don't have the knowledge, or I'm not brave enough or tough enough or strong enough. And yeah, maybe that's true. All of us, if we're starting something new, we're starting from zero. We don't have the skills, we don't have the knowledge, but that's why you need to start. You need to do the thing. You need to start that journey in order to develop the skills and gain the knowledge. And then by doing that, you will start to feel more confident and you will build toughness as you stick to that path, challenging as it is to, fail again and again, to make those mistakes and all of that. You will get stronger, you will build resilience, you will get tougher, and you will get better at it. So my personal experience, I've faced this again and again in my life, but particularly in the last 7 years. So I'm 48. When I was 41, I started martial arts. It was the most terrifying thing. Well, not the most terrifying, but pretty freaking terrifying to start martial arts in my 40s, because I thought, I'm going to be judged, I'm going to be laughed at, or I'm going to get hurt, I'm going to be bad at this. People are going to think I'm foolish. And I hesitated in starting because I had that fear, right? Because it was something totally new. I'd never been in sports, never been athletic in my life. I grew up hating PE in school. Like, I was active with my family, skiing and hiking, but I wasn't particularly fit. And I certainly wasn't competitive in a sports context. So this was really scary for me to start martial arts. But I knew it was something I had to do. And I knew that fear, that was an important part of the process, was facing that fear. I knew there was something about that I had to take that risk of looking stupid, feeling foolish, making mistakes. I had to take the risk of martial arts maybe being a really horrible choice for me at age 41. Who knows, right? I didn't know, but I had to take that risk so that fear didn't have control over me and over my life. I didn't want that fear to stop me. And as soon as I started, that fear dissipated. It's like, oh, well, it was just nerves because it was something new. And what you find if you're worried about starting martial arts, for example, maybe you're going through this, you think, oh, they're going to judge me, I'm going to look stupid. The thing is, when you enter that environment, you quickly realize that, there might be the odd person that's a jerk, but most of them are going to be really supportive because you're doing something that they love. When I used to run outside all the time, 6 or 7 days a week. I remember when I started a walk jog program. I wasn't comfortable running. It was awkward. It felt uncomfortable. I was sore and tired all the time. And it took a lot of work. And it took a lot of, risking looking stupid. And I did think that at first, like running outside, people are going to judge me. All the seasoned runners are going to look at me and think, oh, look at that newbie. But once I got out there, I realized, well, no one's actually paying me any attention. They're driving past, they're running past. Anyone running or walking or riding a bike, they might wave at me. That was it. And now when I look out and I see someone running and maybe it looks like, okay, they're not super fit, maybe they're new at it, maybe their technique, their gait, etc. is a little awkward. I think, oh, wow, they're new at this. Good for them. Good for them for taking that risk in feeling foolish. Because I remember that feeling of, oh, everyone's watching. And honestly, no one really is. But I see those people now and I think, good for you for doing that. I remember that starting, and I love running. And so I think good for you for joining that club, for doing something that I love too. So I think that fear that, oh, I'm going to be judged when I join this group is usually unfounded because you're doing something that these people love. So they're probably going to be your biggest supporters. So that's what I found with starting martial arts in my 40s. The other part of that is becoming an athlete when I'd never been athletic in my life, never really sports oriented. And I surprised myself by being maybe a bit of a natural at martial arts. Like, I don't want to toot my own horn, but things kind of came easy to me. I learned quickly. Maybe it was because I was super excited about it. I don't know. I had been working out a lot before starting karate, so I was in good shape. But, karate is very different from, running or lifting weights or whatever else I was doing. So it was a totally new exercise for me. And I did feel physically awkward and sore and tired, and I had to learn new skills. But becoming an athlete, that surprised me and that scared me, right? And like performing in front of a crowd, that was terrifying at first. So when I started karate, within, I think it was a week after my kids and I started, I found out that there was going to be a tournament in a couple of months. And I was terrified at the thought of competing. And it would have been in kata and weapons kata, never performed in my life, never competed in a sports setting, never been athletic. And the thought of signing up for this tournament scared the shit out of me. And so I knew I had to do it. I knew because I was afraid, that fear was a big sign to me. I have to sign up for this tournament because I knew eventually I would be competing, And if I waited until I was a black belt, for instance, the expectations would be so much higher. Everyone would expect so much more of me. So right now, as a beginner, as a white belt, this is the best time to start and face that fear of competing. It's the best time to start doing tournaments because I don't know what I'm doing. No one expects anything of me, so I can fuck up. I can make as many mistakes as I want and no one will care. And that was such a good experience for me to push myself and do that first tournament. And I actually performed really, really well. And I was in, 2 divisions with colored belts. So I was a white belt and I was with, I think, orange, blue, and green belts. And I got gold in one division. The other one, I got bronze. Everyone who watched it said, Sabrina, you should have got gold, but you fucked up right at the end. I did. I made a mistake right at the end. And I may have gotten gold if I hadn't made that mistake. So, first tournament ever, like I faced my fear and I performed really well. And then I realized, wow, it's about that fear. It's like when that fear comes up, we need to face it. Not to get rid of it, because the fear will keep coming up, but it won't be as strong. It won't have that hold on us when we actually do the thing despite fear. So, and another big thing for me was starting my online journey with the karate shrimp. When I started, I had no idea how to build a website. I had to learn. I had no idea how to start a blog. I had no idea how to make YouTube videos. I had to learn all of that, and it scared the shit out of me because not only was I new at all of those things, but I was going to be talking about martial arts and mindset and all this stuff. And I only had a brown belt. I didn't have a black belt. So I thought, okay, I've only been in martial arts for, I think it was 3 years at the time when I started. So that was 2020 when I started the Karate Shrimp. Brown belt, who the hell is going to take me seriously? So I really had that imposter syndrome, that fear of being judged, that fear of making mistakes because I didn't know what I was doing online, and like I was comfortable with writing, but I'd never done it in a blog format. I was comfortable, again, writing scripts, but not comfortable on camera. And I'd made a few videos on my own. I have these really dorky hunting videos. They're on my personal YouTube channel, and they're really fun to make. It was just me talking to my phone out in the woods with a gun. And I discovered that I really loved making videos, but it was just me and my phone. I wasn't talking to an audience. It was just for me. But the thought of putting stuff out there for an audience, and particularly a martial arts audience, because much as, many of the people in martial arts are awesome, there is a lot of ego. There is that hierarchy. There is a lot of judgment online. And me being a brown belt, me being, only starting martial arts in my 40s, whereas a lot of people have started when they're young, so I'm not experienced, I don't have the rank. And me also being a woman, which is really tricky online because I definitely got a lot of judgment being a woman in martial arts and being a woman in martial arts online and only a brown belt. So this was a big fear for me, but then I realized, what, I just got to do it. And then what I found when I started is all of my fears were unfounded because no one was watching, like in the beginning, maybe there was a handful of people, Facebook friends or whoever who watched my videos, but no one was watching. I was anonymous. And that was actually incredibly liberating, realizing just like that runner, that new runner outside, the new person, jogging. They've never done it before. They're worrying that everyone is watching them. No one really is paying attention in the beginning. No one really is. I think people start paying attention the bigger you get, the better you get at stuff. Then people start really paying attention to you once you've made a name for yourself. But in the beginning, when you're new at stuff, no one gives a shit. They're so wrapped up in their own world. So that was really liberating for me with the karate shrimp, realizing no one really is watching. And it's funny, even now with I've grown a lot over the last few weeks on Instagram and Facebook and on YouTube too, not as much on YouTube, but I have grown quite a bit, my audience. And I had someone say to me the other day, something about, you have this sizable audience, and I keep forgetting that actually, I still feel anonymous online because, I still have that mindset from the very beginning of okay, am I good enough at this? There's still that little voice in my head that I might be judged. I feel like an imposter at times, right? And I feel but remembering that very first video I uploaded and having, very few views on it and how liberating that was too. So there is this safety there too of, well, no one is watching. I worry they judge me, but no one really is watching. But anyway, rambling on, bit of a tangent. But that was my experience, that once I put myself out there, that fear got a lot less. It hasn't completely gone away. It does still come up at times, but I've learned that I can take action even if I'm afraid, even if I'm nervous, even if I'm worrying about being judged or making mistakes. I wouldn't have improved so much as a content creator, as a video creator. I wouldn't have improved as much as I have as a martial artist if I hadn't taken those risks, if I didn't take those risks of, risking looking stupid, risking being judged, risking feeling like a fool. So this is how I've grown as much as I have on my journey. And I can see that, I can look back and see the growth because I took those risks, and I made a fuck of a lot of mistakes along the way. That's a big part of it, right? I've made mistakes in martial arts. I've made mistakes in videos and blogging and technical stuff. But every time I make a mistake, that's useful information. And I take that and I go, okay, I got to do it a different way. And I learn from it. And then a year or so ago, I started my podcast, the Karate Shrimp podcast, and I hesitated for a really long time in starting that. I was really nervous about it. I think almost more nervous than starting YouTube. I don't know why I had this fear around it. But then I realized, okay, I'm afraid, so I have to do it. And what's interesting is I very quickly lost that fear within, I don't know, a couple of days of setting up my podcast, going through all the picking out my podcast host and doing all that stuff. And then recording my first 2 episodes, I think I released that first week. I stopped feeling afraid. And it's oh, okay, well, that wasn't such a big deal. And the interesting thing with podcasting is you do feel a lot more anonymous than YouTube because you don't get that same feedback and criticism and trolling that you do with YouTube. But now I'm at a point where it's I hadn't released a podcast episode. This is my first one in a few months. And I think I was kind of losing my passion for it and losing my passion for making that type of video. Because I would make the video and then use the audio for the podcast. And it's a very different type of video for that than my other videos. And I wasn't really into it. And I realized, maybe me starting the podcast, it was about facing that fear. And I don't really know, did I really want to start a podcast, or was it that I was afraid to do it, so I had to do it? So now I'm, still working through that and trying to figure that out. But I am back to podcasting now, yay. But it is important to me when I have that fear come up, I have to face it. Even if it's something, a path that I'm not going to continue on, even if I don't continue podcasting, maybe I will. I don't know. But the fear of starting a podcast was something I did not want that to be a thought in my head. I did not want that fear to take up any real estate in my mind. So I had to face it. I had to do the thing anyway. So here I am. So you can face your fears and do those things even when you're afraid, right? The fear might never go away, but you will get stronger and braver and more resilient. And the thing with this process of me facing the fear of starting karate, facing the fear of starting a blog and a podcast and a YouTube channel is this transfers to other scenarios in my life. So I don't feel as afraid. The fear might come up, but it's not as big. It's not overwhelming. It doesn't stop me anymore. And I don't really care anymore about other people's opinions. And if it's like valid criticism or valid feedback, yes, I pay attention to that stuff. But if someone just has an opinion on something I'm doing, it doesn't really hold any weight in my life, and it doesn't stop me from carving out my path the way I want to carve that path, right? Whereas before starting karate, I think I really held back on a lot of different things over a number of years, worrying about other people's opinions. And, I'd get like important people in my life would constantly be giving me their opinion on stuff and try to kind of shape me and manipulate me into living a certain way based on what they wanted, their needs, their values, their opinions. And I was starting karate, I felt kind of liberated from all that, where I didn't need other people's opinions to shape me or define me anymore, or I wasn't willing to let other people's opinions dictate how I was going to live my life. And the more I practice this, and this is a skill that we do need to practice, right? In the beginning, I didn't have really strong skill set there. With practice of just putting myself out there, taking risks, doing things that people might disagree with. And I do get a lot of opinions on what I'm doing, various videos I've made, or, different paths I've taken. People's opinions, I'm aware of it, but I don't let it stop me. I don't let it change the course of, where I'm going with all this. So it doesn't matter so much. I know that no matter what I do, people are going to have opinions on it. But ultimately, I have to live my life the way I want to live it, right? So this does become a transferable skill. Maybe you want to start martial arts and you're scared. If you take that risk and push yourself and try it, even if it's not something, maybe you'll discover that you're not really into martial arts, and that's a reality. That's a possibility, right? And no judgment there. Maybe it's just not your thing. You face that fear and you took the risk of starting, and then maybe you discover, hey, I don't really want to continue this, but I'm no longer afraid to start martial arts. You've now gotten that fear under control, and you're going to feel better. Even if you don't continue on that path, you think, okay, it's not for me, but that fear of starting that new thing is not going to hold me back anymore. It'll get easier to start other new things. Maybe then you want to start, I don't know, CrossFit or whatever it is. It's going to be so much easier to start that because you can say, oh, look, well, I started karate or jujitsu or whatever it is. It wasn't my thing, but I faced my fear. I faced my fear, and that's the important thing. I risked looking stupid. I risked being judged. And I also risked starting something that might not be for me, because that's something else that can hold us back, is thinking, well, what if I don't like it? Or what if it's not for me? What if it's not going to be my thing? Well, you're not going to know unless you try it. And there's no harm in starting something and then stopping. There's no harm in that. Like this idea that, oh, you can't be a quitter, or if you change your mind, you're a fuck up, you're a failure. That's bullshit. So if I stop podcasting, or even if I stop blogging, if I stop karate and decide to do a different martial art or something else entirely, I'm not a failure because of it. I just changed my mind. I just looked at all the information and said, you know what, my heart is not in this anymore. I'm going to do this instead. Isn't that smart? Isn't that smart to, shift direction rather than stay on the same path forever, even though you're miserable? Like I used to be like that with university. I'd get on a path of I'm going to be a math teacher, and then, oh no, I'm going to be in English. And then I would stick to that. I'd make a decision, stick with it for a really long time, even though my heart wasn't in it anymore. And I think I don't think it was a waste, my time in university, but coming out of all of that, I realized, okay, it almost was like procrastinating for me. Like I just stayed on this path, even though it wasn't the right fit for me, even though there were all these signs that I should do something different, right? But then at the same time, maybe we need to fuck up like that and be on the wrong path for a while and feel that discomfort of, no, this isn't the right thing for me, and start to feel like a little bit unhappy, a little bit dissatisfied, a little bit miserable to push ourselves to try something new. So maybe that's part of it. Maybe we need to feel stuck to feel inspired to get unstuck, right? So there's that possibility too. But I do find in my life, the bigger the risk that I take, and risking looking stupid, the more I improve, right? The more I improve, and you will too. So what you can do is, if this is something that's holding you back, I think the first step is to bring awareness to this, that you do have this fear, that you are worried about being judged. You are worried about taking risks, making mistakes, and feeling foolish. You need that awareness. Otherwise, you're just going to be living your life on autopilot, not really knowing why you're doing the things you're doing. Like, why, I have this interest in karate, but I'm not going to start. And you talk yourself out of it, like, oh, well, I'm too busy, or I'm too, whatever. Maybe it's just fear. And if you can bring your awareness to that, oh no, the reason I'm hesitating and starting karate is because I'm afraid. I'm afraid of looking stupid or whatever. Then you can, okay, now you can take action, right? Now you can face that and say, well, is this fear even founded, right? Is this reasonable? But if you're in denial and you don't have that awareness, you might convince yourself of all these sorts of reasons why you're not trying karate. Oh no, I'm too busy. I don't have the money. I don't have this. And some of those might be valid, but maybe it's just a whole bunch of excuses, right? So awareness first. And then what you want to do is visualize the outcome if you do take the risk. So if you do risk looking stupid and you try karate for the first time, what could that look like? Like, think about how awesome that could be. Visualize that. You want to see that. And then at the same time, you also want to visualize the outcome if you don't take the risk. So if you keep things the way they are, what are you losing? Because you're losing something, right? And then you've got that pain of feeling stuck, that pain of feeling like, I can't get off my butt and challenge myself. I'm kind of a wimp. I feel kind of weak. I feel kind of like, meh in my life, right? There is that. So you want to see both. You want to see what you could gain and then what you're losing by not taking that risk. And then you want to really feel that dissonance, that gap between what you want and what you're actually doing. Where you want to be and where you are now, that feeling there, that really uncomfortable feeling, you really want to feel that. That's going to motivate you. That's going to inspire you. That's going to get you moving. And then what you have to do, of course, is take action even if you don't feel ready. And tips with this, make it a super small action, really small, really easy, something that, is so easy that it would be dumb to not take that action. Like, you want to start karate, just drive to the dojo. You don't even have to walk in, just drive there. Just to overcome that obstacle of like, oh, I can't do it, oh, I'll look stupid, just drive there. Or, check out their website, or if you're not ready to call them yet, like, go online and find their schedule and print it off, and then like pencil in, the class times in your day timer, just sort of mentally get started doing this. Just try little things, little small actions to get started. And the action, it can be imperfect. It's much better to take imperfect action. It's much better to make mistakes, to fuck up, than to sit on your ass and do nothing, to try and make it perfect, and that becomes this all or nothing thing where you end up doing nothing, right? So take imperfect action. Try your first class. Just say, hey, I just want to try a karate class. I just want to see if I like it. And yeah, you're gonna maybe look stupid on those mats because you don't know what you're doing, maybe, or you're just gonna look like a beginner who's never done it because you've never done it, right? We don't know what we're doing if we've never done it before. If you start at zero, you have no skills. You have no knowledge, you have no experience. So why are we putting this pressure on ourselves to be perfect at it, to be good at it, if we've never done it before, if it's a new thing, right? So we can take action even if it's imperfect, and we can perfect it along the way through repetition, but start off with imperfect action. And then after all of this, what you want to do is analyze the results. Did it work? Did you improve? Did you get better at stuff? Did that fear go away or shrink down to something manageable? And it can be really helpful to track this, to track your progress, to keep a record over time so you can look back and see how far you've come, which will also remind you of how far you're capable of going, right? So I have, all my videos on YouTube, and I've never deleted a video. I don't think so. Once it's been up on YouTube, I haven't deleted it. So I can go back and see my really shitty videos in the beginning. And this is this really cool timeline for me of how I've gotten better at stuff, how I've gotten more comfortable on camera. I can see all the little issues I've had with audio or video or whatever, lighting along the way. Like, this video. I've got sunlight shining on my face, so this is something that I can look back and go, okay, well, I should film at a different time of day or whatever, and I can improve because I've made those mistakes. But it's really cool to track your progress like that. It's really cool to see those mistakes that, you might cringe when you see those mistakes, but then you look at how far you've come because of those mistakes, right? So then you can look back and, with tracking your progress, you can see all the fuck ups. You can see all the fuck ups and how they actually helped you. They actually helped you. And then it gets easier to make mistakes. It gets easier to risk failure again and again in the future. Making changes like this can feel like masochism in a way, like you're doing it because you hate yourself. And maybe, that is the case. Like you're starting off, let's say you want to lose a lot of weight and you hate your body. And I hope you don't hate your body, but let's say you do. I've been there where I hated my body and I wanted to make changes. And so you start this intense training plan and strict diet, and it can feel like more hatred, like you're punishing yourself, right? You got to like beat yourself into like, submission, get yourself to the body that you want, right? It does feel like this punishment and this self-hatred, but I'd ask you to flip the script and think, well, you're making this change, no matter how difficult or scary or challenging it is, you're making this change because you want to start loving yourself. You're no longer okay with accepting things the way they are. You're no longer okay with the pain of complacency. So you're going to start loving yourself. You're going to start this process of facing fear and working through it, even when you're afraid, even when people might judge you, even though you will make mistakes, you will fuck up. You do risk looking stupid, but you're going to grow so much more. And you're going to love yourself so much more because of this process.